UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. It's your Wolf Commander Wolf 10. I'm your werewolf. We have come to this topic twice already, and this will be our third entry into this topic where we talk about villains again. And specifically, what I wanted to say is I don't live my life as a villain. I've never done things a villain did. So why is Hollywood trying to make me like a villain these days, or try to make me relate, more or less relate to them?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm hearing this too many time and time again. We need to have relatable villains. I'm sick and tired of hearing that. Like, why should I relate to a criminal? I don't like why would I relate to a bank robber or a murderer? Am I supposed to relate to Jason Voorhees? Am I supposed to relate? Am I supposed to relate to Freddy Krueger or Michael Myers? I never killed my sister or attempted to kill my baby sister. Nor did I attempt to kill little kids. Am I supposed to really
Mm-hmm.
feel sorry for these chuckleheads? Same thing with Charles Lee Ray, aka Chucky. Am I
Mm-hmm.
am I supposed to be Am I supposed to relate to a serial killer that's trapped in the body of a doll? Why should I care whether he gets stuck in a doll? He killed people. Are we really supposed to be talking about? We're supposed to be, feeling sorry for the the villains, considering that these quote unquote progressives. I'm still in RJ's line there. These quote unquote progressives are trying to talk about we need to relate to the villain. Like, bitch, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? That like you're supposed to be this humanitarian, right? Oh, right, that's right. We're talking about people who don't give a fuck about the human race. I keep forgetting. They don't give a fuck about the human race, even though they're all about, inclusivity and 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 progressive and Trooper's favorite word, intersectionality. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but you don't care. Like, how are you preaching that mess and you don't care about the human race? And to me, if you relate to the villain a lot and try to turn him into this sapphic, harmless teddy bear like villain, that really shows me that you really don't care about the human race, because in real life, people don't work like that. You don't. Number one, I don't look to everyday life, or at least every person, as you know every person who commits a crime, like, oh, he's probably did that for his family. Oh, he probably have family, or maybe he killed that person because he had to protect his family. I'm like, not everybody's like that. There are people that are out there that just snap one day. Sometimes they can't handle
Mm-hmm.
the life, the curves that life throw at them, and they respond by termination, usually.
Mm-hmm.
Taken from Ishi streams, when he brings up very 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 crazy human beings that actually exist. He brings up a story about African warlords take the that take little boys and force them to rape their mothers
Oh
and eat
Jesus.
the bodies
Yeah.
afterwards.
Oh God.
Yes,
Good
cannibalism.
Lord.
Like you thought they would just kidnap these kids and turn them into child soldiers. Oh, they do. Some do way more than that, and they don't care. They do not care. Some people are I wouldn't say people are born evil, but I will say this: evil do affects people in so many ways. Evil can be a learned trait, not necessarily a hereditary trait.
Yeah. Where the fallen
Something
villain comes from.
that too, which we'll begin into. And since you decided to open your mouth, let me introduce my man, the Maverick Hunter Saint, Brian Gilmartin.
Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all having a great day today. And yeah, whenever I see somebody that does a villainous action, as well, right, I'm not looking at that person as somebody to sympathize with. 9 times out of 10, I'm looking to kick their sorry backsides. You know, that's about all I'll say to that for
That
now.
or pity them.
Oh yeah.
That or you pity them. Like that's another thing. It's like The only thing you'll do if you make a villain sympathetic, I'm not gonna sympathize with them. I'm gonna pity them.
Oh yeah.
That's all you're gonna ever gonna get from me. Um, Next in line will be the Schooner Tuna.
Coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground, but has excellent Wi-Fi. This is Schooner Tuna, and I have to agree with my two wingmen here that I am sick and tired of media, shill media, telling us that bad guys are just simply victims and that the true villain of society is either the society or the white heterosexual man in a suit who is clearly just the unimaginable evil. The villain is not meant to be. The villain is not meant to be coddled. The villain is not meant to even be praised. The villain is, in every sense of the word, the cautionary tale. This is who
I'm
you will
being
turn.
oppressed.
Pretty much.
Or like Michael Douglas's character from Falling Down. Great movie. Anybody who hasn't seen it, he goes,
Oh,
"I'm
I
the
seen
bad
that.
guy. How did that happen?"
Mm-hmm.
It's to show how really easy it is. I mean, and you do have. I won't sugarcoat it and say that there is no elemental evil. There are elemental evils out there. There are bad
Mm-hmm.
people, and that's the whole point of the elemental villain. You don't know where it is. You don't know how it got here, but it does exist. And that is supposed to what the lesson we take from that is eternal vigilance. Okay, the fallen villain is the mustache twirler, who's easy to spot. But the one who is truly evil is the one who cloaks themselves in good deeds and waits for the right atmosphere to come out and seize power and control for the simple sake of their own hedonistic agenda. That's villainy. But now we have bad guys in Hollywood making movies saying, we're not bad guys. You should sympathize with me. I had a tragic life. There were terrible things done to me. Okay, your past does not excuse your immoral behavior today. So that's, but we'll
Freudian
get into that.
excuse is no excuse, as they say.
Exactly. There's a difference between
What was that
feeling
line, Brian? Real quick.
Freudian excuse is no excuse.
Okay.
and I mean, don't even say the devil made me do it.
Oh yeah.
If I had $1 for every time I heard that bullshit,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
but we'll
have
get.
a better bank account.
Wouldn't
Let's
we
just say
all?
that I would have a better bank. Coming at you from Occupy Balmora, it's the man, the myth, the FN Trooper FN 2525.
Hey everyone, it's going to be super fantastic talking about heroes and villains because inevitably you have to talk about one and also the other. But I'm really excited to talk about intersectional feminist villains. It'll be fun, and why not? So let's get started.
You know what? You guys got such broad minds right now. I don't even know who's going to go first right now.
I'm not going to go first.
I
Well,
volunteer as
motherfucker.
tribute.
I
Well,
do not
fuck your
volunteer as
tribute. I'm
tribute.
going to be the leader. I'm going to start.
Okay.
Kidding,
I'll dive
kidding,
on that
kidding.
grenade. I'll dive on that grenade so you guys can walk over.
Nah, kidding. Go ahead, Schooner. You start because you got a long history of to espouse on, and I
Yes,
love
we
when you
do.
espouse on history
The
like
we
that.
have the history of villainy. Now, I would like everybody to sit back and we begin a tale. It begins in a mythical land called America, 1920, where the
Man, think
depression.
scientific. Nah, kidding.
Okay, villains were
Continue.
always, like we said, the mustache twirler, the bandit on the side of the road, or, those unknown people who would just rob you and stuff like that. 1920s to the 1930s, villains were pretty self-explanatory, but they had a use. In stories, the villains, if you ever notice, especially during Depression era America, villains were either gangsters, bank robbers, during Prohibition. And the heroes were supposed to come in, drop them off at City Hall, and they were a message. They told everybody, yes, times are bad, but this is not the time. This is the time when we need to be coming together and helping each other and not acting barbaric. Okay, so we go to late 30s, early 40s. World War II comes around. We got propaganda. Suddenly, we got bad guys that are the Axis power. We got the Empire of Japan. We got Nazi Germany. We got Mussolini. Ugh, evil, evil,
Oh
evil, evil
yeah,
people. These are like the personification of evil.
scum of the
So,
earth.
yep, scum of the earth. I like that. We got scum of the earth. So those are the new bad guys. And those were actually used, and there is such a thing as good propaganda. Yes, it's a shocker now, but back then there was good propaganda. And it's like, we need to fight for the freedom and independence and the liberation of Europe. We need to fight for the freedom of the Pacific. Great times, to be a hero. Okay, so World War II's over. What's the next bad guy? Well, our former allies, now the enemy, communism. Why? Well, because they're the epitome of everything that we're against. And all of the bad guys in media at that time were either directly related to or were kind of loosely based on, the communists, uniformity, mind control, manipulating the masses, evil bad guys who are trying to make everybody think and act a certain way. Pay attention. That becomes important later.
Oh,
Then
we're
we
gonna be
move
talking about that definitely.
then we move over into the 1960s, and the bad guys are usually these were crooked institutions, politicians, and businessmen. They were meant to show how the virtues of capitalism, the American way, can be manipulated and twisted to suit the selfish and hedonistic means of very terrible people. Then we jump, and that carries over into mostly the 70s as well. But then when we get to the 80s, it's back to Russia. Russia's the bad guys. The Cold War, the height of the whole thing. And we were like, all right, we need to stop the Russians. They're the bad guys. We're the good guys. And this is where some of the best entertainment comes out. And then we get to the 90s, and with the Cold War over, well, not just Russia too in the 80s. We were also dealing with freelance terrorism and Arab nations. That's where it really started getting bad. Okay, so back to the 90s. 90s is when we started to really see the big change in villains coming around. Suddenly, villains had more relatable goals. I mean, you still could define the line of what was good and what was evil, but there was somewhat of a motive to why the bad guys were doing what they did. Case in point, The Rock, with Sean Connery, Nicolas Cage, and Ed Harris. He was a bad guy, but he was holding everybody hostage because he wanted all of the soldiers who put their lives on the line every single day to be paid for and their families to be taken care of. Okay, it's related, and it's like, okay, he's got some morals in him, but still what he's doing is terribly wrong. Then we get to 2000 and the post 9/11 world. Suddenly bad guys are secret organizations that don't want to be in the light, that are in the shadows, and it's our job to go and shine a light in these areas. And that mentality kind of carries over into, I want to say, between 2008 to more 2012, when those secret organizations, maybe it's in our group as well. So we return to that whole corrupt, establishment type deal where it's like, we got organizations within organizations who are doing bad, immoral, and terrible things. And then we get to really from 2013 to probably, pretty much now, where it is the bad guys are only evil depending on your point of view. This is where we get the bad guys who say, you're an evil, vicious, life-sucking monster. Well, depends, says you. To other people, I'm a hero. And that's when and now today, especially today, the bad guy is basically, the white, heterosexual, patriarchal man. The man! You gotta stick to the man.
Arbitrary.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's all about it's basically every single institution in the world is bad, and there's this line of good and evil has been so horribly blurred now that it's basically whoever and it's bad. It's not good.
Yeah.
There's no easy way around it. It's always a roadblock every step of the way. Even though
Hmm.
Or
most
it's
companies do make way
complicated.
for.
Yeah.
It's more than just complicated. They just find ways. They just find reason to
What's their
keep themselves
justification for
relevant.
it? What's like
It
their
Yeah, I'm
also
saying.
justification?
it also didn't help that they were deconstructing heroism at the time as well. From
Yeah.
2012 to pretty much now today, they're still doing it. They're that
Yeah.
whole
That deconstruction is
deconstruction.
stemming from people who probably tried to think that they were doing good, but ultimately are making things worse.
Hmm.
So now they come to this realization that all heroes are people that are just making
Like,
situations worse.
Well,
yeah.
they're
This is
projecting in
why
that sense.
well, yeah, definitely, Brian. But what I'm getting at is
Hmm.
that you get lines from people who's saying don't be a hero. Have you
Hmm.
guys ever heard that line? Don't be a hero.
Hmm.
From Zombieland, I heard
As
it.
well, yeah. Basically, like some people are saying that, and I agree with them. I definitely agree, wholeheartedly agree with them on what they're saying. Is you do not want to put yourself in a situation if you're not prepared to deal with either the consequences or deal with the or you're not physically or mentally or psychologically capable to that's still mental, but still you don't want to get in a situation that you're not skilled to get yourself in. Even if you say there's a burning building, right? You'll want to do what Spider-Man did, run in there and save somebody, whoever, right? They don't
Right.
want you to do that because, of course, you don't have the equipment, to rush in there to save somebody, or the proper training of how to kick a door in, right? If you do
Hmm.
reach the room where the person is, if you manage to get there before the fire department gets in there, right? And you have the capacity to save somebody, you don't know how to kick a door in. You watched it from Hollywood, right?
Right.
And
Hmm.
obviously you'll think that, oh, it's a door, I could kick a door down easily. No,
Nope.
no,
Nope.
no,
There's a certain
no
way you got to
way.
hit that
You
door.
cannot. There's some way you gotta kick it, and I'm pretty sure there's a movie that actually shows how to properly kick it. It's rare that you see movies or shows that actually present that way of how to kick it in. But stuff like that, like don't be a hero, right?
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um, Same thing with first aid. You do not want to perform first aid on somebody unless you're properly trained to do so. So yeah, it's like
Hmm.
like like stuff like that. But these days, unfortunately, don't be a hero means don't be a hero at all. Like don't step in at all. Don't get involved at
Basically,
all
it's yeah.
because of the repercussions.
Basically, it's not your problem, and if you do something about it, know that that person who you save is probably going to sue you, or will be ungrateful to you.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. You can actually make the situation worse if you go in without any sort of training.
But that was the thing about heroes, not just in the comics, but in our media as well. Just like Trooper said, we got to talk about the heroes. The heroes were always going into the burning building, but they did notify, firefighters and law enforcement and all that kind of thing. But it would take time for them to get there. So what they're trying to say to us is, if you can do something, then go and do it, but take the proper steps. Call law if you
basically
see
be practical.
be
Hmm.
practical. If you see a fire and there are people inside, first what you do is you call 911 and you tell them what's going on. Then if they need help and they're screaming for help and you can do something, go and do it. But if you don't know if what you're going to do is going to make it worse, then don't then that's when you say don't do anything.
Yep. Just leave it to the experts to do it.
Mhm.
Yeah, but how long are you gonna wait for that?
Exactly.
Like
It's
Exactly.
again, like I said, if you can stop, if you I'm just saying, I'm not advocating that you always go out and look for heroism or look to save somebody. In the end, like as it's happening, you know you have the power to take on that situation before local authorities come in and sort the shit out. If anything, never if you do take part in something, never leave until authorities come in so you can give your statement.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
To co- Make sure if you're gonna do anything at all, especially in these trying times where you've seen a lot of people actually doing something for once,
Right.
you
Mm-hmm.
want to make sure that you have your bases covered by the time that day is done. So there are times, when you do that, don't leave. Just have your statement ready when the local authorities come by, because not only do the fire department shows up, especially on that day, but also the police department. You know what I'm
They're gonna
saying?
want
So you have to
information.
yeah, information. They
Yeah.
want to know what happened, so they can assess what happened, so they can properly deal with the situation accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
Most people
Exactly.
don't want to do that no more.
No.
It's like
They just want to keep their mouth shut.
Well, they're afraid, they're being made to be afraid of saying anything because they have now made it seem like the right thing is relative. The right thing is depends on who you are talking to.
Yeah.
There's now the subjective good instead of the objective good.
Yeah. Well, relativism is what it is.
And that's the problem we have here. We're stuck in this very morally relativistic state. I mean, the last great villain that I've seen on cinema was, well, I don't. I mean, so far anyway, is Thanos. And I don't care what anybody says. The guy does not have relatable goals. He thinks he is being moral, and you can think it, but he is not a moral bad guy. He is a villain through and through. And even Endgame, I mean, I hate that movie, but it decides to forego that charade and basically say, yeah, he was a bad guy through and through. But then you
Yeah.
got people online complaining how Thanos was no longer interesting in Endgame. And it's like, that's always and forever who he was. Okay? You just don't like the fact that he's being less, he's being, he's being more sympathetic about it. I mean, it's the same with, you guys have watched Star Trek DS9, right?
Yeah, I've watched
Like,
it.
It's
You
here and
guys know
there.
who you guys know who Ducat is, right? The
Yeah,
Cardassian Ducat.
Yeah,
yeah.
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 Ducat throughout the series was written as this very morally gray character, but if you really watch the show, and they say that they screwed up his character in the finale, and I'm like, no, that's always who he was. He was a bad guy. No matter how many times he was deluding himself into thinking that everything that he did was necessary or practical, he was a villain.
mhm.
Well, I don't know
That's right.
about morally gray. I mean, it was very apparent he was the villain. I mean, but then again, you'd have to understand the types of villains that are available in literature, and that tends to be a problem in pop culture. Is that most people don't understand them because they have not been exposed to the
Mm-hmm.
different types of villains. And just to kind of or just to kind of tag on that one Thanos soundbite, the thing about that is that more or less the Thanos they fight is not the Thanos that they originally encountered. So I mean that kind of kills the whole thing in terms of they're trying to kill big bad guy, but then the motivation has changed because it's not the same Thanos that they had previously killed earlier. So I mean, from a narrative standpoint, yeah, that makes sense to have that type of reaction. But I mean, at the very end, it's I mean, if you're
That's
hoping
what I
to
was
get a payoff
referencing,
out of these films,
child.
you're not going to because they're not meant to more or less give you a literary payoff. They're more of a visual cornucopia of action that more or less kind of pass themselves off as
Is Abe,
literary narratives.
real quick, guys? Is Trooper Robot on your end?
I'm not hearing it on my end.
No, no, not on my end.
Oh, it's just me then.
Yep,
I'm
just you.
closing some tabs.
But yeah, I think somebody in the comment section actually said this. Is The Incredibles as well, when the suicide victim, I think hang on a second, I'm going to find it. Child of the Flower. That reminds me, Nice to see you, by the way. Child of the Flower, Sir Torrin Clegane, Melissa Harris, and Jake, aka Melissa
It
Harris
was
and Sons
it
3.0.
was child of
All right, I
flower.
didn't even see you. Sorry, I was distracted with something else. Sorry.
But yeah, there it is, right there. Um, that is that's actually a great example of not so much villainy, but what happens when the heroes
Don't be a
lose
hero.
the don't be a hero, or when they lose the goodwill and faith of the people. And that's really what it was. They lost the goodwill of the people.
Hmm.
And that's what's happening right now. Heroes have somewhat lost the goodwill that they brought, which is strangely ironic because there are people still calling out for heroes.
I need a
Exactly.
hero. I need
Yep.
a hero at the end of the night. He's got to be strong. He's got to be fast. He's got to be fresh for the fight. I need a hero. I'm holding
Yep.
out
But
for a hero to the end of the night.
yeah,
Pretty
and
much.
they almost never want to discuss the baggage that's really coming with the hero. I mean, if you want, that's the thing that I hate about deconstruction, and I'll always blame Frank Miller. Uh, he didn't want to tell a Batman story. He wanted to tell his own story with he just wanted the Batman name. So he deconstruct, especially with the Dark Knight series. They always credit him for bringing Batman back to the darkness. I'm gonna say it's Neil Adams who did that. But he deconstructed Batman and then built him up into the Batman he wanted for his story. And that's become the problem with a lot of things right now.
Oh yeah.
Suddenly every hero has to be quote unquote relatable. I need a
Yep.
hero who looks like me, acts like me, who says the things that I do, so that way I can better connect with them. So what you're saying is you want me to write you in the story where you're the hero, where everything you do is right
Yeah.
and nothing you do is wrong.
Yep. That's called protagonist-centered morality.
Yep. It's also called another thing, narcissism.
Narcissism.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or
Well, it
self
ends up being nihilism, is what it ends up being. I mean, yeah, we do go into narcissism, but it's a form of nihilism that's been
it's
forming
yeah,
for a while now.
it's self-indulgence. It's self-indulgence. It's very hedonistic. And who's writing
Well,
this?
what it
The
is, it's literally it's secularization of pop culture
mhm.
is what it is because we're divorcing ourselves from the religion. I mean,
What
honestly, that's why you're getting the stories that you're getting. I mean, you're getting the very non-religious stories with more intersectionality now that we're in 2021. You're not going to get any more messianic stories. I mean, you may, I mean, if you know where to look, but I mean, you're
You'll
not
get
going
them,
to
but not in the mainstream.
Well, and that's the thing. They want to make the stories that are of, the hero's journey. They're trying
Well,
to say that those
they
types of
need
here
you. They need
that
you to accept their version of morality, which it's a lack of morality. So let's not call it morality. Let's call it a code of ethics because that's what it is. They are
yeah.
ethically
Hmm.
saying that you need to be able to accept their stances politically and also what they view as a confluence of actions that would lead you, the person, to believe that they are either a good or a bad person because there is no religious or there's no or no religious connotation involved. So then again,
So they're
so again,
basically saying so they're basically saying I need you to tell me that I am a good person,
yes,
but you're
because you
not a
yes,
good
because you can't
person.
yes, because they cannot be validated in the eyes of God, because the moment you bring up God, that actually brings
Told,
Well,
up
not
creationism.
shown.
And if you bring up
mhm.
creationism, guess
Hmm.
what? They are now having to acknowledge the fact that there is some form of creation or that there is a supreme being that has created them in his image. And we can't
Mhm.
have any of that in
They're
Hollywood.
basically gods in their own mind, and how dare God
No,
actually
they're not.
exist.
No, they're not. They're putting themselves above others. So it's
Well, that's what
man.
I'm talking about when I
Worship
say
me.
No, it's not.
Love
No, it's not.
me.
It's men ruling, or rather, it's man ruling over other men, or rather, man uh, manipulating others to more or less swear fealty to him, if you will, because you have to have an absence of God. I mean, they themselves are not trying to make themselves gods. They themselves are trying to be rulers of men, if you will, or rather, masters of the universe.
Yep.
Oh
And that's
yeah.
the
Yeah, yeah. Because
and then
again,
they want to, and that's what they think. They think if they deconstruct and muffle what it means to be good, then they can better control the masses. However, a lot of this media is failing badly because what was it? What was it? Star Trek Picard undid in one season what took 7 seasons and 4 movies to build, and that's why nobody regards Picard as canon anymore. It's just there's Star Trek the original series, there's Star Trek the Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise, and then that's it.
well, I mean, technically, it's not even canon. I mean, it's its own canon in terms of the Kelvin timeline, but in and of itself is not canon. It's canon within the Kelvin. So,
Yeah, and the
so
reason
I
why we're
mean,
bringing up, and to anybody
yeah,
who doesn't know this at this point, they've Alex Kurtzman's contract has been renewed, and we're just stuck in this Kelvin thing, which means we're going to be seeing more BS. So it's like, hallelujah, let's hold true to the sacred storytellings of Star Trek, the Star Trek of old.
Yep.
Forget
about the Star Trek of new. It's dead, Jim.
Yep.
yeah, but I mean, as far as I mean, this is all propaganda. But I mean, again, propaganda has been around forever. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Themistocles in 480 BCE basically used a disinformation campaign to like lure Xerxes into the Straits of Salamis. This has been going on for a while, and to me, propaganda is propaganda. I mean, there is no good or bad propaganda. Again, you are now projecting some form of moral belief onto it. It is, propaganda is more or less a form of social control or control of the human opinion.
See, this is where you and I, Trooper. This is where I differ, Trooper, because
yeah, and this is yeah.
if
This is where we
Pump the brakes.
not if
Pump the brakes real quick. Pump the brakes real quick.
well, jump on the
So
Discord if you can. I don't know if you're working or not.
I was waiting to ask. I was waiting to ask him that, but just a quick inside joke explanation. Schooner, on Sunday, we I asked Torrin what did I ask Torrin Sunday, Trooper?
Moral of the story: Wolf can't tell us apart.
Sometime,
I'll
yeah.
leave it at that.
There
I'll
you
leave
go.
it at that.
It's
So,
yeah, inside
but then
joke.
again,
I was like
there's
you kind of
people
sound
that
like
can't tell
Schooner
me and Skinner
in
apart,
a
and I'm
way.
like, we have
Even
very
the
different
same vocal
inflections.
mannerisms.
Like we have very different vocal inflections. Granted, we're both around the tenor scale, but still.
yeah.
But
But that's what I'm saying. I'm
if we're
saying
talking
during
about
World War II,
propaganda,
in World War II, I'm thinking we had some good propaganda here because we were trying
but
to stop
propaganda is
the Axis.
propaganda. The only type of historical record that you're going to get is the type of historical record that is more or less available to
Introducing.
you or considered approved propaganda.
Introducing. Hey, oh wow, you're lagging. Some of us lagging. One of us is lagging. I think it might be me. But whatever. Introducing the Leia Valor, Leia plus size.
Hey, fellas, how are you? Hello, everyone in the chat. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor. How you doing today, guys?
Doing great.
Good.
Doing great.
Good. Having allergies.
We just
And we just lost the wolf man here.
Oh, nice.
Trooper, assume command.
Finally. Now I can step over everybody and be like, pump the brakes, y'all. Pump the brakes, y'all. Okay, Leia, say what you gotta say.
And the cat's away, the mice will play.
To this photo of the captain.
So Trooper, you secretly want to take over.
Oh, there he is. Hey, buddy.
I had to leave. I had to leave because I wanted to make sure that it's not me. I might have to restart my whole laptop.
Yep. Okay. Do you?
Because I'm getting
Leia,
robot from everybody, and my connection is like spiking here and there. It says connection is unstable.
If you need to restart, go ahead, please. I know the feeling.
Yeah.
And we have been getting reports that What'd you say, Trooper?
I've got like about 20 some tabs open, so I feel you.
We can hold down
I
court.
cleared the bulk of my tabs just to see. I'm gonna restart it real quick.
Okay, well we will while we wait for your presence, we will hold down court. I'll
No,
make sure they
keep
all
continue
behave.
talking. Just brief me on whatever, you know.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
Trooper,
Yeah.
I'll
So I'll
make
be
sure they
back.
behave.
All
Okay.
right, cool, cool. Go away now.
Yes.
What are you, critical drinker now?
Yeah, critical chill. Critical drinker.
But
Well,
Leia, we're talking about villains. So since you just got here, do you have any points you want to go ahead and start tossing out?
well, I was thinking about villains, and now the idea is that we're not supposed to relate. We don't really relate to the villains. I had some in mind. One of the things I want to talk about. Well, for instance, I think about Loki when he was a really good villain before the TV
Hmm.
show messed him up.
Right, right, right.
And one of the when the show was originally announced, my interpretation of the Loki show was going to be Loki causing chaos throughout the centuries and
Right, right.
reveling in it, because that is the image I've got of him in the first Avenger film. And when I look back the other day, I was watching, preparing for this. I was watching the first Avenger movie, and now I really appreciate what a great villain he was to kick off that series. And I thought we were going to get more of that. This guy that reveled in chaos and causing chaos. I mean, he is the trickster god, this guy
Right,
that
right.
made people kneel before him, before humans. But
Well, it is a good idea. I mean, as far as Loki
mhm,
being more or less of a Whovian type character in terms of going through the centuries and then scheming ultimately to change history to more or less benefit him. I mean, that's been one of the traditional archetypes of villainy, um,
mhm.
in terms of, what we've come to know, prior to 2008, 2012, and now in 2021. I mean, we're all familiar with the traitor or with the head of the house, if you will, the patriarch or the
And I'm
matriarch.
back.
Okay, well,
Welcome
Mm,
back,
Okay,
I'm
Commander.
everything
back.
but yeah,
everything
I
sounds
mean,
a bit
other
better.
other types
Everything's
of
crystal
villains that
might
we
well by.
know,
Good
other types
job. Good job, computer.
other types of villains that we know are, your typical tyrant, your outcast, the quote
The
devil, if you
megalomaniac.
will. Yeah, evil genius, schemer,
Yeah.
which you mentioned, the lunatic, the fanatic. I
Hmm.
mean, I mean, we've always known as far as villains that they're more or less spot run in terms of what their motivations might be. I mean, a typical motivation is basically, being in control, uh, world domination, obviously being a well used trope, or really fealty by ultimate control. So yeah, I perfectly understand. So, but go ahead, go ahead.
And but I also felt that there should have been someone here to try to stop his chaos. And this is where I kind of miss Thor or
Well,
whatever they
yeah,
were going
yeah.
to show. There should have been the hero, because even though we delight in his evil, we
Hmm.
still have to come to the conclusion that evil, this it cannot win.
Yeah,
You
exactly,
know,
exactly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A counterpoint.
and and the fall of the MCU's villainy problem is, of course, making the villains heroes and not the
Hmm.
heroes. And now you've got a generation totally confused and godsmacked, thinking that good in all these traits of these villains is what is good or desirable. It's really not. Villainy is supposed to be something.
And that somehow, if they are sorry for what they did, it's automatically forgiven.
Well,
It's
again,
like,
I
Yeah.
mean, this,
no.
this, this is the
And
reason why I wanted to go ahead and talk about the intersectional villain, because I mean that's kind of where we're at. I mean, it's a new archetype that's fairly new. So
Hmm.
That was the issue I also had with Zemo in the MCU, because I was
Because of
watching.
course you had a problem with Zemo.
Well,
Oh
see, here's
yeah.
the thing. No, it's not
I kid,
that.
I kid, I
I
kid.
know.
Say
Yes,
your
but
piece,
also,
Leia.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm
no,
going to
you're
say right
right.
now, I always thought Zemo was a little bitch for his motivation. To be honest.
I thank you, Brian. I kind of I'm not alone. I did too. Please elaborate if you want to, or if you just made your point. I
I think I've,
totally agree with
I
you.
think it was just that
I got
when I
Yeah.
I,
look at
I
the
got
scene where he's
I got one solution. I'm sorry, Brian, I didn't mean to cut into you. I got one solution for Zemo.
Yeah,
Oh, boo hoo hoo! A
yeah.
freaking island dropped on my family. That has no excuse for you to be screwing up the heroes like you're doing now.
I was
Mhm.
just about to say that actually, because I'm looking at this guy going, "They didn't care about my family." Bitch, cry me a freaking river, okay? Yeah,
Freaking people
good
lost their
lord.
lives in freaking New York against the Shatari, even though we didn't
Oh,
see them.
oh yeah, it's like out of thousands
Yeah.
of people who lost their family, you're the one that goes and makes a big stink about it. Get over yourself.
Mhm.
Well, I
when
mean, okay,
they,
as far as the
that's
development
okay.
of the villain, because I hear a lot of just like blind bashing here, which is fine. I mean, we can bash the MCU all we
Oh,
want till the day is
trooper.
blue. But the thing is, I mean, that's how you develop a villain. They need to have a backstory. The only problem is in the execution of the villain now, because again, now we have the intersectional male villain and also the intersectional female villain. Now the intersectional male villain is more or less visually you can tell he's going to be the bad guy in the film. The intersectional female villain is really not. And what we're seeing intersectional female villains like Tila and Andra propping up uh, what more or less will be these franchises going forward. The other thing that we're also seeing is like intersectional female villains more or less pose themselves to be as a friend or close friend or your kin, which eventually will ultimately depose you or dethrone you, if you will, because that's
Well,
ultimately what they're doing. It's
and not just
ultimately
that, it's
trying to
that
quote
they're
unquote dethrone.
justified in
Right.
that it's like they're justified in that dethroning
Well,
because
yeah, and the
women
and the,
because
and the thing is,
women can't be bad guys.
well, it's
Right.
not even well, it's not even about women anymore. It's about literally the intersectional female villain taking on masculine traits or taking on the masculine themselves, thereby rejecting feminism because feminism now is an anathema to the intersectional feminist.
Well, and
Yeah.
that's another thing that I got, and that's the problem that we're having here is that they are um, saying that it's the message that's more important than the actions that they took. And
Yeah.
that's no, they still. I mean, it's like a He-Man. Evil Lynn is suddenly a good guy, and I'm like, Evil Lynn did a lot of terrible and evil things. Why didn't she go to jail?
It's even in her
Well, with
name,
her, honestly,
Evil
with
Lynn.
her, it's. I hate to say it, it's the intersectional, and you got to look at it this way. If Tila and Andra are basically your intersectional female villains, then you also by default have an intersectional female hero, which means that your intersectional female hero literally starts off as a villain and then literally goes into a redemption arc. And suddenly all her sins have been forgiven because she has since more or less. And this is the weird part of it because again, it's almost like it's their religion, and it is rejecting God, but in the sense of, okay, so now Tila now must redeem herself for all the sins she's caused, and now she, with her, hands soiled in blood, must seek approval from the collective in order to be redeemed. No
Yeah, yeah,
longer
that's
looking to a
another thing
higher
that I.
power.
That's the
Like
one thing I
again,
found hilarious is that everybody needs to tell her that she's cool, that
well,
she's
yeah,
awesome,
that's how she
or
finds
that.
Told,
redemption.
not
She finds
shown.
redemption through the collective. She finds
Hmm.
Mhm.
redemption through the social group or through her peer group
And they
versus
think
through a
that
higher
they think
power.
that's the thing, a subjective good over an
Well,
objective
again,
good.
I mean, again, this is all sheer atheism. I mean,
Hmm.
you literally you're taking one thing out and it's being filled by something else. And in this case, it's the human collective. It's no longer anything spiritual or celestial. So,
I take no offense to that.
but I mean, we kind of saw it in King of Monsters as well. I mean, but yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's
Yeah,
very
but
interesting.
to
It,
their
it
respect, she died at the end.
well, I mean, again, it's telling an intersectional feminist story. I mean, again, she was always evil. In this case, it was a little off-putting because you don't. I mean, the distraction or the red herring at the very beginning is that she is a loving mother, which we know that not to be true towards the middle of the story. So right at the beginning of the story, you're not told, okay, she's the bad guy. So
Melissa, be more creative if you want to label the villains.
And
Be more creative.
Yeah.
But yeah, again,
Um,
it's like if the message is more important, then all is forgiven, and that's a dangerous
Well,
Yeah.
that's a dangerous thing to
well,
go out
here's the
there and
thing.
do.
It's really weird because the way Legendary Pictures and the way Toho told this story about Dr. Emma Russell, like she is the inner. I mean, I can't really say she follows a hero arc. She because she is the villain of the film. I mean, she really is. So like, well,
No, she's a
let's all
fallen. It's
no,
basic.
no, no. Let me finish.
Charles Dance is the bad
Here's the
guy.
thing. Here's the thing. Godzilla, King of Monsters, technically is a very messianic film.
Yeah.
Which I totally gravitate to. But in her feminist storyline, the only way she finds redemption is by recognizing the patriarch or recognizing the king, thereby recognizing God, thereby um, acknowledging his existence. And that's how she technically finds redemption, but she ultimately does not get that type of redemption story arc where we see her again and she's suddenly good. It's like we know that her inevitable fate is to be destroyed by the radiation. But
Well, yeah, and what
it's
she
one of
did
the
though was out of
it's
personal.
it's that whole I believe, suddenly I believe, hail to the king, if you will.
Well, another
Because I
thing too
mean,
is she wanted to kill Godzilla. That's what she wanted to do.
well,
She
yeah,
wanted to
because I mean,
kill.
as an intersectional feminist villain, if you will, I mean, her story was all about quote unquote bringing balance to the world, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my god, I'm like,
Well,
so
no, that's the
so it's
self delusion. That's the
Doctor.
self delusion.
Well,
That's the self
it's
delusion.
Dr. Karen Evil is what it is. It's Dr. Karen Evil, but I mean, she can't truly be evil because in an intersectional world, there is no such thing as evil, just
No,
misguided
bitch is evil.
understanding of ethics and devoid of morals. So,
Yeah,
she's going to
and
bring
that's the
balance
pro.
to the world
And back to
by
what you were
away.
saying, and back
Yeah.
to what you were saying, Trooper. Sorry, just to add to what you're saying, that she is not evil, that she is in some way a victim, and anybody who does not
Well,
think that
I
way.
don't
Hey,
necessarily think
Fiona.
that that's what the story shows. I mean, it tries to more or less portray her as being a fly on the wall. So yeah, I could see that as, oh, she's a victim. But I mean, it to me, she did not come across as a victim. She
No,
came across to me
No.
as someone that needed to go ahead and exert her masculinity upon the world, just as Kidora was doing
her
that with
will.
the other Titans, because
Hmm.
Kidora was going to go ahead and shape the world in his image. So was Dr. Emma Russell as well. You got to remember, these intersectional feminist characters reject femininity and take on the mantle of man. So I mean,
Mhm.
it's weird when we talk about these females taking on the mantle of masculinity, but that's what it is because she also wanted to reshape the world in her image, if you will, which is kind of weird because I should say in his image because
Hmm.
because that would normally would be a
I'm not gonna
traditionalist
say, yeah,
thing.
I'm not gonna say he because I'm not even gonna normalize that type of
Well,
thing.
that's what I'm getting at. We're getting into this he, him, they, them that they're playing with, and I'm
Is
not gonna
God a
play
he
word
or
salad. I
is
mean,
he a
I'm not gonna play
she?
word salad, but I mean, essentially that's a story arc that I'm trying to convey here. So I mean, in its own way, they find a way to tell a story around this weird, twisted intersectionality that does work, and I could see why people really didn't understand it because it's kind of abstract. But I mean, if you know intersectionality and you can point it out the moment you see it, then it all makes sense. So
Mhm.
Well,
um, go ahead, Skinny.
no. Go ahead. I pretty much said, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then I got to get back to the Zemo because I had to step out a bit because my phone was ringing. About when I mentioned up and I brought up Zemo, and that I do agree with
right.
Brian and with Commander that yeah, cry me a river, boo-hoo you, like you weren't your only reason for you to be. I thought Zemo was going to be a maniacal, evil warlord that found the Avengers to be an enemy of his enemy or something, or like in the Avengers cartoon, or Avengers Assemble, or Avengers, whatever which one it was,
Hmm.
where if I'm correct, and I looked up on him, he was disfigured by Captain America or his face. That's why he wore a mask because of his
This is
face or
for dropping the
something.
building on me.
Yeah, and so he was part of Hydra, but okay, I
Fiona, you
like
want in
that
on this
Zemo.
action? By the
Hmm?
way,
What?
I was asking Fiona Wolf in the chat.
Oh,
You want in on
so
this action?
In other words, do you want to come on the panel and talk with us?
oh, the more the merrier.
And and, and,
So,
and we'll have a sixth ranger add in, and she was female. Not kidding.
Nothing wrong with that.
Intersectional
but
feminist wolf commander.
it was Commander. Yeah.
Am I so fabulous and stunning and brave?
Mhm.
Yes,
No.
you are.
I'm
Well,
just
that's
kidding.
another thing that kind of bugs me about the intersectionality and all of that. What you're saying,
I
Trooper.
knew I was gonna hit a sore spot because it hits
A
a sore
sore
spot with
spot.
me too. And I'm pretty
Well,
sure
I'm
it's
getting
the same thing
I'm getting tired of this
that that
intersectional femininity
that you
because
get
Well,
bent over or bent about Schooner. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing.
because
Well,
they're
because these
Hang
guys
on,
and
guys.
girl,
Where
yeah.
do you want me to shoot the link, Fiona? Because I know you and I we contact each other through Ishi. I don't know where you want me to where you want me to send the link. I'll send you the link though. Just let me know.
The problem
We'll
is
have
that
Fiona
these
with us today for the first time ever. Heck
woo.
yeah! Continue.
Oh yeah.
welcome,
Continue, Schooner.
welcome.
It's that why do they need established content in order to do this? And I'll get to that in a second, but they know that the mainstream audience, if you made a movie that was and characters that were intersectional or woke and stuff like that with original characters and all
I
that stuff,
can answer that question.
nobody would
Keep
go to
going,
see
keep
it.
going.
Nope, nobody would go to see it. And the reason why nobody goes to see it is because everybody kind of already knows that this is gonna that this is gonna suck, and they're not gonna ask. They don't ask those types of questions in their lives. So instead, they decide to grab these already established franchises with a built-in fan
Right,
base,
right.
and they depend on that fan base to promote it while
Come
they
on,
are.
Gypsy child.
Yeah.
And
Or Nura.
yeah, basically that's what I'm saying is that they know that the audience can see through their BS, and they don't care. They just want to push ahead and send their message, their truth, because it's all about me, 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 me.
Their pleasure now is watching the audience. You're right, Scooney. I absolutely agree with you. They know it's garbage, but they're going after these beloved, popular, mostly white or Caucasian males, is because one, they hate them, and two, they hate us for loving them. And the only way for them to find satisfaction in their own lives is to see the pain that we go through when they destroy them. That is the entertainment that they feel. They don't read these comic books or movies. They're not watching this stuff. They just
Right.
love the pleasure of seeing it being tear down. And then I was going to bring up that with this intersectional feminism, when you have a female that is a villain, they now try to portray that female villain as some sort of victim. Maleficent, Cruella, they're a victim of circumstance. They're really not bad. We should give them more pity and sorrow. So they give them these qualities of an evil male villain, but they portray it as something that we should give pity for, instead of giving them the same punishment that everybody else should be getting.
Right.
And then
Right.
they say, but then here's the thing: when they do it for the men, aka Joker, everybody's complaining that Joker, somebody's going to shoot the whole place up and all that kind of thing.
But
Oh,
here's,
yeah.
but
Double
here's the thing.
standards.
Maleficent herself in the Disney film is an intersectional female villain. She's not a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you got to play the intersectionality
Told,
game.
not shown.
Like to them, heroes are villains, and then villains are heroes. So Maleficent in and of herself is a villain. That's why she can be a victim.
So it's a reverse universe.
I mean, you got to remember that they play the label.
Bizarre world.
But no, to answer your question, or rather to answer your point, Schooner, as to why they're taking established canon, because look at how we take our canon. We take our canon as myths, as what's the easiest way for me to kind of convey this point? Okay, so it's pop culture in and of itself is made up a body of intellectual properties. Those intellectual properties act as our myths, act as our legends, act as our gospel, act as our cautionary tales. Therefore, in and of themselves, outside of the Bible, act as a body of messianic stories. Okay, and just like in the and you're saying I don't understand why they can't create their own and you know do their own thing, why they're having to take these things that are already established.
Maybe I can
And
answer.
I'll answer that by and it's very easy if you follow their line of thinking, because maybe I mean intersectionality is almost implicitly atheistic, and the religion in and of itself is the intersectionality itself. So I mean, in the book of Genesis 1, it's like, you know, before the world there was nothing, and then there was the word. So there was the word. So the myths, the legends, the body of work are quote now the word. So that's why they're starting there. They do not know how to create outside of their own orthodoxy. So
And that's basically the whole, and that's really what it is. This is just a simple little pissing contest. I can't do what this person does, and somehow this person is rubbing it in my face and hurting me in some pseudo, weird way. They're out to get me or something like that, and I need to tear it down. It's this whole postmodernist thing.
Yeah,
Brian, I agree with Brian. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
I was going to
Go
say
ahead.
that yeah, they look like Trooper was saying they latch onto it because they can't create anything on their own, so they use these. They just want the name so that they can just tie their own stupid fanfic tier level ideas to it and try to get popularity that way. But it never works.
Oh, I agree 100%. Look at them now. Look at the people that are writing this stuff that think they are gods.
Yeah,
It's very clear. The idiot dumbnuts that wrote Loki or WandaVision said they never read the comic, they never looked at it, but they feel that they are stunning and brave and smart and should be worshipped because of how they wrote the female and grief and giving her
yeah.
power.
It's not
The
even a
woman that
good
wrote
female character either. It's just
Put it
some.
like this.
no,
Going
no.
by what put it like this. Going by what Leia just said just now.
Mhm.
She just tried to, she basically just said they don't know anything about the character. So here's what they do when we here's what they do, especially when you when you go into to that mindset, right? When you go into that
Right,
mindset of they they never heard the character, never read the comics, right? Even seeing Grace bringing up the fact that they don't even know how sorry, man, Iceman's powers work, right? So when we talk about them creating something like when when you demand that they create something, right?
right,
So instead of them just writing the show proper about the character that they're supposed to be writing, that they don't have no idea how their powers works or what their motivation is or what kind of character they are, let alone do the research on it, they create another character that overshadows this one.
right.
Half the time it's the character that represents them, which
mhm.
means to say that they are telling you that they are better than the character that they're supposed to be writing for a said show that has their
Oh yeah,
name as the title, mind
oh
you.
yeah,
And they
oh
need
Or
yeah.
if it's
everybody
or
behind them. And they're
Right,
so
right.
pathetic because they
Yeah.
need everybody to tell them it's okay for you to be bad. It's okay.
Yeah.
That's probably what
Yes.
another thing that I found hilarious about, for a time at least, and I still think even today with Rick and Morty. I mean, it's
Hmm.
just the whole show is one big excuse to be an asshole,
hmm
Yep.
and that.
going by
Go ahead, go ahead.
replacement Negro and white man can't jump. If that character happened to be the person that you are of the same race and skin color, then now you all for it. But
But that's
apparently,
the thing.
I guess when it comes to the Loki riders, if the Loki rider is a female, hang on, Schooner, if the Loki rider is a female, I guess she can't relate to a dude unless
Hmm.
he's bisexual. Yeah, they made him
Yeah,
bisexual
yeah.
in that show, which
Hmm.
he never showed an interest of women at all. Speaking of
No.
Mm-mm.
which, there's never a point where okay, you got him masquerading as the All Father, but like, rarely have you ever seen any concubines hanging about. around
Nope.
him
Nope.
at all.
Right.
There's even a moment where even where he's around Valkyrie. Now I'm not trying to gay fish here or anything or queer fish, but it seems to me that Loki was in love with was obviously so in love with himself
There it
to
was.
really
Yeah,
to
that's what
really
I
Well,
thought.
that
recognize.
would also explain why they
Yeah.
made himself a love interest to himself.
That's
Because
funny.
female
Yeah, that's right.
Loki is in the because female Loki's in the show, and the two of them are clearly hitting it off really well.
Oh yeah, you can see that clearly.
By force, child.
Mm-hmm.
By
Yep.
force.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she. Oh, okay. I would say she.
No, no, no,
Okay,
no,
that's
no,
fine.
no, 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 no. No, no,
Okay.
no, 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 no. Warning, warning, danger, Will Robinson, danger. I need to lay out the
Okay.
facts real quick. He
All
did
right.
he ain't bisexual by choice. Alright?
No.
He
Okay.
got fucked by a damn horse. A
Mm-hmm.
male horse when he
Yep.
was disguised as a horse. He
Yep.
got
Oh yeah.
raped. He got prison raped as a
Oh
horse
yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
In the
but
and
mythology.
gave birth to another horse.
Mm-hmm.
He
yeah,
he ain't bisexual by choice. He ain't born that way.
he
No.
got raped by
In
a
the
horse.
mythology, yes, because in mythology he was a shapeshifter and he could take anybody's form and animal form as
hate to
well.
burst your hate to burst your bubble on that one, child. If you believe wholeheartedly that he was bisexual by choice in the mythology. Let's not be around the bush there. He was bisexual by force. If he did like it in the end.
Well, in the comic, if
There
he
is no
in
God
the
like
end,
home.
yes, haha. Well, with Loki in the comic, I don't think he ever really had a love interest because, like you just said, he was in love with his own self, so he didn't care, you know.
If you take
So
into account what's her name?
if I'm missing, I'm forgetting
The
because I don't know all of
Enchantress.
the stories. Maybe a little
Um
flirt. Lilith. I forgot her name.
no, not
Lily.
Lilith. Not
Oh,
Lily.
Hmm.
okay.
Just
You got
call her the Enchantress.
Leia, you got to think Norse. You got to think Norse.
Okay.
There ain't no Lilith in Norse mythology.
I thought there was another character, I guess, from the Marvel comics that was was that enchant a witch or something?
Yes, but
Uh,
that's not her.
okay, I'm getting it mixed up. No problem. Got it mixed up there. Loki's mythology I don't know too very well. So if I am missing something, it's okay to jump in and tell me that that's not what it is.
Yeah,
But to
hang on.
me,
Let me look her up real quick. I'll give you the proper name.
Hmm.
guys, uh she
Amora. Her name is Amora.
Amora, okay. He to people we really didn't have him to give a speech and declare I am bisexual. There was no reason to do that. We could have figured out our own. But the writer felt that she was it was her goal. She said in an
Keep
interview,
it
my
vague enough so where you can actually don't need to pick and choose. You can just imagine it.
imagine
That's
you
the
can put
whole
two and two together.
that's the whole point of imagination. You like if you say it, but canonically you know the character is straight, but there are times you want to see them as gay, whatever. Even there's a lot of people that still read too much into Goose and Tom Cruise character, Maverick, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But everybody know canonically Maverick is straight.
Very.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also, but we all know what happens to Goose in that movie. So you're still left to wonder, right?
Well, and
That's the
that's the
whole
thing.
point.
Why is it now we're asking these questions when back then they didn't even ask those questions? Because that didn't matter. They didn't care. And today it's like I need to shine a spotlight on it in
Well,
order to
because
win.
that's
In order
the
to win virtue
intersectionality
points.
works. It's not
Yeah.
meant to actually make a point as much as quote unquote
Win a
start a
point.
conversation.
It doesn't even start a conversation. It's not
Yeah,
even
well,
about
it
making
doesn't.
a
But
point.
again,
It's about winning a point. It's about
again,
winning a
it's
point.
all about it's again it's this weird falsity. So when I say start a conversation, it really means, so are you gay? Are you bisexual? It's one of these things to more or less put you in the spot to see if you are in line with
So
or
are you
without
racist?
uh,
Hmm.
if you are in line with their orthodoxy, which basically means you have to have this exaggerated quality of agreeableness to be considered part of the in group.
Well, and that's
It
another
doesn't
thing
really
too,
have a
is
real
that
rationale to it as much as the way I would put it, the philosophy of
Oh,
feeling.
hey, Bacon.
So
to have, see, they say they want to have a conversation. Well, how is it a conversation when they're literally dictating the entire
well,
conversation?
we're
Hmm.
rational. We're rational individuals, and we're also very strong, minded males, which is the complete antithesis of what it is to quote unquote be an intersectional male. So that's again to quote pose the question means to answer no, I'm not, or yes, I am. Oh well, if you're not, I don't want to talk to you. That's it. That's all it is. Conversation to them means uh, more or less answer my question. That's all it is. It's a very weird, like it's all these influences from social media, from
That's cool.
it's
You
like
know, it's interesting. Amora
it,
dresses particularly modest for a sexy female.
Mm-hmm.
Did we lose somebody?
We lost
well, you look,
Schooner.
Oh shit, he'll be
but
back.
Get back
it's
in
a
there,
weird
buddy.
confluence of like social platforms now more or less dictating uh, a line of thinking or a stream of consciousness thinking that has more or less been influenced by the universities, and the fact that in the early 2000s it took off in all these social platforms, it's then now created this weird amalgamation of an attention complex of spotlight on me, if you will. But
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
when we do give them the
Always in the
attention, it's
limelight.
not about driving a point as much as look at me, I'm a hero because I say so. It's more of a it's more what's the word I'm looking for? It's a it's a virtue by approval. Like
As
again,
opposed to
you're
virtue by
seeking
action.
validation from the group. You're not actually seeking to prove yourself as an individual. You're not seeking to have good works, if you will, in a biblical, term, if you will, or in biblical,
Yeah,
doing good acts. It's now I'm a good person because I tell you. It's the easiest way for me to explain, and it's weird, and
Fiona, if
it
you're
doesn't
still in
make
the chat,
sense
let me
unless
know.
you're in it. So
Something wrong with your connection there, Schooner?
I think so. Yeah.
Uh, we we're struck with a plague way more than the plague that we're dealing with right now. It's the internet plague, the connection
Yep.
plague. The connection drought has begun. Everybody, prepare
It
yourselves.
has begun.
well,
Winter has
Halloween
come at last.
told you pretty much told you where that's all like coming from. So
Yeah, we know.
yeah, so once we opened our infrastructure to foreign entities, I mean that's what's going on now. So
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah, Fiona, raise your hand if you're still in there, because like I said, I would like to have her in the panel because she has some interesting things to say, with a
Oh
bit
yeah.
of a dash of humor. You'll like her, Trooper.
hmm
I know I like her.
No, I'm not asking for Trooper's validation here in the chat. I just like to rag on Trooper for funsies. He loves me.
hmm like I don't know what you expect me to
Oh, by the
say,
way,
but yeah, sure,
Deanna, what
yeah,
social media are you on so Wolfie can send you the link?
Yeah, because I'm like looking all over to see if you contacted me.
right.
Continue what you guys are saying. Who wants to take the spotlight?
Well,
We're
Schooner
talking
got
about
cut off,
narcissism.
so I mean, I was going on about it's intersectionality has been this weird confluence of social media with queer theory, feminist theory, which has turned into like this weird like look at me
Make
culture
believe theories, as I like to call them.
where you really can't validate or make a point because it's devoid of intellectual thought. You don't have to have any intellectual thought to be a part of it now. So it doesn't need to make sense anymore. It's irrational because that is the counterculture to being a
Mhm.
rational-minded person. Is the best way for me to put it. Like I said, it's literally like it's the papacy or papacy, I should say, of
Yeah.
feelings and virtue
It's more
and
than a
virtue by validation of
feeling,
others.
more than a
So
feeling.
it's the participation award on steroids is what it is. So, but Schooner, if you want to add something, go ahead. I mean, if your internet's not being weird or anything like that.
Yeah, it's what you're saying about both intersectionality, but I
Oh,
think
he's in the background now. I'll say you
You sound like you're
you're in
far
the
away there,
background now.
man.
I sound far away.
Yep.
You sound clear, but I'm saying you sound like you're in a you're in space void.
I am in the void.
If I send you the link, I hope I found you.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to make an adjustment. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. No worries, dude. Do what you got to do.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean that's kind of where we're at. I mean, as far as like villains, I mean, really the only thing I was looking to touch on today was in order to create a villain, you have to have motivation and you have to figure out what that is. And then you have to
Mhm.
go ahead and layer it with characteristics that would correspond to that motivation. And then what is their ultimate goal?
Mhm.
So, I mean, the ultimate goal is always to undo the hero or to, again, gain control of others through fealty. What that looks like normally tends to be tyrannical control. Normally, the typical types of hero, or rather villains, tend to be like some of the traits I had listed off before, which, typically have always been, the traitor or the head of the house, whether it be the patriarch or the matriarch, if you will, um, in terms of like Game of Thrones or tyrants. And we've had tyrants in real life. So I mean, we've seen Xerxes, we've seen Nero. They can also be outcasts, and usually the reason they become the villain is because their ideology is antithetical to the group. So I mean,
Mhm.
in this case, now in 2021, anyone who has rational thought is now an outcast, thereby being a villain. And of course, the devil is always going to be the villain, if you will. Doesn't we're not necessarily talking about the Bible, but in terms of story, it is that which is bad and devoid of good. You cannot have evil and good occupy the same space because, again, they're very opposite. So, but I mean, that's what I was going to talk about, and I was going to talk about Tila and Andra being intersectional female villains. In terms of uh, Prince Adam dies, and then of course the revelation that he is He-Man, or rather the when we look at Prince Adam, we're looking at, say, the archetype male who then ascends and becomes, quote, He-Man, and she feels, quote, very betrayed because she did not know these things. But as a villain, you will not know everything, and you're not always privy to everything because a villain more or less has to scheme that information. In this case, she's
Pump the
not a
brakes,
very good
Big
villain.
Trooper.
Huh?
Pump the brakes real quick. Wow. Okay. All right. So, for the first time as a guest on our panel, we have Fiona Wolf. Now, Fiona has been we've been in talks many times here and there on Ishi Stream many times, and she's also been here as part of the chat as well here and there whenever she gets a chance. So, say hello, Fiona.
Hello, I'm not stuck at work today, thank God.
Yay!
Hey, Fiona.
Hello. While everyone's talking about skin suits on Twitter and how nostalgia is going down the drain, it's like, here's some indies! Guys, go look at some indies!
She's been doing
Please!
her. She's been doing God's work, providing us the alternatives.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, I get that everybody wants like to have that shared cultural touchstone to talk about things, but
Oh my
all
god,
these other,
yeah. These people,
yeah.
like, literally, they're reading about pop culture, like, literally, like, deteriorating
Pop
in front of
culture
them.
has
And
been
look,
ruined.
it's like, look, there's other stuff. So I know
Get
what you're
off
Oh
your
saying,
yeah.
get off your ass and go find it, you hipster.
because I
Yep.
was
I,
looking at
Broaden your
seeing
horizon.
stuff in mountains, but I mean, it looks like I'm gonna have to do it all digital, like if I really want it, because issue 3 is out of print, and I'm like, dang it! I'm like, I don't want to pay $45 to go ahead and support issue 5. I don't know if you've been following on MeWe. Here, I'll show you. I'll send you the link. But
oh,
that's been what I'm doing.
I've tried to create a MeWe, but the thing is, I'm trying to also keep things going on Minds and Gab and Bird Side of Hell, and it's just like, oh god, there's
Yeah,
only
no,
so much I could do as one person.
yeah, like
Mhm.
you'll have to, you'll have to kind of like pick your battles on that one because there's so many platforms, or I should say, all platforms right now. But let's see.
Oh
So
look, MeWe's offering me 30 days free of whatever MeWe
Skip.
Premium is.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you'll just at the very bottom is where it says skip trial. Go ahead and
Yeah.
just hit
It's
I
that.
like,
always
no,
skip it
I
whenever I
don't feel
get
like
it.
it. And I don't feel like adding groups and stuff right now. No.
Yeah,
Bleh.
I'm like,
you
I'm
can skip
like,
all that.
whenever time that happens, I'm like, I'll do it when I fucking feel like it.
So I mean, that's what I've been looking at right now in private chat. I've been looking at Voyage Comics. So
Sounds cool.
they're pretty cool. I mean, if you look at the guys at the very bottom, I mean, you can tell that they are putting religion in, or rather, I should say, they're telling messianic stories.
Real quick,
Yes.
bacon. It's Kevin from Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Oh, no, no. Last time I was eating hot dogs when I got back because the alarm system wouldn't set properly. So I saved my coworker and the long line of waiting on the phone to deactivate junk and be like, hey, shift supervisor, pretend you're trying to log in, for the alarm system and then disable it. And it's like, yes, it worked by osmosis of being at retail hell for 7 years. And we got out 20 minutes late. 20 minutes
Oh,
I didn't want
wow.
to get paid for.
Of course.
We'll have to do a work stream one of these days. Talk about how shit work can be sometimes, even though we enjoy our work.
Well, no. See, writing to me is fun. Like retail is
Yeah.
just that. Then there's
Yeah, retail is just retail.
That's what I'm
bro.
talking about. Our day jobs.
Yep.
Yay!
But as far as like the whole villain thing, it's like no, the villains are there to showcase just how wretched some people are. You're not supposed to really sympathize with them. You're not supposed to emulate them. You're supposed to boo hiss at them.
Yep. Just like heels in wrestling.
More or less, or I mean, they're also a plot device for the development of the hero too. I mean, it's meant to like literally like thrust.
Be a
it-
contrast.
Yeah,
But a
it
lot of
is, it is.
postmodern doesn't know what contrast
No,
is
it does
anymore.
not. No, it does not. It's become so myopic because like postmodernism is so nihilistic in the fact that it's very absorbed, in self-involved. Like there's nothing outside of that bubble.
Yeah. Solipsism, as Sound Engraver would call it.
Let's see, where the heck was it? Because Unqualified Comics was covering another like French comic, Thorgal,
Right.
and
Mm.
you can have dark themes, but still have the character be a decent person that understands between between good and what's right and wrong.
Oh, my character is guts on that front.
Yeah.
Nice
I'm
to
gonna
meet
say
you, Fiona Wolf. I'm sorry.
Hello.
I didn't get a chance to say hello. I had to step away for a minute.
No,
But
it's
hello.
okay.
Mm-mm.
Yes, half the time I'm usually scarfing down something if I manage to get near EC streams on time, but yesterday was particularly like, why?
Oh, I was there for that one.
Eh?
I can't believe Romando did that for us, for both me and Fiona. I'll have to show you guys the back watch on that one. That was actually pretty interesting because that took me by surprise. I was nearly tearing up. Were you tearing up that time, Fiona?
Yeah, I try, but most of my way my work schedule is, it's like everybody streams when I'm pretty much at work.
Everybody streams. Everybody streams.
Well, are you on
Yep.
avocado time, or are you like on the East
I'm
Florida.
on Florida time, so that's Eastern.
Coast, man?
Oh yeah. So
That
yeah, I'm in
sucks.
the same
Everyone
boat.
literally is on East Coast. Like, I kid you not.
Yep. I'm a Jersey Shore boy here.
I'm in
East
Michigan,
side,
so.
west side.
I guess
Oh, man.
I'm in
Standard
Pussy,
time.
California, as I like to call it.
Eastern Standard Time. I should clarify myself because people usually don't tend to.
The land of the pussies. And I'm no
I
pussy.
mean, the only reason why I can get to
yeah,
some of
that would be
Asian
California
is because
for
their
sure.
time difference.
Mhm.
Yeah, East Side.
I'm the Great Lakes state.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Land of Whitmer.
yeah.
Land
Yeah.
of Whitmer.
Yes, the land of Whitmer. Yes.
I
yeah.
love how the triple letter agencies had to go ahead and set up an op to make her look like a virtuous, like, she dragon. I'm like, dude, I'm like, Satan is Satan. You can't dress up Satan in a dress and call it good. You really can't. I mean, you can in
Listen
film.
to us
I mean, we've
fucking
done it
ragging
before. I
on
mean, it's called
real
Death
villains in
of
real
Hunger,
life
but,
now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was about to ask, where did we leave off at? When we were, because I know
Fiona was leading the charge, so Fiona,
Yeah.
if you want to
okay.
continue elaborating, continue.
Yeah, she can
Ah.
continue.
The elaboration? Well, most times when you have a villain, they usually have to, poke the hero's various sticks.
Hmm.
To be a proper contrast, they have to be the very antithesis of the hero. So if you're making the hero just like the villain, then there's no truly any good hero to follow. That's
Yeah.
the reason why
Right.
I can't even name too much stuff in westernized, even modern stuff nowadays. I can't name too many flat arc aspirational or even dynamic arc aspirational
Yeah.
because they're all
Right.
getting deconstruction and made into
It's
skin
all
suits.
intersectional, right? And
Yeah.
it's real weird because you end up having to go into like this long dialogue trying to explain to people what you're trying to say because people won't understand it from the very beginning.
Whenever
because
time I hear, sorry,
intersectionality does not
hang
have any
on,
real
sorry.
like logic to it.
just a quick interruption. Whenever time I hear intersectional, I keep thinking intersect, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Which is when you intersect, you are basically being connected, right? By an intersection, right?
Right.
Think of it like the intersection in the highway or no, not highway.
On
You know,
the
you're
Anchorage
driving into
Information Highway. Yay.
yeah. Like you meet at an intersection, right?
Right.
So that means we meet at a crossroads, if you will, or at least a quad road, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as where I'm going with this is that you got four people on four corners of each side intersecting to one another. So when they talk about intersectionality, where the fuck does this all connect to? Because
How do you not understand this? I've been
Basically, comes next to that.
It's this has been explained before. It's super easy. It's
Finally.
it is.
Yes.
I think I can
Is
answer
it?
that. I think
Yes.
it's
It
the idea that
absolutely
everybody's
is. It
oppression intersects with
absolutely
one another.
is.
And the only one
Pretty
who
much.
and the
Yes.
only ones who are not oppressed are the
white
white
people.
white heterosexual males.
Then
And
it's not
hello there, Fiona
Mhm.
Wolf. Welcome. Glad you can
All
join
right,
us.
Yes.
I put that thing in private chat. Hopefully, it makes a little bit more sense. Basically, if you think of circles upon circles upon circles upon circles, and they all tend to literally more or less cross over in the middle, or they all tend to intersect in one way, shape, or form. That is intersectionality. Again,
You know what intersectionality is? It's a spiral.
Well, what
That's
it
all
is,
that is.
The race to the bottom.
Wait a minute, hang on. So you got all this shit all in one bubble, and it goes into intersectionality. So wait a minute, we should not be hating each other, right? But somehow they're teaching us to hate. Go ahead, finish your fucking point, whatever that is.
This all started with the creation of gender studies. Liberals have just taken it to the extreme because you got to remember.
This is the shit he shared with us.
We were talking about the
go.
20s and 30s.
Make of that what
we
you
weren't
will.
really talking about gender studies in the institutions. I mean, gender studies has only been fairly recent since the industrial era.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, they just took a bunch of women and they're like, "Hey, create a gender studies department." Like there weren't any PhDs in this field, so they literally had to more or less figure out, well, what does being a woman mean other than not being a thought, if you will. So
I think that's
or in their
another
case, a baby carrying machine.
Well, I mean,
Don't get me started on that.
Well, that's the
But
thing.
funny
That's
how
the
it
thing that-
break people down to like, here's our organs and what they do. It's like,
right?
how tolerant of
Congra-
you.
I'm
Wow.
like,
Right.
congratulations, you
Over it.
studied anatomy in the most basics of form, which is
Right.
You think the organs are basically just fucking Tetris blocks. Congratulations.
Actually,
Yep.
here, this one is a little better. This one should be a little better.
Well,
They're
the thing
wrong.
is,
Let's see.
the thing that I find interesting about the what was it gender studies, especially now with intersectionality, they're not even celebrating being who they are. It's just a mourning
it
of what
complete.
of
Well,
who they
you
are.
can't. Again, you can't put a spotlight on this stuff. You can only participate. This is how
Super rated
this is how
incomplete.
it works.
The
So
LinkedIn incomplete.
here,
Well,
I'll
so
put it again.
Yeah.
to go
Page not
stay in the lines of what
found.
you guys were saying, um, again, that's why I like what Fiona said, that it's hard for her to even find what a villain is, because they have sort of put villainy on some sort of pedal. When I went in last time when I talked about that god
You know what?
awful, I am not Starfire. Blah.
Oh, good
I'm not
lord.
Starfire crap garbage. That girl is a villain in my eyes, but to the writer, she sees her as a hero. But she's not a
Mhm.
hero.
Well, that's
She
not
is
that's
an
not a character
She's
for
the villain
Starfire. That's her.
because she's the villain, but again, I mean, it's a
Well,
confluence of words.
It's not a child Starfire.
well,
That's her.
they're treating good and
Yes.
evil as if they're just political parties, basically.
No, they're
There you
treating
go.
good and evil as polar opposites. As evil is good and good is evil. That's how they're treating it. I mean, yeah,
Well,
But
we can inject politics into it because that is one of the main drivers of it. But at the very end of the day, like, I mean, you divorce yourself from the politic. It literally is secularism, is what it is. Again,
Well,
it's a
and
rejection of the religious institution.
where you are in this hierarchy, it depends on how many how many victim points you have.
Well, yeah, it just gives you more access if you have more cards. So.
Mhm.
Meal ticket, if you like to
Which
call it.
really makes me
Yeah.
wonder
Child, I
how.
believe you.
Do you know
Oh,
what's really going to be said? So many people are going to be out of work if white heterosexual males just disappear. I'm just worried about this huge economic depression. I weep for all of the jobs. So many people are going to be out of work.
Yep. Yeah.
but you were trying to
Oh.
make a point, Fiona?
Yas. What's up?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, my turn. I have to look outside of America to find aspirational superheroes,
Yeah.
and they're not even in the right genre either. You know, Jonathan Joestar from the the whole setup there, because I like Phantom Blood. I honestly like, because he is the quintessential flat arc aspirational character. He doesn't have to change. The world doesn't change him. He changes the world.
Mhm.
You know, and
Mm.
then there's like Ken from Fist of the North Star.
I was just about to say that is another good one.
Yeah, and
Right.
even
Nani?
from Vampire Hunter D. D himself is fairly aspirational considering the society and landscape he's going through, kind of like what Ken does.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
that makes the contrast for this hero being, you know, very heroic in such a bad, downtrodden setting. It makes it stand out even more.
Right.
But American stuff doesn't have that anymore because they're constantly breaking down everything, and it's just like, that's the reason why I hardly give the skin suits the time of day, other than to say, like, you're just feeding into them. If you still like the old stuff, buy the old stuff second and third hand.
Yeah.
Help
Thank
out
you.
the backlog at your local
Thank
hobby
you.
shop.
Thank
That's
you.
what I've been doing with all the video games I've been playing. I'm just buying up the classic ones because, again, the newer ones don't have the kind of heroes that you talk about there, Fiona. Am I
For
wrong?
myself, I've been just watching. I have no problem watching my classic films. And when I'm in classic, I mean, 70s, 80s, even early 90s, early 2000s, the first three phases of Marvel, when you knew when you had really great villains. And like she said, she has to look past Western culture, is because this culture is eating up our aspirational heroes in
How
order.
good is that food
out of
tasting right
revenge.
now?
Well, you got to remember, again, this is something that's afflicting first world Western countries. It's not just intellectual properties. It's literally happening in the first world. So when we talk about manga, we're not talking about first world nations. Those are first world Eastern nations. So
Now that since you brought up classical movies, Leia,
Mhm.
I have a quote to give to people, and this is what This is one of the quotes that I love from a particular movie. He
Mhm.
left us. He left us. But
Oh,
that is not what I'm gonna do.
Mhm.
see, you're not going to get that today.
Nope.
You're not going to get Dr. Grant today. You're not going to get a character
You'll be
like that.
lucky if you even get an Ian Malcolm at this point.
Yes, yes. Because some female will come in, and what they will do is they will say,
No, we
"We do
got
need Dr.
Claire
Grant."
and what's his face?
I
Um,
don't even remember
are, you,
anymore.
are we staying in the Jurassic Park
Yeah.
saga? Okay, are
Well,
you
well,
talking
yeah.
about the one with
Owen.
Chris?
His name's Owen.
Oh, with Chris.
Yeah, Claire and Owen, who's
Yeah.
still whose song I play for, I dedicate to them. Make up to break up, that's all we do.
Well, here's the
First
thing.
you love me, then you feed me to a rafter for food. No, I'm kidding. What you gonna say,
Well,
Leia?
I will see the problem with Jurassic World is because Chris
Pratt.
not Pratt, excuse me, I'm gonna say Pine. Pratt was cool, but the woman was not. I did not like her, but I know the writers want to make
Claire.
her
Her name is
Claire.
Claire.
They had no chemistry, first and foremost. I said, I don't believe these together for once. The script is just telling they have no chemistry. And Claire was just unlikable. It's just that this character just doesn't fit into this world. Because I came out a movie saying I don't mind Owen somehow working with the Raptors or somehow controlling the Raptors, but that redhead or that woman, I forgot her name, had to go.
Claire.
Claire. Yeah. You see how much I remembered her. I don't even remember, if I don't remember characters' names, I didn't care for a character. I didn't care for a
I
character.
see.
That woman,
I
yeah.
can thoroughly see that.
And that's see, I don't care for that is Ron Howard's daughter, right?
Yeah,
I don't like
that's
Yeah,
Howard.
any. I don't like any of her movies.
that's
I'm not a
Brad
fan of her.
style.
Yeah,
That's
Bryce Dallas Howard.
yeah.
I'm not a fan of her as an actress because she's been in some other films, and I'm like, oh, give me a break. But they
She
had
was in
no.
Twilight.
I did
Oh
think Bryce
Lord,
Dallas Howard was good in The Village with
Oh yeah,
Joaquin
she was.
Phoenix, Sigourney
remind me.
Weaver.
I'm not gonna lie, she was. So
Remind me
The
who she
blind
was
chick.
again in The
She
Village.
was a blind chick.
She was the blind young lady.
Okay, see how I don't.
Wasn't she also Story in Lady in the Water?
Yes, she was actually. She was Story and Lady in the Water.
I'll give you that. It's okay if you appreciate a performance. It's cool. I'm just
Hey!
saying
I
for
didn't say I
myself.
didn't like the bitch.
No, I was just saying it's good.
That was not a sign of endorsement. I was just telling you where she came from in the M Night movies. Okay,
I
Right.
got, but in Jurassic World, I didn't like her that much because I felt that
she
there was so.
kind of was okay in Fallen Kingdom, kinda, but that's not saying much. Like
Yeah, did you
Owens,
like the whole movie?
well, I'd still enjoy Fallen Kingdom, regardless of what everybody say, even Mauler. But like,
I
Mm-hmm.
loved all of it. So I
yeah,
mean,
I think what really is boiling down to with the Jurassic World movies and where they're lacking specifically is the human factor. They're really lacking the human factor. Whereas the monster, the MonsterVerse has that human factor down pat. Yes, it
well,
lacks in some areas,
here's the thing:
but
they're
it's still
dinosaur
present there.
camp films. They're dinosaur camp films. You can't
Yeah.
intellectualize camp films, and that's
Well,
what
I'm
I
not
see from a
saying
lot of these people.
intellectually.
Oh,
I'm
I don't
saying,
understand it. I don't like this. I don't like that. I'm like, yes, because with
see,
camp
here's what I
films,
was.
it's just meant to be that. It's almost like a kaiju film where you're. I mean, granted, some of the more modern kaiju films like King of Monsters kind of went messianic and went really cool, but no, I mean it's supposed to be raw, smash, smash. That's it. That's it. Or clean up your workstation, which is haha funny because I mean, how many people do you know that have a clean workstation? So, but
Here's what I was hoping for throughout these Jurassic World movies. I was hoping that their dynamic would have been like a a more friendship oriented Evie Hammond and why am I blanking on Will O'Connor, Rick O'Connor. You know,
Oh,
The Mummy. The
Brendan
Mummy.
Fraser and
Yeah.
Brendan
Ra-
Fraser and
Rachel Weisz. Like I don't
Rachel Weisz.
expect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't expect them to be making out at the end of the movie. I just want to have like a good workman relationship in the form of Rick's dynamic with Evie's dynamic in the beginning of The Mummy, where she's like, she's not having none of his shit, but she's still gonna count on him in the end to get things done. Like she trusted him to get the job done. Like everything else she don't like, but like she's gonna treat him like every other employee, which is she expects him to do his job, and more often than not, he does his job.
Yeah,
Right.
that's interesting. Yeah, that's what made the first Mummy film so much fun. Brendan Fraser wasn't an idiot. I mean, he didn't know as much as she did as far as intellectual, but he was not a dummy. He, like you said, he was not.
Well,
an idiot. He knew what he had to do.
Well, there was my rewrite of their dynamic there.
Still love that scene. Still love that scene in the movie where he runs into Benny, and the first thing he says is, "Well, if it isn't my good friend Benny, I think I'll kill you."
Right.
Or he's on the other. I forgot what he said.
And I was hoping
I was
hoping we were gonna get that dynamic. Sorry, Leia. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut into you.
No, go ahead.
I was hoping we were getting that dynamic when she freaking like just straight up just tied up her little mini jacket, right when they're in the middle of that jungle, and he's looking at her like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" It's like, "I'm just getting ready." Yeah, but in them heels, why not? Okay.
Yeah.
He's basically saying that's all right with me. Sprain an ankle, I'm not carrying you.
Yeah, that's basically
And my retort for her would be like, I don't look, if I sprain my ankle, I'll be carrying you. Something like that. Like he'll have that little smile to her, like that whole knowing smile, knowing he can counter her to have his back if something bad happens to him.
Right. And going back to the first Mummy film, I like the ending where everything is collapsing and the pyramid's collapsing, it's all falling down, and then Edie goes back and looks and says, "O'Connor, I can't believe you forgot the book. You left the book." You leave the book, and he's like, "No, we don't have time for that.
Come on, Evie."
Oh no, that was.
She said, "Where's the book? You forgot the book. I can't believe you left."
No. She's like you dropped the book. I can't believe you would drop the book. Come on, Evie.
Yeah.
Earlier
you got
in the movie,
Jonathan.
it was the map. It was.
Yeah.
And then you got Jonathan. He stops for a minute to look at all the treasures. Like, can we just come? Like, no, Jonathan. Look. I dropped whatever it is that I was hoping that. Sorry, go ahead, Leia. Let me stop myself. I'm getting too excited. This monster got me hyper.
No, Scooter.
Well, actually, it's Red Bull this time.
You going to say something?
It was that scene where she was going back and saying, the map, we need the map. And no, he goes, no, relax. I'm the map. It's all up here.
Oh, that's comforting.
And then there's a scene where I guess the boat sank or something, and Benny
it's on fire.
And he says, "Oh, Benny, you're on the other side." I can't remember it.
It looks to me I got all the horses. Hey, Benny, it looks to me you're on the other side of the river.
But see, that's what made that first one. I can see why so much fun and why we enjoyed it, because that was the banter between and the chemistry between all the characters worked, And then, like you said, but Brendan Fraser was not made to look like an idiot.
He was an idiot, but he was a competent idiot.
His character noticed certain things, because they had each character notice certain things and cover each other's blind spots.
Yeah, she was book smarts. He was street smarts.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they made them an actual team. And most movies don't make men and women a team anymore. So that's why I hardly have watched anything from beyond like 2005, really. Mm-hmm. It's because it doesn't entertain me, and I'm not interested. So I'm like, bye, movies.
These days, the only thing you get that dynamic is Power Rangers.
Yeah. Fiona Wolf, I actually have an aspirational hero that is more current. It's Huck. If anybody's read Huck, read Huck. It's a great book. I am a librarian.
Yeah.
I cannot, shoot a gun or punch a person in the face or ride gallantly to the wind, but I can contribute more things to life than just that. And that
Although the
is
second one gave her kind of like the past live thing where she got a little bit of kind of
I
combat
that was,
stuff
that
or
was, that,
something.
that was kind of fun. That was kinda
But
fun.
I did.
Did you like it? Did you?
I do
But
I
count
can
those
live
lesser
I
sequels.
still find it funny that her husband taught her how to punch properly and shoot things.
Yeah. Did you
I like
the
that.
cast-
Yeah, when the kid says, "Whoa, mom, where did you learn that?" That I have no idea. That I learned
I have no idea.
that I
Bunch of
learned from
dude-
your father.
Mhm. At least I gave her a little bit of balance to that.
Yeah, they
In a way.
did. But I like the kid. I like the fact that their child was a brat. I mean,
Yeah.
he was a likable brat. He wasn't a brat like whatever.
Oh,
he
speak
did
nothing
ass
of him
whipping.
when he get older. Fuck that guy.
Forget the third movie. Forget the
Yeah,
third
we don't
movie.
forget-
I only really watched the first two, and I watched the first one even more. You
The
know.
first one is a classic. It will
Mhm.
be a classic, especially now if they keep making movies the way they are. That movie is going to be hailed
Well, a
as one
lot
of the
of
best
these
action
films-
movies.
A lot of
The,
these films are
the second
technically
one
not
felt the second one was
classics.
good, but it fell apart in the second and third act. It started to lose itself in the second one. Second one they
Because-
started off okay, but I think that by the third act the film lost control. That CGI rock and scorpion was the awfulest thing I ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, I got
But-
Can
more,
we
I
also-
got more
can we-
issues than just
Can,
those.
can we also? I even love the fact that Emotep was a legit bad guy, and not just a legit bad guy. He was a force of nature. They're
Mhm.
going up against a near omnipotent being.
Right.
Yep.
Which is right. I agree with you, Scooty, which is why we got the second one. I couldn't decide who is the bad guy. Is the Scorpion
Yeah.
King the bad guy?
It was still Imhotep.
the bad guy.
The
why
Scorpion
did
King
they-
was more like a useful pawn in a
Mhm.
way.
Okay.
He's kinda-
He's
he's
the
the
apocalypse.
He's the
was the
MacGuffin plot.
apocalypse.
He's the MacGuffin. You just got to go. That's always what the whole movie is centered around the Scorpion King. So it's all about getting to the Scorpion King, defeating him, because one of two things can happen. If you kill the Scorpion King, you can either control the army of Anubis, or you can send them all back to the underworld.
Well, beyond the second movie, they changed up the leading lady too, and I don't think that from what I remember in that other one, she didn't bounce off Frasier as well as the first lady did.
No, that's what Rachel
That was in
Weisz
the third one.
Yeah, Rachel Weisz at this time had won an Oscar, so Mummy sequels was beneath her. So she wasn't doing those films anymore.
Well,
They
what
were.
it-
Yes,
well,
they were. Whoop.
She read the script, spat on it, and chuck it and said, "I quit."
I was
Yeah.
the same thing
She won
because I mean, in
an
interviews she
Oscar.
pretty much said that they didn't really give her character much to do, and I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? And then subsequently, I ended up with the film because I bought the 3-movie set and I watched it. I'm like, oh yeah, there's no way. I'm like
Yeah.
the whatever her name is. That's how forgettable the replacement actress is. Literally, she's just there to be there.
Well, see,
Like, I don't know. How to
Cooper,
do it.
I put all of that on the studio. First of all, there was no reason to make a part 3. So it wasn't a reason to make a part 3. Now your leading lady doesn't want to show up. So not that I'm saying the script was garbage, because it was. You're right, Wolf. The script was crap. The way the movie started off was actually good. I liked the Asian storyline, and I wish the film had just stayed with that. But then
Well,
when it
I
got
mean,
into the stuff,
it's what most movie studios go through. They end up with a lot of money, and then
Yeah.
they hire people, and then they have no
I
idea
didn't even like
where
the
they're gonna
plot
put
to
the film,
the Dragon
because
Emperor.
technically a producer's job is not necessarily to go ahead and quote unquote, direct where they're going. That's a director's, job. But
I will give the
Not
movie
the
this.
studio?
It did make China honest though.
it did. But I thought you said you didn't like the third. You didn't like the plot of the third one.
Oh, I didn't. I'm just saying. At least it made China honest.
Because I did not. I
that?
like the concept of a different type of mummy besides an Egyptian mummy. I like the concept, but they just didn't execute it very well. It just felt like it
Well,
was just a mess,
He was operating. If I can't have you, no one else can. Just like China today.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
no, that's a
Pretty
political
much.
motive. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I get it.
I'm just saying. I get she's a freaking sorceress and she's smoking hot. She's freaking Michelle Yeoh for crying out loud. Yeah, but
Mhm.
like,
I don't know
bruh,
about-
you
I don't know
I'm like-
about hot now, but yeah. I mean, in her day,
that's
she was hot.
debatable. But whatever.
Yeah.
But the story, I didn't mind that. I thought the first part of the story, that her story, the witch's story, the Michelle Yeoh's character's story, was good. And
Fallen
I said,
lovers.
yeah, because I like the
Yeah.
idea that he was
Yep.
suspecting to see some evil hag, some evil wicked hag, and when he saw her, she thought she was the most beautiful thing he ever
Man,
saw.
he tried to cock block his friend. You know it.
No, he did. She fell in love. No, he
Look,
saw
look,
her,
look.
and he
That
fell
was
in love. But the
look.
king was
He
not.
broke the bro code.
He was.
That was the breaking of the bro code was the villain motivation at the start, and now he wanted world domination at the end.
You know what? You know
But he
what?
wasn't-
I wouldn't mind seeing a bad guy whose sole motivation was to the hero. You broke the bro code.
Yeah.
You broke bro code.
That'd
You
be
broke
great.
the bro code. And he's like, wait. So I broke the bro code? You're gonna put the whole world? You're gonna put the whole world to hell because I broke the bro code? If you could break the bro code, then there is no need for me to stay the way I am. I'm sending it all down.
Yep.
Bro,
but he
I'm
was
just saying to sum up, that was his that's it. That was his villain motivation right there. Was he broke because somebody broke the bro code, even though the bitch didn't want him.
She technically wasn't his.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, she
I'm like, you broke the like
Pros before
Negro,
pose.
how you gonna do your homeboy like that? You can't be happy for him. You can't be happy for your general.
That's pretty much, what was it? That's like Ninja Turtles. Shredder just
And that's
basically wants
played
to
by
kill
Jet Li of all people. The broest of bros in every movie I've seen him in. Every movie I've seen Jet Li's in, he's always somebody bro.
Yep.
And he a good bro.
Yep.
And you put him in a movie where the villain motivation was he broke the bro code.
Well, he wasn't
And that, if told right, that could be amazing.
I don't look. Yeah, I'm willing to let that slide, but damn it, that was weak how they execute that shit.
Oh yeah.
Because the bro he was in had a compassionate heart. You mean it's up?
Yes.
I'm like that's what kills me. It's like your homeboy is still good. Like I'm still loving your homeboy. You know his homeboy should be at least evil too at some point, and he become good, right? And he opposed his homeboy. I would see that working, but no, this dude was good and good. He was the Jamie Lannister, if you will, of their friendship.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And he set the horses on his ass. Like this motherfucker's still loyal to your ass. He's still loyal. He did everything by the book, per your orders. And the only thing you call him disloyal on is that he got a woman that you wanted that you ain't never gonna have.
Yep.
I'm sorry, rant over.
That's okay.
I love a good rant as much as the next guy.
Me too.
Yeah, he did.
Precisely.
No, look, Fiona.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Fiona. Victoria. Yes, that was his motivation, but it got kick-started because his homeboy married someone he ain't gonna have. He could still rule the damn world. All he had to do was let the bitch live.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, she did live. She escaped.
Yes, she was immortal herself. She did.
Well, actually,
escape.
all he had to do was let his homeboy live.
Yes, he could. He gave him a horrible execution too. It was horrible execution, but he wasn't very nice to her. She was more like a servant to him.
That's what I'm saying. She would
She
would have
was
given
a
it to him had he let his homeboy live. Now
And
look at what happened.
But she was a servant to him, and he only kept her because of the power that she had.
So
And
basically
and
an idiot
she
plot.
knew.
Basically, he should have been Tower Lannister. Like, look, you ain't never gonna marry this broad, but at least she's gonna give you the power willingly. She's like, look, all you have to do is tell her, look, I'll let you go. So long as you give me the power, I'll let you go and live with my homeboy, and you guys can make all kind of babies you want. So just make me immortal. That's all I ask. There is a catch. I don't care. Make me immortal.
The thing is, the idiot ball only really works if you have a heavy comedic element.
Yeah.
Yup.
And that would be Brendan Fraser's character coming in and saying, wait a minute, you're telling me that he broke bro code. That's the whole reason why all of this happened. He broke bro code.
Yep.
And then he'd say, "Well, whatever happened to, I don't know, plenty of fish in the sea? I don't know, maybe, you know, looking beyond, like saying, so all we got to do is just get him a date. Let's get him
I'm
a
just
date."
thinking like, so you basically just rewrote
Yes.
Mim from Scorpion King.
He could have had. He was the emperor. He could have had any woman he wanted.
He had
Free.
concubines,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
but this
Yeah.
concubine was special.
Yeah.
Because of her power.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm saying they
Yeah.
rewrote. I'm saying y'all know who Memnon is, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Scorpion King. They basically rewrote Memnon.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. That's basically. You're right. It is.
I'm
They
hearing
basically redid
crickets.
that.
Yeah.
No.
It's not registered, isn't it?
It is now. I remember. Yes. Now I do.
like remember the plot of Scorpion King is that he had a powerful sorceress
Yes.
that read the future of every outcome, and like I said, like he should have did what Memnon did, let the bitch live, and, and everything will be cool. You know what I'm saying? Stop fucking everything up right now.
Mhm.
If she's happy, you are set. Keep the bride happy, and you will rule the world. That's all you had to do.
But that was the point. I thought the point was, I got you. I agree with you, Wolf, but I thought the point was of his arrogance and his greed is what, or maybe she feared if she gave him this power, he would be more destructive than he already was.
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
I mean, that just didn't make sense.
I'm just saying, like again, the straw that broke. I'm saying they framed it like the straw that broke the camel's back was his homeboy end up marrying her in secret.
Yes, because they were in love. Yeah.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
that was,
Like
yes.
yeah,
Yes,
he's
yeah.
like the lines that he said to him, like you betrayed me. I was like, bitch, she wasn't even yours in the first place.
And he had, that's what I said. I said he's got plenty of concubines to make him happy. So he should why just focus on it? So that whole opening of the third one was no good for you. I actually thought it was the only part I
I'm still
liked.
look. There's a lot that I can hate out that movie, but like what really hate what the only thing I wish that could maintain at least the status quo for me was the O'Connors. And again, the biggest
Yes.
sin that movie ever committed was the fact that they messed up the O'Connor family dynamic.
Yes,
Which
I agree with you.
Mhm.
you made Jonathan a complainer, all talking about how everybody's always how the O'Connors are always attracting money. It's like, bitch, you were with their group in the first movie. You in that shit too.
See, in the
Would have
second film,
made
when
would
he
have
was a
made
little,
it would have made more sense if he was just saying, O'Connell, ever since I met you, and Brendan Fraser would say, he says, ever since I met you, my life has been nothing but misery. Well, it's your own fault, Jonathan. How do you figure? If you hadn't have stolen the map from me, none of this would have happened.
You got a point there.
And
Or
he's
like,
like going, yeah, and he's like going, okay, that's fair.
yeah.
but the biggest sin is pitting the son against the father in that movie. I was like, wait, why are they comparing guns? Are they trying
was-
to like, motherfucker? Why you measure your dick against your daddy? You supposed to be measuring your dick with somebody else. Like your daddy gave you your dick.
Yep.
Now that right there is the basis, wow, for a great third Mummy film. You don't need Brendan Fraser, of course they needed him for star power, but it's his son, so you could set up a new franchise, and you start the movie off with somebody looking for Brendan Fraser, and he says, yeah, but I'm here, and throughout the entire movie, he's being compared to his dad. So Brendan Fraser doesn't even need to show up until probably the end or something. And this is the son coming into his own. That would have been a better idea.
That
Yes.
too, but again, like what really burns me up is that so you're gonna forget that this man risked his life and limb to save your dumb ass in the second movie. All that is completely forgotten. Like
Yep.
you show that man some respect. You would have lost your arm and even your soul had it not been for that man.
And that was another thing.
Don't forget that shit didn't happen.
Exactly. In fact, what I love about the movie is that basically halfway in, he actually saves his son's life. And then towards the third act, it's no longer about just stopping the bad guys. It's about getting revenge because
Right.
they kill Evie.
Quote unquote.
Yeah.
You're talking about the second one, right?
Yep, the second
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yep.
See, the problem, the reason the son was so enjoyable, the second, like I said, I like the fact that he was a brat, but he was a likable.
He respected his parents. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why you like Alex in the second one was the fact that even though he was a little troublemaker, he still had that level of respect for his parents.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And he kind of causes chaos like his mom did in that opening scene where all the
yeah,
pillars fell down.
he's in a way he's in a way took the very traits from his parents. His
Yeah.
his dad's smarminess and strength, which
Mm-hmm.
he tried to stop the pillars, by the way. So
I
he'll
also, I
do
also,
what his dad would probably do.
Right.
Right.
He's
I
book
also,
smart like his mom. But go ahead, Schooner.
sorry. I also admire his wittiness because once he puts on the bracelet and he can't get it off, what's the first thing he does? Like his dad, he hides it.
Yeah.
He hides it, and then the mom is like saying to him, "Alex, I'm serious. If you've lost that key, you're grounded." And he says, "I didn't lose it. I just forgot where I put it." And she says, "Well, you could better start finding it."
Yeah. And then when they captured him, and
Yep.
he's captured by the mummy and his hordes, and the mummy tells him, and he just tells, "My dad's gonna kick your ass."
Mm-hmm.
To a monster, which I thought little kids should be scared, but he isn't.
Oh, he was
And
scared
then,
when he revealed his face.
yeah, he was scared when he revealed his face. But then when he's with the other guy, he's just acting like a bratty kid we can't stand. Like, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Mm,
Getting
yeah.
on them hands' nerves. And then he says, "I gotta go to the bathroom," but sneakily enough, using that to try to find a way to escape. So he's also, he's got his
you
mother's
gotta give him
smart.
props for trying
Yeah.
to not necessarily. It's far beyond that idea of the damsel should be rescuing themselves in certain situations. It's more of a he knows that his parents is coming after him, so he's going to find a way to relay a signal to them. He
Yeah,
knows
that's what he's doing.
and here's another thing. He knows he's not going to get anywhere too far because they're in the desert at this point. So what
Right.
what else? If anything, he was going to try to like hang somewhere, keep himself in the shade, not necessarily find an oasis at that point. Like he knows his parents is not that far behind, so he's going to try to signal somebody who's willing to help. There's people in the desert. He's not out to rescue himself. He's out to rendezvous with his parents. Per se,
Yep.
like meet them halfway, if you will.
Right.
That's also an arc we almost never see anymore. Instead of going to rescue the damsel, it's the parents going to rescue the kid.
Well,
Yep.
one thing I remember as a
Thank you.
contrast was
Thanks.
near the end part where you see how Rick and his wife have an actual genuine connection versus Hemotep and his waifu, where you see how she abandons him
Yeah.
at the end compared to
Yeah.
how Edie basically stands by her man.
This is why I added her in,
Yeah.
guys. This is why.
Yeah, that's
I'm
true.
not
You're
gonna-
right about
Yep.
that.
What you say? Say it again, Wolf.
This is why I added Fiona to the panel because her
Yeah.
witty dialogue.
Right.
Exactly.
Yep.
I think it's a Knocks on the Moon. Yeah, I think that's the point of the film, was to show the contrast between the love of Edie and Rick.
Oh,
And
by the way, I didn't relate
and I
to
think-
Emotep.
what?
No, I
Nor
didn't
did-
relate to. I didn't relate to him either.
Nor
No,
did
I
I feel
couldn't-
sorry for
That's
his
the
ass
thing
when
in general.
she ditched his ass.
Yeah.
I pitied him actually.
That's why I don't relate to villains in general. I usually just want to kick
Well,
their
you're not
ass.
supposed to.
That's right.
You can relate to their cause, but you're not supposed to. You cannot relate to them. You can actually
Mhm.
you can actually understand where the cause is
And you can, yeah,
certain effects.
I
And that's
agree.
the way it was.
There are some bad guys that you can relate to. Top of my head is Magneto. He's
I was
made
just
to
about to
be
say that.
Yeah.
I was just about to
relatable.
say that.
Mhm.
He's relatable, but you can't 100% side with him. Just like with Charles Xavier, you can side with him, but you're never 100% on board with. If you get what I'm saying. But that was the
Yeah.
whole dynamic of X-Men. No matter which side you chose, on some level, you were going to be wrong about something.
Hmm.
Right. With Magneto, if I can expound a little more on, if I could.
Yeah.
give a
Yeah,
Go
little
ahead.
Magneto.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Goonie, when you said Magneto, that came to the top of my head because I don't agree with him, but I do pity him because his revenge was eventually his downfall, as we remember in First Class, when, even though I can understand why he would have the anger, because he was in one of the worst human catastrophes of the 20th century, the concentration camps.
Yeah. Auschwitz.
And then Auschwitz, the worst thing that anyone could go through, and
Mm-hmm.
seeing them tear him away from his mother, then bring his mother there and shoots his mother right in front of him for no reason whatsoever. I can see why he would have that bent up anger for so long. I can see
Oh
why
yeah.
it would be in him for so long, and why he had the thirst for revenge. However, that thirst, that anger, and that hatred bent over not just to all of human mankind. I don't like anybody that isn't like me. I don't even. I'm not even to see that. And the
Yep.
beauty of the First Class movie is when Charles gets in his head to tell. I can't remember Charles' speech, but he tells him there's much more to him
Schooner will help
than
you out
just
with that
anger.
one.
Yeah, Schooner.
Yep.
Do you
All it
remember
takes.
when he? Yeah, do you remember
Do I remember what?
in First
That
Class
line.
when Magneto couldn't move the satellite, and so
Yes. He says, I believe that the best, you got to find the balance between anger and serenity. And then he accesses the brightest part in his mind, which is his mother and him on Hanukkah lighting the candles. And it was just a fond memory. And he says, and he says, what did you do? He says, I reached into the deepest part of your mind and brought it to the life. It's beautiful. Brought it to the light. It's beautiful, Eric. Thank you. And that's when he moves the satellite dish. And that scene is
cries.
great.
That's
Yeah.
that's one of if I had to put in my top 10 moments in superhero films, that's one of my top 10 moments. X-Men and even all together, because I think he cries
Can
a
I
little
just
bit.
say?
He even
Can I just say?
Yeah.
As much as I love First Class, I did not like that beginning.
The beginning with
Mm.
the concentration camp. You didn't
Yeah,
like that?
because
What bothered you about it?
mostly because I still love the first movie regardless
Yeah,
of
I'm actually with Wolf on this one. It was too much of a fast. It was a fast edit, and I didn't like that.
that, and I rather leave what they did to his mom a mystery, because we all know what they did in that concentration camp, but you can only imagine what they could have done to her during her time there. Obviously, she didn't make it out; only he made it out, right?
Right.
Right.
So like just reducing it to a cheap bullet to the head, I was like, oh, I don't like that. I
I
don't
think
like
Mhm.
that.
I agree, but it also serves up the ultimate irony. Magneto saw the worst of humanity, and the
Right.
man who made him was in fact a mutant.
Mm,
Whereas Charles sees the best of humanity, and it took a mutant to show him.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, even though I don't like that, everything else about First Class I did like. I don't know.
Fair.
I'm
No,
I'm
it's
still
okay. Wolf.
I'm still like I'm still mulling over on what I could have done better since I'm voicing my discontent of that.
For the opening of First
Mhm.
Class.
Yeah, because they could still work in his mom in that one particular scene. Like,
Because I thought it was a motivation for his revenge, for wanting the revenge, for
well,
wanting the
yeah,
hatred that he
again,
had.
like I said, you could have still left it vague as to what happened. He could still be on a roaring rampage of revenge after the not the former Nazis and
In fact,
Shaw.
you can even keep the idea of Shaw murdering his mom, but we never get any idea of what exactly he did. What did he
Yeah.
do? All we know
Yeah.
is he killed her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Subtlety sometimes works better than just being as blatant as you can.
Yeah, sometimes it's what you don't see that can make it all the more personal or even more terrifying. I mean,
Or impactful
for example,
in general.
yeah, more impactful. I mean,
Sometimes
case in
some
point.
gags work that way too, where they're funnier when you don't see what's actually happening on the inside.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Skinner. What you gonna say?
I mean, it was just like Jaws. I mean, we don't even see the shark until probably halfway into the movie, but that tension and you see through the POV, I mean, was just terrifying.
Yeah,
And then when the shark is finally revealed, it doesn't like, okay, now we can put a face to the evil, so now we can relax a little. No, you're even more terrified because, oh my God, look at the size of that shark.
right.
Oh,
Yep.
you want to know something that did that really badly?
What?
That Strand or whatever show when you finally see the master vampire. I couldn't
Oh
stop
my
laughing.
God, yes. I'm like,
The
what?
first of them, I remember that.
Yeah, the strand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. The strand. You see the first of them, and then you're like, what?
Albino
Like he looks
gladiator.
goofy, like that. What's that one meme with the Squidward face that looks classically chiseled?
Your movie is bad, so you should feel bad. Is that the one?
Well, he looks really weird. Like he looks goofy. He doesn't look scary at all. The regular vampire virus people.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like I think it used to be a book series, but when I saw that, it's like I had to click off. Even though the rat catcher guy was interesting, I'm like, meh.
Yeah.
Once you see the lead vampire, it's just like he's not threatening anymore.
No,
Mhm.
see, it would have been more I think they should have kept the reveal a mystery because I like the idea of. I mean, yeah, in the pilot episode you see, but he's covered in all of these. He's covered in all of these wraps and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
the
so you don't
rags
see.
and everything.
Yeah,
but
the
that
rags.
was
So you
more
don't.
mysterious, you know.
That was more mysterious and the way he's moving around and stuff like that. But when you
Right.
probably get to the middle of season, no, the final episode of season 1, and he reveals himself. That's not terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody.
But what for the strand?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
the
couldn't
What's his name
stop
again?
laughing. It was like the master vampire. I don't even know if
Yeah,
it ever
he
got a
called
name.
himself. He just called himself the Master.
Yeah,
They
Oh,
but
never
that's right.
revealed
yeah.
his
Oh, the
name.
strain.
Yeah. I couldn't stop
Is
laughing. That
that
just
based-
ruins everything, especially with horror. If you're just doing nothing but laughing,
Hmm.
Is
Yeah.
that based on a book or something?
Strigoi.
Yeah. The strain is based off of a book by Guillermo del Toro, which was then
Comic.
later. No, it was a book.
Okay.
It was a book series. Then it became a comic, and then it became a TV series, and it kind of fell into obscurity.
Okay.
Mhm.
even
His
though
name
it
is
did have some
Roy.
interesting characters, but you're like with that one guy's kid, you're like, don't go out there, kid. No, you have the idiot ball on purpose. Oh God.
Yeah,
Pretty
I
much.
think. See, it did a good job in the pilot episode of giving us tension and showing how these humans are, how certain humans are actually cooperating with this one vampire, and then you find out the vampire is a rogue in this organization of vampires. It's a great idea, but it's just executed so bad.
Yep. You see that a lot with a lot of ideas where they start off with a good enough premise and then it just falls flat because the execution is just dog crap, you know?
But I love
Yeah,
this.
right.
I love, but what I love about the strain is that the villains are not relatable. These are just bad people. I mean, one of them, his lieutenant, Mr. Eichhorst, is a Nazi.
Yep. And he looked
Oh, yeah.
creepy without all his prosthetics on, though. It's like, I don't know
Mhm.
why they couldn't just keep. Sometimes with villains, you don't have to explain everything they do or even take away from just some mystique. You know,
Yeah.
Well, just
I
show
even love the idea. I even love the idea too. If you just don't even show the master, because Eichhorst made him seem so much more terrifying when he's talking to Abraham. Abraham says, "Where is your master?" He says, "Why, he's right here. He's looking at you through my eyes.
Yeah.
He's all connected to everybody."
and then when
And-
it was flitting around the room, sucking down on people, it's like as long
Mhm.
as you didn't see showcasing what it really looked like. Basically, it's like, okay, you ruined it.
Yeah, and then it just gets even worse when it turns out that the master can jump from body to body to body, and it's like, okay.
it got
The
too weird
master's
at
in
that
another
point.
flesh castle. The master's in
Yeah.
another flesh castle.
It's
Kind of like Super Mario Brothers.
It kind of and that's actually what it did. It got repetitive. That's what it is. Every time you think you're going to make a milestone in the story, it just says, "Oh no, we're back to status quo."
Yep.
And it's just now it was painstakingly obvious they were dragging it on.
Well, that's one of the problems we're facing now. I think Fiona, Scooney, you or Fiona said this. You don't have to make the villain relatable to like the villain. That's another problem they're doing now in Hollywood. They're trying to make villains relatable. Don't have to be relatable. He can just be a mean, evil bastard.
The thing is,
It could be Kafka Palazzo. That was part of his appeal because he was just so psychotic that he basically destroys the world halfway through the friggin' game.
Yeah. But I
He was a
also
villain that succeeded in some way.
sometimes you can understand a villain's motivation, but I think modern postmodern storytellers have corrupted relatability, likability, self-insert. Oh, I have to see a part of myself in this character to follow them along. It's like, no, you don't.
No, you
Exactly.
find a
Yeah.
character. If that character doesn't, yeah. Let me put it this way: if a character doesn't sound like you, find someone else that probably would appeal to you. You know. I don't know
Yeah,
And
how
that's
because
to
not
another.
explain it.
everything's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
appeal to you. Like
And,
me, it took playing a Vampire the Requiem game for about 2 years to figure out like what I really want to see out of my entertainment and what different characters
Yeah,
and everything. I
yeah.
mean,
You hit
zombie
on something there
players,
that I think is
yeah,
a pretty good point. Is that a lot of these we've talked about this many times that most of these people have never consumed any kind of entertainment beyond just whatever they're fed from the mainstream, and as such, their taste isn't
That
formed.
or they're spending their time at Starbucks just talking
Yeah,
about
exactly.
people that they don't like.
yeah.
Exactly, and
Mhm.
And
Or
they
it really,
haven't formed what their actual taste is beyond just,
well,
oh, I don't like this because
again,
it's
it stems
schizophobic.
from all that talk about people that they don't like. Arbitrary. I said it earlier in the stream. Arbitrary. It's very arbitrary who they don't like. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They don't. In fact, they don't even like them. What's worse, they don't even like themselves.
That's the main
exactly.
They do
thing,
not
right?
like themselves.
That's the
But
first
but
thing.
but the
and
saying goes, those that don't like themselves cannot hope to love other people.
Well, yeah, misery loves company, as they say.
And that's what we're having
oh,
now.
oh
yeah,
my God! This entire thing, this whole movement of progressive to a better tomorrow, is one big pity me fiesta.
And
Exactly.
it's
well,
society's love letter and
Because
The tedious
society's
one at that.
suicide note.
yeah,
Oh, I like
because
that. It's society suicide note. I like that.
yeah,
Pulling
that's a good one, Commander.
Alucard towards Dracula in the Castlevania anime. It's
Right.
like if you ask me, we've been fighting the world's greatest suicide note.
Yeah, he says this is. Yeah, he basically says you want to die. This whole war has been history's longest suicide note.
Thank you. That's the proper quote.
And
And
see, that's
I get a
Watching, right?
chuckle every time he says that. I was like, like you know what? This is why I love Alucard. He tells it like it is, like I do. Shit. If there's
and,
somebody I want to imprint on, it's freaking Alucard.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like I said,
there's
and that,
there's one really big thing though. A lot of these IPs that have all this history and whatever behind them, they all didn't start off as big ideas, in the cultural zeitgeist either. They had to
right.
grow over time.
Exactly, and I love
Yes.
that. Everybody forgets that it's
Right.
like in the beginning, these were original stories.
Yep.
And they
And
weren't even 100% original. They were informed by the oral history of mankind since everybody started putting stick animals on walls.
Exactly.
keep in mind, the
Making-
big two started small.
hmm
most of these people, these woke nuts that are ruining all our IPs and all our favorite stories are people who have never read them. These were not comic book readers. These people didn't like these fiction films. They didn't like any of this stuff. These were the people that were bullying us.
Right.
They were watching, I know for me, they were watching Sex in the City. They
Yep.
were watching, they were reading their Wall Street newspaper. They weren't thinking anything about these stories, but the reason they've turned this attention to this genre is because
Right.
the activists did not get what they wanted in the election of 2016. I still say it goes back to 2016. They
It
didn't
goes
get
even further than that.
It goes,
Yeah.
it goes further than that. It's a
ahead.
domino effect. So what you saw in 2016 was the accumulation of probably 17 different dominoes falling.
Yep.
Well,
Do you think perhaps-
honestly, I think it goes back to even the 1920s because you can see the seeds of them like turning away from the pulps and everything else to kind of wrap their fingers around things. These guys plotted out stuff that lasts for decades.
Right.
And these are not and this is not some random and yes, it's not some big organization that's hiding in the shadow. These are separate entities who have a common goal, and once they fulfilled the last little parameter of their mission, they're going to eat each other. I mean, already they're starting to eat their own arm.
Yes,
Yep.
you're right. One limit at a time. And I was just going to say, I wanted to jump back. Oh, Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, like when the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. I think that's the perfect quote that describes what Schooner just brought to our attention here.
Yes,
Mhm.
I agree.
They
100%.
they read too many Joker memes, and now suddenly that's their personality.
Oh, it even
But
goes
that's
before
the-
the Joker memes.
But
Yeah,
that's another thing. I saw this thing. It's like when you're a kid, you root for Batman because he's the good guy. When you're an adult, you realize the Joker was right. I was like, no, stop
That's
trying to be. That's somebody trying to be edgy. I'm like,
yeah.
it's like, but I want to sit with the cool kids. Why? Because they're cool. Okay, why can't you be cool? And
Pretty
it's just,
much.
we have no self-respect anymore. My God, man.
Oh yeah.
You're right
want
about
y'all
that child of flower. I saw that quote. I mean, Scooter, when I heard people say that quote, saying when I became an adult, I realized the Joker was right. I'm like, what are you talking about? What are
Yeah.
you
You're on
talking
crack.
about?
Yeah,
Yes.
you show me the person that says that I will show you a person on crack.
Yes. There's no the Joker. This is back to what you talked about, Wolf. There are no admirable qualities about the Joker. There are none.
Mm-mm.
That's
No.
why I had an issue with the Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix, because I felt like they were trying to justify his actions at the end of the movie. Yes, people were cruel to him, but that did not give him authority to shoot well, he didn't shoot him. They sort of
Mind you,
encourage people.
that's not what the movie was portraying him. That's how people are interpreting.
Yeah. I mean,
Mhm.
I've been saying it
Just like
before,
what.
and I'll say it again. This was a good movie, not a good Joker movie.
Mhm.
Right.
No,
They're saying
and
that.
the reason why I say that, the reason why I said that, because I'm seeing that same. I saw that same shit happen with Black Panther. Remember what I
Yep.
said? People keep spreading that word. Killmonger did nothing wrong, and I'm like, no.
Killmonger
He
did
did
everything
everything.
wrong.
Killmonger is not an inner city black person. He was born a fucking full blood Wakandan.
Mhm.
Okay, don't bullshit me that way.
Right.
He's not even part of our culture. He he was taught his history. He was taught his culture. He is an honorary full blooded Wakandan. He knows
Mhm.
everything where he came from. And as a matter of fact, he ain't the one that's lost by Wakandans. His
Right.
father came from Wakanda as a spy,
Yep.
Yep.
as a scout, most
Yep.
above all else.
But that,
That's the thing. His dad could take him to Wakanda.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that was the thing too, is that his dad, for all of his faults, he did attack Wakanda. He gave Ulysses Claw the means to go and attack Wakanda.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That is
Yeah.
And
not
his
good. You attacked your own home.
and his reason is black folk can't defend themselves here. How is that your concern? Last
Yeah. That's pretty
like when
stupid.
he was saying that shit. Look, when he said that shit, I'm thinking like, how is that your concern?
He's not even American, for crying out loud.
I'd
No,
basically be
my thing is, you were there as a motherfucking spy. Do your fucking job.
I'd basically say this. I mean, I know they had to kill him off to give motivation, but if it were me, I would have said, first off, you attacked your home. How do you think mother would and father would take that? Get on the spaceship. We're going home. You're going to explain yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And another thing, like I said, like how is that your motherfucking concern? You supposed to be doing your damn job. Like I don't understand that. And they and that's the problem with Ryan Coogler thought process. And again, that's why I said this is not Black Panther and this is not Wakanda. Because not every African view each other as the same in Africa.
Nope.
well,
They-
go ahead, continue.
Yeah, they don't view each other the same. Like the truth is, black people have this terrible thought process of what Africa is. You like, bitch, you ain't never been to Africa. How you know? How do you know? You haven't been there. You don't know what African people how African people treat each other.
Nope.
Yes, they come over and they talk as if they talk to each other, but in truth they don't talk to each other. Most of them don't. Half of them kill half the other population
Yep.
for whatever reason or not.
Bingo! Child of the Flower just hits it right on the head right here. Killmonger was the aggressor. It was proven by his scars that he destroyed nations all over the world. Yet Martin Freeman was called a colonizer.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking
Sums
Ryan
it up
Coogler.
quite nicely.
Well, that is the fault of Ryan Coogler, as you said, Wolf, and also Kevin Feige. who probably sat down. Him and Ryan Coogler were probably sitting down in
Nah,
their secret.
he didn't sit him down and had that conversation. Ryan, I put all that on Ryan Coogler.
You don't think any Kevin Feige had any input in there as to
No,
Oh,
he
he
said
wasn't going to. He was not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
exactly.
Okay.
He said go nuts. That's all he did. He said go nuts. Do what you gotta do.
I agree with
He
you guys.
he
He
hired
took
he
the
hired
hands-off
Ryan.
approach.
Look, he
Yeah.
hired Ryan Coogler because Ryan Coogler made um Creed 2.
Mhm.
Obviously, that had Creed 2 written all over it, and I love Creed 2 to some extent. But the thing is that he didn't write Killmonger. He wrote Adonis Creed into Killmonger.
You're right. I agree.
Yeah,
That-
but
that-
for all of this relatability to Killmonger, his mentality of conqueror was consistent. He was like, if the powerful can take what they want, then we take what we want.
And that's the
Might makes
thing.
right,
Like
is what that is.
I never related to Killmonger. Every time when he spout all that BS nonsense, I kept telling him, "Shut the fuck up, dude. You're
Yeah.
not part of us. You ain't the black community. I
No.
know your history, motherfucker. I know your backstory. You cannot tell me you are oppressed. You are not my people. You ain't part of my people. You ain't part of hood culture. You ain't no black person. You are an African. You have your culture. We don't.
Right.
I mean, the
You
thing
trying
is,
to arm disempowered black folk? You ain't got no ties to us. You ain't said shit about your mama. I ain't hear shit about his mama.
Who
Was
is
his
Killmonger's
mama inner city black
mother?
folk? Huh?
the thing is, most of the postmodern writers imagine themselves always in the position of I'm the underprivileged X.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they aren't. You're in a world where you can go outside and order whatever you want, while some people in the third world, they have to scrape by every day just to have one meal a day.
Mhm.
That's something too.
Exactly.
That's something too. They
And
did a
risk
poll.
getting their arm cut off.
Exactly. Well, that's something too that I noticed. Thank you for bringing that up, Fiona Wolf. Fiona Wolf. Wow. Is they did a
Oh, he hitting
poll
on
of,
you. That
of
wow is
poverty.
telling. Kidding.
Of They were doing this poll on poverty, and despite the American poverty, most of those impoverished still have cell phones and basic needs met.
Oh, at my
Yep.
work, there's some people with EBT balances and a couple $1,000s, and I'm like, and yet people that seem to really need it hardly get like maybe $100. I'm like, what the heck is happening here? Some idiot coming in with like Gucci, and they have an EBT balance of what?
Well, you look no further than North Korea. I'm just look at the. I mean, you see what's going on in North Korea, and you're just like, good God.
Oh, watch. Subscribe to the voice of North Korea, Yomi Park, and she'll tell you what goes on in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
She
Yep.
lived through that shit.
But-
That was a
Let's be-
big flat pill
Like,
that was really hard for me to swallow
there's people
because
that get-
that
there's people- Oh, go right ahead.
that was some horrible shit that she went through in North Korea. That, whew,
Oh yeah,
The-
I believe you.
Oh, yeah. I believe it because there's places in the third world where you can be killed for voicing an opinion against your government.
but what's bad for her was the fact that she probably still has a long way to go to get out of that conditioning at this point, because she
Right.
said herself when she got to America that the conditioning is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Even when
Yeah.
she slept, even when like she says she hardly talks, she still hardly eat. She has a hard time eating at times. Like that conditioning is a slow process for her to work through. And I don't know if she's made any progress of that yet, but she's
Right.
looking like she's living her best life. The picture I've seen of her,
And
she's
you
looking like
have
she's living the best life.
and you have American
with-
athletes and celebrities angry that the United States is the worst place they've ever been in. Do you think they could handle what you're just describing in North Korea? I would think that they'll be on the phone
Oh,
crying.
I
to
ain't even
their mama
describe
and
no.
coming
what
here in a
happened
minute.
in North Korea.
They would be crying
I
for their
ain't
mama in a
described
minute.
All I said was she went through some programming. Do you really want me to get into the details?
Not
No, but
all
Ron-
scars are visible.
Right. But what I'm saying is now in the United States, you have this anti-American narrative going on. We've
Hey,
seen a
gamer.
lot with the Olympics going on this month. There's
Hey,
been a lot
gamer.
of it here.
I'm pretty sure
You,
YouTube didn't let you know.
I think what's
and then,
just like what you're saying. Just I'm sorry. Go ahead, Leah.
yeah, you have actor the Hollywood thinking America is so the most worst place they've ever been and so awful. And like if you only knew what go on in other countries, you would be begging to stay here.
They
If
don't
they
care.
sent you over there, you'd be begging to come home in a minute.
And it
Right.
just kills me with these celebrities and all of this. The moment the shoe drops, yes, when that shoe drops, they're going to be crying for, well, where were the police?
Yeah.
Where was America during all of this? You know, yada yada. And I'm just
There are
like,
times when I hear them talk that bullshit. It really does bring out the worst in me. That I get these thoughts, and I'm being honest with you guys. I do get these thoughts whereas it's like, you know what? I should make freaking America honest and bash these motherfuckers to these third world countries and then and strip them of all their shit, their
Oh
title,
yeah.
their
Mm-hmm.
status, their
Mm-hmm.
income, and just put a fucking black bag on their head, shit their asses out to Africa, shit their asses out to commie Italy now or commie Russia, boot
Right.
them and tear that black bag off and say, hey, find a way find a way to get back to America. Find your way to get back to America. Try it. Try it with no money, no stable income, nothing. Your American privilege has been revoked. But we'll give it
Yep.
back to you if you find your own way of how to get back to America.
They
So,
Yeah.
see if they'll be ready to speak out then, and
Yeah.
kneel.
and I don't want to say
Oh yeah.
that. I really
Yeah.
don't want to say that, and I don't want to think that because, of course, I try to be a compassionate, stable human being too. But like, there are times I'm
They
like
test
they
your
say these,
patience, is what is what you're saying.
they say and do this shit. I'm like, bruh,
yeah, Wolf.
you really make me want to just take office and freaking turn this place into a dictatorship. To
Wolf,
where
don't give those jerks the satisfaction.
I
They're
know,
just doing this to get this reaction from you, and you
I
know
know,
what?
I know,
It's not worth it.
I
Yeah,
know.
it's
Hey,
why I
Dominic, by the way.
ignore skin suits. I mean, if they're going to be so anti-America, I'm going to pro-America even harder with Uplift Protocol.
Same here.
America. And I'm not even being like preachy about it. It's just I basically took my series. It's like I'm tired of all the bashing on my country. And one of my readers is like, "Hey, what's the UK like? What's England like? What's my hometown like?" I'm like, "Okay, here. I'll forward that through in the storyline because it actually brought it up sooner rather than later." And for the most part, my alternate Earth is a lot more of a cheery place. People are a little bit more on the ball and nicer.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, which brings me to Tim. That was a very good point. Which brings me to Scooney. You brought up my next point in the chapter of villainy, and I think if I know you guys saw it on MeWe, I sent you this video on YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Which is wasn't that great?
It was beautiful.
Interesting. That guy's take on Luke Skywalker.
It was magnificent. I loved it.
Thanks, Scooney. I did too. I thought that was absolutely a perfect breakdown of Luke Skywalker and the breakdown of George Lucas. Really, George Lucas is speaking through us through him, through that character. And that's why that character I don't know about other people, it means so much to me. And one of the tropes of Luke Skywalker that I've even noticed is becoming the very thing that you're fighting. Which is an example of Luke in The Empire Strikes Back. You guys all know Luke's when he goes he's in training with Yoda, and there was the cave.
Yep.
And he failed, and then a Vader image comes out, and he chops off the head of Vader. And when the mask explodes, he sees his own face, which is his fear of becoming the very thing he's fighting.
Yep.
And that's why I'm glad Scooney told you that told that to you, Wolf, because the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to become the very thing you're fighting, because that's what all these SJWs and wokers and these and thys and LBGTFYEXZs are doing.
Up, right, up, right, left, right, start.
All
Up,
that, just
down,
like
down, left, right, A, B, start.
Yeah.
It's just basic.
As just some guy pointed.
Yes.
Put it.
He put that very well. Hashtag backspace. Yes. You don't want, and it's hard. It's very hard because I feel like you sometimes, Wolf Commander, but you don't want to
Ah,
become them
crap.
because
I just,
that's
I gotta mention this.
sure.
I gotta get started on doing the art of the big greats.
Hmm.
Troy and the net are celebrating the anniversary. And I should,
Oh, nice.
and also,
Got-
and
That's
I
Troy,
told
very
myself
nice.
I didn't ask them to do this. Mind you, I want to surprise them, but I
Oh,
want to do another art of Cartan and Key 2.
oh, that would be sweet. They would like that.
Yeah, that's actually the reason why I did the first art of them
right.
was because of their
Mhm.
anniversary. I
Yep.
want to give them a idealized visual of their Klingons, if you will.
Right.
Mhm.
And I also
Mhm.
want to
So I
say
gotta
to
get
Troy
started
and
on that once I
Netter,
get done.
if I say to Troy and Netter, if they catch this in the backwash shot, happy anniversary, guys.
It's happy anniversary to
Happy
you.
anniversary. Or
Happy
he's
anniversary.
are they a jolly good couple? Are they
Are
a
they a
jolly
jolly
good?
good
The
couple?
couple,
Are
were
they a
they a
jolly
jolly
good
good couple?
couple? Because they're the only ones we really
That
got to.
money cannot buy.
Or there was a song back in the day called "It's Your Anniversary." I wish I could remember the la la
Do
la la
you
la. La.
know what
Yes, I
today
was thinking.
is? It's our anniversary.
Like,
It's
can you feel
anniversary.
the love tonight?
Thank you, Ryan.
Come
Well,
on,
then,
come on, Fion. I know you got some bars.
I'm not even worried about that right now. I know I was thinking along some other lines where, okay, so the biggest thing with the hero archetype that these postmodern people love to break down is like, oh, they're no better than us. Not truly. It's like the point of an aspirational character is not to be at the same level as a normal human. They're supposed to help
Mm-mm.
bring you up to where your standards will go higher. And
Yep.
since most of these aspirational heroes are pretty steeped in, Christian morality, uh, they attack that even more.
Well, not just
That's
that.
saying
Most of
something.
these aspirational heroes, I mean, look at especially the aspirational archetype. These are quote unquote average Joes. These are normal people.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
these are the I mean, they say we can't relate to them. Yeah, yes you can, because these are normal people going through some normal struggles and making the best decisions that they can. Do they always get it right?
Look at the person
Absolutely.
around you.
Yeah.
Look at the people around you.
Do they get it right? No. But do they let that get them down? No. In privacy, probably, but they rally and they keep going. That's what the
Exactly.
message is. Keep going.
Yeah, exactly. Because the
Or in the
whole
case
point
of
of the
Walt
hero's
Disney, keep moving
journey is
forward.
that it symbolizes personal growth, which is you become better than what you are today.
Hmm.
And
and
I still think they get the Superman types all wrong because you don't always need a growth in a character's arc in terms of like their capabilities or anything. Sometimes with the flat arc aspirational like Superman or their types of people like that, you just challenge them in different ways. You know they can already do certain things, but they just want basically a couple of people react very poorly to what was it the Superman versus Manchester Black and that one animated
The elite,
setup.
the elite.
Yeah,
Superman
the
versus
elite
the elite.
where one of my friends was like, "Oh, that's so boring," and that's so stupid. Superman's so stupid. It's like, but it that's the kind of thing that I hope for, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. Like he relates more towards the Man of Steel setup, and I'm like, that's not Superman. That would fit more for a
Mm-mm.
Marvel character. It really would.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, and that's the thing that bothers me is
Some Marvel
that
characters.
they don't get Superman right because they say he needs to be edgy and he needs to be a reflection of the times, whereas the best Superman stories were more of Superman reacting to the times.
exactly.
No,
Because
here's my
Superman
take
versus
on.
go ahead,
Here's
go
my
ahead.
take. Sorry, I don't mean to step all over you guys, but here's my take when they say some bullshit like that.
Right.
That's not them trying to talk about, oh, Superman needs to get with the times. That's them imagining what they would do if they were Superman. This is
Oh,
what
Yeah,
I would
most
totally.
people
do, man.
think that they would devolve into Homelander if they had Superman's powers.
Yeah.
No, Homelander, what a joke.
Yeah.
I agree with you with that.
The
Homelander
constant,
would
I
the
guess I don't
constant
want to know what
stuff.
Homelander
be a
is.
Superman. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fiona. We
No, I'm just saying, like, the constant reimagining if Superman was evil. It's just like that's been done to death. How about just having
Mhm.
Superman as he's supposed to be? But that's why I hardly give modern stuff the time of day anymore.
Hey,
Because
Hey,
Homelander fans,
well.
check this out. Omni Man will freaking destroy Homelander,
Oh,
and I
burn.
and
personally
even
hate Invincible. I hate everything Invincible stands for.
I
The
do
only
Mhm.
too.
decent character is that poor Mark kid. And it's just because that sort of stuff has become so widespread for superheroes now. People can't imagine what the, kind of like the more wholesome, uplifting stuff was in the past. All they see is like, oh, this is the cool, bloody new thing for superheroes. It,
we have
I
superheroes
understand
that
why some
kill.
people like it, but that's constant. I've had 40 years, this 40-year plus saga of deconstructing everything because Alan Moore's like, me, I'm so smart.
Well, that's the thing
Yes,
too.
I
Did
agree
you
with you.
know? Do you know that in many interviews, Alan Moore actually came to regret it because he says the
Mhm.
worst thing that they ever took away from Watchmen was turning it into a genre. It was not meant to be a genre. The whole point of deconstruction was always to be used sparingly.
Oh, yeah.
I
It's supposed to be a
honestly,
case study, not
I
the
honestly would have
golden
had more
storytelling.
respect for the Omni-Man angle if he went native. That's why I made Gino go kind of native in my series, where she's like, you know what? I
You
like
know
the
what?
cut of
That
humanity's jib.
that's what I was hoping that would happen, but of course, this is freaking Ralph Kirkman,
Yeah,
who
Walking Dead
aka
guy. It's like I'm tired of it.
aka nobody's safe man.
Yeah,
And
and
I
Yeah,
that
get
all
that
stems and
but you wouldn't let Mark die. Okay.
the thing is, I get that some readers get more of their attention of like they don't know who has plot armor and they'd rather not know. But I'm craving stories where it's okay if they have plot armor. This is the reason why I read a lot of Rick Spore stuff, because his mindset is he wants the good guys to win in the end and they will MacGyver themselves out of situations. That never bores me. I like seeing how good defeats evil because it's rare now in
I'm
most
enjoying
mainstream.
poking fun at it sometimes when it does happen. I'm like, oh, of course that happens. Haha, nice. That's why I'm
who was
enjoying My Hero Academia too.
Oh
Mm.
yeah, I love when just some guy says that they were all upset about the
Mineta.
the gay representation now, and I'm just like, we need somebody who represents us, and just some guy says it perfectly. There are over 36 characters in this series. Are you telling me you cannot connect with one? You cannot connect with any of them. I find that
Well, they can't
super
fuck
hard.
them. That's why.
I personally like the anti-gravity girl because she's nice
Yeah.
and bubbly.
I
Oh,
just
Uraka.
yeah. I mean, it's
Oh,
just
Uraka's an interesting case for me. Sorry.
yeah.
Go
No,
go
it's
ahead.
okay.
Go ahead, Spooner. No.
I'm,
You take
I'm
this one.
saying you got 3 dozen
Motherfucker, I'm
characters.
shoving you into the spotlight. Get your ass in there and start talking.
I'm talking
I
anyway.
know.
3 dozen characters. You cannot connect to one. I find that hard to believe, and I think you're just blowing smoke.
Yeah.
Even in my series right now, some people
This is
have
gonna be
really
this is
connected
gonna be a
with
controversial
Anna,
take right here.
and that
There's only
surprises
one
me.
character I look. Can look there's one character I don't like in My Hero Academia. There's one character I don't like. Can y'all guess? I
Who?
want y'all to guess.
Out of 3
All you
dozen
anime fans.
characters,
I've
One
only
character I
read the
don't
first
like.
few volumes, so what? The lady with the toad tongue?
Nope. I love Froppy. Froppy's nice. Froppy's sweet. She tells it like it is, like me. I guess I can relate to her. No I'm kidding.
all right.
One
Who is it?
character. It's,
Who is
okay.
it?
I'll give you a hint. It's not Mineta.
The kid with the 2 different colored things of hair, like the ice and fire powers.
Is it
No, I
Deku?
Sorry
like
if I'm.
no, I like Toroki. I mean Toradori. I like his backstory too.
Again,
Do
I
you not
haven't
like
memorized
Deku?
everybody's names yet because I've only read like first 3
I like
volumes.
Deku.
But
Okay, then I'm out.
Y'all give up.
Yeah, I
Y'all
give up.
concede.
I concede.
Bakugo, the explosion guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I. All right. Tell me why. Now I'm curious.
fucking hate his personality
Yeah.
every single
Okay.
time
Yeah, I can understand that too. He's just got a really
until
he's got a bad
un-
attitude.
until he got humbled.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
usually,
that was the
But
But
same
I
with
still
me.
don't like
Bakugo
him
is
right
one of
now.
the villains, right?
No, Bakugo is
No,
not a
no.
villain.
No,
He
no,
he's
no,
a
he's
I must
no
supposed
think
to
it's
be the
he got
somebody else
foil
then.
for
he's a
He got-
cocky he's a cocky, insincere a-hole, at least in the beginning.
Mhm.
he's got his moments though. He does have his moments, mind you. He does have his moments. There's a moment where he in that challenge, that festival challenge, he's taking on Uraraka, and everybody's seeing him as a bully, but the teacher, the teacher with the eyes, he's saying no, that's not true. He's actually fighting her without training wheels. He's actually respecting her.
Mhm.
And even then, Uraraka
Right.
almost had him in that fight, and
Right.
even then he gave her respect. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Even though
Mhm.
well,
he made that grandstand of I will annihilate every single one of you.
I'll have to say that character is kind of like how I had Anna start off, like very abrasive, but I gave her a few redeeming qualities because a lot of times writers will make some female characters, if they want them to be like ball busters, they'll go way too far to 11. You gotta
Hmm.
give some softer notes to this person, like why they're lashing out a bit. But surprisingly, a couple of my readers really got attached to Anna. I guess because the situation she was in was something that
Mhm.
they were familiar with. But that's the whole point of having like a flat arc, kind of like the Supermans of the world. The side cast will change around them, but they're like the steady rock that will keep people going forward. The thing, besides just like Invincible, would probably connect with me more if more of the heroes were just like Mark, where they just wanted to be there to do a good job and try their best, but they make it to where humanity is so fragile and the deaths pretty much come down to mean almost nothing. All these faceless humans end up dying. And it's like, that's
Hmm.
why with Uplift Protocol, I made it to
Mhm.
where since so many humans grew up around demis, which are what the superpowered people are called in my setting, their society and buildings and tech reflected that the humanity has a vast amount of magic, so they magic their buildings to be resistant against superpowers. So guess what? There was fallout shelters even in the ancient times against demi battles.
That's actually pretty cool. That's creative.
Yeah,
And that's also what bothers me a little bit in these superhero universes. It's like, where exactly is like the superhero crisis counselor, or where are the cops who can specialize in fighting superpowered beings? You know, they can't just keep relying on
Somebody
superheroes.
had the nerve to use Invincible as a template for why heroes should, in fact, kill world-ending villains. Like,
No,
say,
no,
Darkseid.
no. I mean, Superman and the
No,
Elite
no,
proved
no.
Superman versus the Elite, at
Even
least in
if
the
they
comic
can
book.
kill millions of people, you should
yeah.
not
It
kill.
proved that if something like Superman goes to that level, except for something like Doomsday, which Doomsday had no real sapience, not really.
Mm-mm.
No,
It was just a
he was just
machine made for battle.
yeah.
But
Mhm.
the elite thing where it's like if Superman goes to the level where he kills people, then all
Mhm.
bets are off. You pretty much have the stupid like combat game where he went evil.
Oh yeah,
It's
Injustice.
yes, that. And it's just like, oh crap.
I'm like, the dude used Invincible as a template. I'm like, brother, were you not horrified with what Omni Man did with Mark Grayson when he used him as a body shield?
Yeah.
Are you saying a hero should still kill after all that and
Well,
still kill in horrible ways? Like you can
and
still
that kind
stomach
of
that?
reminds me. That also kind of reminds me of Warren Ellis's The Authority. They did whatever they wanted to and ended the dictatorships of bad guys. And somebody comes up and says, "Yeah, but what if another terrible person comes up in their place?" And they'll say, "Well, then we'll kill them too." It's like then it's a never-ending cycle of violence and blood.
That's what I was telling him. That's what I was telling this person. I'm like doesn't mean you should go mercenary.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I think I
I
caught a glimpse
I
of
even brought
that.
the fact I even brought up like because the argument was, I'm sick and tired of this whole saying, if you kill them, you'll be just like them, or you'll be no better than, like that's the point. You would be like them. You would
Yeah.
end up like them. I brought up, Batman Under the Red Hood. I said this. There was an interesting conversation between Batman and Jason Todd about killing the Joker,
Hmm.
and it
Mhm.
basically says, if and I said this, if would you stop yourself after you made that call? I asked the people personally, would you, if you made that decision, put, since you like to put yourselves into these superheroes, would you still would you say you will stop at just one person?
Hmm.
Mhm.
Like you say you know you had to do it, you had no other choice, or you're in a situation where you have to kill them because they're gonna kill somebody that you cared about, right?
Right.
But would you stop it at there? Because at that point, if you do make that call, who's to say you won't think to do it again, and still make that, start using that as an excuse? It's gonna become an addiction at that point.
Power
Yeah,
trip.
I
exactly. And I think Captain Picard put it best too. I mean, granted, Insurrection was not the best movie, but he does ask this question: how many people
Mhm.
does it take before it becomes wrong? One, two, 100, 1,000? How many?
Or remember that old lady in Justice League, the one episode where General Island becomes the
Yep.
general, the
Hmm.
that big hulking monster, and you
Yep.
and the old lady asks, how many of us you have to kill to make America safe?
Hmm.
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I
Oh,
like that
just
episode
real
because that
quick.
guy had it wrong.
What are you gonna say,
Dominic
Fiona?
did bring up how many flat art characters should a writer create. Mostly, it just depends on the kind of story you want to tell. Like I see Sherlock, the old Sherlock Holmes stories, this old serials, as two flat art characters playing off each other.
Hmm.
And diversify their personalities. Like they
Yeah,
can be flat art
like a
characters, but
one's more.
diversify them.
Mhm.
One's a
Yeah,
doctor, the other's a super genius.
well, again, like maybe yeah, since Sherlock Holmes is really good at investigation, then the person he's bouncing off of would probably be more of a skeptic to be able to bring up other angles that Holmes wouldn't think of. Yeah,
Hmm.
but they're both very much flat art characters because the Sherlock Holmes didn't change throughout his various stories. It
No.
was just
Mhm.
another investigation for him to do.
Batman
Or
and
Mhm. Even
Superman.
in the BBC one with Benedict Cumberbatch and Martin Friedman, when they tried to
hmm
bring him into the modern world, you still felt that arc was still there.
Oh yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
okay. I'm
that's
curious.
yeah. What I found to be interesting is that it's like what Watson says. It's like some people would call it murder, some people would call it suicide, but for my friend Sherlock Holmes, he had a different theory entirely. And then
Okay.
it's about
Mhm.
and it's about how his different theory in fact tied everything together perfectly.
If I could, I agree with this too. If I could jump back for a minute, I want to go back to DC for a minute with
Yeah. Oh
Superman
yeah.
and Batman. I think
Mhm.
over the years, this new generation has distorted who Batman is. I
Hmm.
absolutely think he's been
Right.
distorted. They are seeing him as a murderous vigilante when I always thought he was more of a detective out to strike fear into the bad guys to protect other people
Right.
so they wouldn't have to go through the pain that he went through or to help us who have been wronged by the bad guys, but
Hmm.
now this generation, because and I just think, look, I like Batman much the next person, but I think Warner Brothers, DC Films, whatever, is relying so heavily on him because I see Batman everything.
You
Batman
too?
Hmm.
this go here, Batman
Yeah.
go there. Batman. I'm surprised Batman is not at the Olympics. I'm surprised Batman didn't go to the land of Oz. I'm
Oh,
surprised,
good grief.
you know. I mean, but seriously,
I think.
I watched Batman versus Dracula the other day on HBO Max. I'm like, holy mother of and then I watched, I'm like, how does Batman
Now
defeat
y'all know
Dracula?
why I'm on my no Batman content
Yeah,
clause.
I said, how does
Yeah.
Batman?
Yeah.
I said,
Oh,
how does
um,
Batman? Yeah, because I just
since
think it's too much. They're relying too heavy much on him, and they don't understand him. And I think it's because these little woke bots of this generation are trying to drop these heroes down to their level because they don't want to grow up and get responsibilities or face things they're supposed to face. They want to cup out of it. They want to say, "Oh, I got the case of the twisties," or they want to say that I just don't feel like. I mean, seriously. I mean, when Simone Biles said that, I said, "That's this generation. That is this generation." I just don't feel like
The Nolan movies did not help in that
They
regard.
sure did.
you have a
Nope.
point,
And
Fiona.
No.
even though
Yes.
the '60s Batman is campy as all junk, I enjoyed that version of Batman,
Oh,
even though a lot of Batman
I
fans were
Bring
like,
love
out
that.
the back shark
I,
repellent.
it was campy, but I
I
enjoyed
remember
it.
that one, the shark
it at
repellent.
least showcased that he was being a detective.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's and you know what, Fiona, that's what I took from the show. Yeah, it was campy, but I like the fact that he was trying to solve a mystery. He was trying to solve a crime first.
That's
But
the one thing that's bothering me. I mean, DC Comics, it stands for
Mhm.
Detective Comics. All
Yep.
of these heroes have one thing in common.
Pump the
They
brakes
are
real quick.
Oh yeah.
Pump the brakes real quick. I don't know if you meant that as a joke, gamer, but here's the thing about if you want to make heroes that kill, don't make them superheroes, or at least don't make them superheroes that are crying for justice and due process. Because if they kill, they're not following the laws of justice and due process. Now, if you want to do, say, um medieval kind of setting, you have to, if you're gonna go with heroes that kill, you have to make it honorable, like an honor system, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in the case of or like in the case of, if you're talking about war, right? That's grounds for them, but we're not going to ascribe excuses to them. It's that we know that in war you have no choice. And again, back to that guy who brought that argument, he, it was leading the war. I was like, yeah, of course they were leading a war, but these are superheroes we're talking about.
Well, essentially, they're not good.
I think
I
about
mean,
the Punisher
that's a
with
very
John Travolta.
intersectionalist label to say you want to make a group of heroes that want to kill, but essentially you don't want to write heroes. You're wanting to write neutral or evil characters is what you're
Yeah.
doing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say Guts is not a hero, but he's like he's a decent human being to some extent. That's actually pitted against people who are way more terrible than he is.
And that was the thing too about Batman the series. Just going back to what
Mhm.
Leia was saying
Yeah,
about
that's
Batman.
that's basically what
and
that is. Mercenaries that honor their own code of ethics. Like, make sure you have a code of ethics that they follow consistently.
Well,
Yeah.
what it is, it's technically evil characters. I mean, you could call it chaotic evil, but I mean that's like really fringing on the border. I mean,
Hmm.
as far as like any type of code, it's like, I mean, when you're looking at maybe like chaotic evil, you're harming an innocent when convenient. You end up killing for pleasure. You don't aid the weak. I mean, that's not very heroic, but those all technically fall within an evil code, like chaotic evil, if you will. So, I mean, it's great. It's a great idea, but you need to flesh it out, and you need to kind of have an idea of, you know, uh, where you stand in terms of your literary strengths. I mean, start off with an outline and then kind of figure out, well, what does that really mean in terms of your characters? Like, are they posing as heroes? Because they're not heroes. I mean, are they heroes because of propaganda that's being espoused to the public in that world thinks of them as heroes? So technically, then yeah, you could get around that loophole by doing that. But literally, the only person that really knows these people are not good guys are just the fourth wall audience.
Mm. We heard Trooper's espousal, so let's hear the real writer in this room. Well, the practicing writer and the real writer here. Sorry, Schooner.
That's all right. No. I can. I too can yield. Can yield when I'm out of my depth.
Well, the biggest thing, if you're going to have any main characters that are killing people, you will usually fit a wheelhouse of more along the militaristic bent. Like, is it military sci-fi? Is it fantasy military like military fiction, like The Black Company by Glenn Cook? You can have decent-minded people that have to kill to protect themselves that don't glory in it, but you'll find that more often than not in military sci-fi or military fantasy. Like, even a Harrington series by David Weber is an example. Honor has to kill the enemy in order to keep her friends and allies alive, but it's not a glorious thing. It's a little bit you're cushioned against it a little bit because it's ship fleet battles usually going one on one, and missiles flying everywhere. So the reality of it doesn't really hit you until Weber goes into the other side, and you notice that there's decent characters on the opposing faction, and then you find out this big old conspiracy basically used Earth as a cat's paw to get all these nations out there to fight. So they all eventually team up together and go after the real enemy.
Well,
But
yeah,
it caused some loss on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, essentially the military heroes are not essentially good. I mean, technically, yes, only in the fact that they're following orders, but then again, it's the state that's giving the orders. So, yeah.
Yeah, so depending on the wheelhouse you're using, for as far as superheroes go, even in my own series, they kill soulless monsters. Automatons, golems, the living stone, all the stuff that the enemy, basically the nothing / unity that uses all this stuff against people, the things that it converts, they don't have their souls anymore because it's sucked out people's souls, right? And this is not so much of a spoiler because I've been building towards it, but the Unity monster basically is Eliza's
Gamer, you want to be the
doomsday.
candidate for elevator pitch coming up on the 17th?
I have no idea what that is.
That's a stream that I want to do for quite some time now, where I have somebody join us for streams, talk about their ideas, get some feedback. Anybody who's aspiring writer or aspiring artist or aspiring comic book writer, whatever.
But respectfully, I would say get rid of the aspiring. You either just do it or you don't. Because I think sometimes if you put aspiring in your tag, you kind of hobble yourself. It's just write stuff.
Just like my characters are not really, they're not really inspiring in the hero sense yet.
Yeah.
They're more aspiring to the way how Guts aspire me, which is to push through, which is to keep pressing on regardless of how the world gets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If the world is still stacked against you, you simply just punch through.
Right.
So that's how I'm creating Sybil in my story Bouncers. She's the one that's pushing through, and people have to get out of her way. But I'm gonna be adding more depth to what I mean by that push through pretty soon.
Well, Dominic's also bringing up what makes an anti-hero. Okay, let's see. What encapsulates the kind of the old.
Would you say the Punisher? Would you say the Punisher counts as an anti-hero?
Wolverine
or Xena, before she started getting converted.
Oh,
yeah,
that's good.
that's
good.
a good one.
I was
Yeah,
about to bring up
one.
Xena.
Perfect one.
But as far as Bookland goes, anti-hero, I would probably even say
I would add Venom to that mixed.
Yes.
Off and on, yeah.
Even Deathstroke the Terminator.
Off and on. Whoever pays them the most.
In books, I know I keep going back to it, but Glenn Cook did do a good job with the Black Company. You'll have characters that are they want to be the traditional heroic aspirational type. You have people that are just trying to get by. You do have some anti-heroes in it, which the lady eventually goes from a Xena-like villain to a semi-civilized anti-hero, or at least
Balsa.
Anti-villain.
Don't forget Balsa.
Yeah, so
you talking something? Yeah, you don't know who Balsa is, Leia.
No, I'm sorry. I was agreeing with Fiona. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Well, I was just trying to think of some.
Listen to me. Listen to me jumping the gun.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I was mainly thinking some book examples because I know a lot of times I reference more visual / show or TV examples. But it is in books as well. But yeah, the anti-hero can eventually be converted to a full-fledged hero. But it has sometimes some people don't pull it off too well. Where it's like the redemption really doesn't seem to be earned.
As I was saying earlier in this stream, told, not shown.
You know who actually has some great.
More often than not, we're being told that they're good.
Yeah,
as
big
an
problem there.
All that vocal affirmation that they be receiving too, I have my own unique nickname for Carol Manvers, but I'll just sell with Carol Manvers. We're talk, or at least Kamala Khan, like they get these vocal affirmations, and I'm thinking like, what have they done that's good? What have they really done? You're telling me that they're doing good. You're not showing me.
And in a visual medium like comics and shows and even movies, that's paramount. In books, you can tell certain things, and then when it's very pertinent to the plot, you can show it. But see, if you show too much in books, then you have a 2,000-page doorstopper that goes nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
Like George R. R. Martin.
Yes.
I
I
have
was just about to
officially
say
written
that,
more books
Joni.
in my
Yeah.
short career now.
I am just about to say that. No offense to Game of Thrones fans again. I know a lot of you are out there, but
Don't let
I
Eloise
could-
hear it. No, kidding.
Look, I'm just saying that at least with Tolkien, it went somewhere.
Well, and the thing
Yeah,
is,
agree.
Tolkien's son actually
should-
took care of his father's legacy the proper way, unlike Brian Herbert. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson as a team are fine when it comes to popcorn stuff they do on their own, like the Hell
Mhm.
Planet stuff, but they shouldn't have touched Dune. That's just my opinion.
We
Yeah.
can talk about that a little bit more next time when I do make a stream about sci-fi fiction. Y'all look.
Actually, the original
my
Dune series.
experience with sci-fi stuff is kind of limited. I will admit that. I'm gonna let you guys go nuts on that shit.
Yeah,
Well,
but
if
no,
you-
I'm saying actually Dune itself, the original Dune series, the original 6 books, does have examples of the hero's journey, then Herbert breaking it down, having anti-heroes, anti-villains, people with just their own agendas and stuff, but it depends on the
Mhm.
wheelhouse of what you're writing. If you're going for more of a political, philosophical kind of setup, then yeah, you're going to have people that are going to be all over the place in terms of arcs and character types.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, bye, Trooper.
See you later, Troop.
Oh, Trooper.
Take care, man.
Trooper, he's
leaving for the
falling.
first
He's down. Trooper's down.
TTFN. Ta for now.
Yeah, he had to take a conference call, so he had to go. So thanks for showing up, Trooper. Have a good evening.
Another actually, if we're going back to flat arcs, I just can't believe I forgot this. Just flipping through my Netflix right now.
Hey, we're supposed to be talking
Right.
about villains, but go ahead.
Well, it's a way to
Violet
bounce off of
Evergarden.
them.
I know.
Violet Evergarden. Did anyone ever
Yeah.
see that?
Yeah.
She
Violet
is a
Evergarden.
she's a great flat art character because and this is probably why anime is so far ahead. What I like about her character is that she starts off as a character, but as the series progresses, she's more of our eyes and ears.
Ooh, I can also answer some of this because a
I
lot of
got my own
postmodern
answer,
writers.
but
I'll
I would
join
like
you on
to
that
take the
one.
reins.
Yeah, a lot of postmodern writers do not want to have fixed morality. They want to basically indulge in the overabundance of vices that are in the world, and they
Yeah.
don't want to feel guilty about it, so their entertainment
Exactly.
reflects that.
And you can I even will I'll even play devil's advocate here. You can
Okay.
have that gray morality that goes back and forth, but you need the pillars of vice and virtue. You
The
need to
thing
have your
is,
aspirational hero.
after you
An
finish
elemental
this,
evil.
I'll take the lead on this one too. But
You
go
got to
ahead.
have your aspirational hero, your cathartic motivational hero, your elemental evil, and your fallen villain. And then you can have your morally gray characters that kind of. But you got to have the pillar in which they both sides can be measured against.
It's putting the cart before the horse, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
One
And-
series that actually did do gray and black and white morality really good,
Yeah.
and freaking Cartoon Network canceled it when it was reaching its peak. Thundercats 2011.
Yes. It was beautiful.
So
I've
And-
heard good things
and-
about 2011 Thundercats.
I'm more on that later, but I will add my 2 cents on the why they're so averse to doing the black and white morality. I'll also argue they don't even know how to do gray morality right.
Oh,
No.
yeah.
They do not know that they do not have the tools to make gray morality. Even when they're trying to make gray morality, they're still making it black and white if it's
Right.
somebody that they don't like. They're making it black and white when it's pointed at somebody they do not like in real life and they inject
Yeah.
into their quote unquote fiction. So, like I said,
Oh,
hey,
Brianna.
Brianna Lee.
Hey, good to see you there, Brianna.
But yeah,
Brianna.
basically, even though I'm hitting a dead horse here, go take a look. Really take a look at Black Company by Glenn Cook. It will
Yeah.
showcase black morality, white morality, gray morality, the way it's supposed to be played out. Because again, you have to understand what motivates a true hero, what motivates a true villain, and then the people that are just stuck in between it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think I'll
Yeah,
take. Can I pick up
it's
this
the
one?
Go ahead, Brian. I'll
Yeah, I was
rest
gonna
my.
say like what Fianna was saying earlier that they don't want to be made to feel guilty because their own actions are in their own lives are just so terrible.
Mm-hmm. And also, they say, "Oh, I can't do a flat art character; it's impossible."
Oh.
No, it's not. It's not. Basically, a flat art character is perfect because they are the same in the beginning, the same at the end, and they go
Truth be
through.
told, even if they did see, no, actually, no, Schooner. I'll argue that what they think flat art characters are and how they write them like children.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not
Look
really
no further
that.
than Steven Universe, Owl House, and all that. That's where they put their flat art character writing into is children. But even worse, they those that are poorly that are still poor at it, they write them as if. How do you describe it, Fiona? How would you describe this one?
Basically, they write it as if
Well,
the flat art character has no concept of right and wrong. Almost like reality has to conform to whatever they're doing,
Mm-hmm.
and that's not really how you do it. I'll use my character Eliza as an example. Her personality will not change throughout the series. She's going to be always optimistic, always trying to put on the best face of the world, but
Yeah.
experiences will give her more wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's kind of like the idea I have for one of my own characters, actually, where she's always this kind of. I guess you would call her as having like some aspirational qualities, where she's always like the friendly one who will go out of her way to help people and is very charismatic with people, but like she does influence the world in other ways.
But yeah, the Paddington Bear thing is one of the recent things I can think of movie wise, thanks to Friends, where it's like, yes, that's an example of a flat art character that changes the world around him and doesn't lose his sunny disposition.
Yeah.
And I think the funny thing about the first movie, Paddington movie, is that the whole movie is about him looking for a gift for his mom.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a complex plot.
No, it does
No.
not.
It's a storybook plot. It's
Yeah.
one of his storybook plots.
Well, see, if I could pick up on that, not every
Go ahead.
plot has to be super complicated. It just has to work. In other
Well,
words, it
that's
has
their
to
problem.
make
They make it too complicated. They're making it
complexity
complicated when it
addiction.
doesn't need to be.
Yeah, really, even my story, even though it has some more complex moving parts as I reveal more of the world and the setting and do other things, I keep the basic pillars simple in the world building. Time travel is a closed circle, and only the most powerful of God or gods can basically make it happen, but it's still a closed circle. You can't break away and cause more kind of like butterfly effects, like the guy who had the blackouts in that one movie and kept changing things.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like-
butterfly effect.
Yeah, it's like if you're going to use time travel elements in any setting, you just got to make sure that you line up the rules to where it'll stay consistent. Because I think that's what gets some people about time travel stories, or at least some aspects of time travel. So yeah, I totally cribbed Babylon 5's closed circle aspect of time travel, because Babylon 5 is good. If you want to learn all sorts of stuff about even how to plan out things, do themes, and even though it's a show, there's a reason why they call it a book given, show form, basically.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, watch Babylon 5, anybody who has not watched it. It's amazing.
Yes. I need to get on that too. One of these days, when I'm ready.
Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah, watch that and don't follow the time travel plot of Endgame, because that makes no sense for no God-given reason.
Well,
And
Bruh, when they
you
introduce
wanna know
time
why?
travel,
the
See,
time
it's
hang
travel
on,
failed.
hang on, Schooner. I need to give a quick jab to that time travel plot. When I heard that they were doing time travel, my friend told me they were going to do a time travel. I was like, oh, right, okay, let's see how they fuck this up.
I said the same thing, Wolf, and Scooney didn't want to let you talk. I said when I read this plot, I was like, I don't know about this. I really don't know. I wasn't apprehensive. I said, I hope I'm proven wrong, but I was very weary. I said, I don't like what I'm hearing.
Was
So
it
I
for
said, I had the
Endgame?
same feeling. Yes.
Yeah.
When the time travel aspect
Yeah.
of the ruined the movie. The time travel aspect ruined the movie.
They never should have done it.
Exactly, Brian. They never should have done it. Seemed like they were making it up as they go along in the script. Just blah, put that there, put that there,
Yeah.
put that there. But if Cap goes back in time and causes another timeline, wouldn't that cause a repercussion in the normal timeline?
Nah,
Well,
it'll
see,
be
that-
fine. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
don't worry about that.
Well,
yeah, the audience
see,
ain't
and
gonna be there for that.
that's what bugged me about the time travel in Endgame is they set up the rules and then immediately broke it.
Exactly.
You don't
Yeah.
break the rules of your story. You have to. You need to establish your rules because first things first, especially with Fiona Wolf, you can attest to this. The audience has already taken the leap when they have picked up and started reading your book. Now
Yeah.
you must make the rules and adhere to the rules.
Yeah.
And if you are going to break the rules, you must find a clever way of maybe not breaking them, but bending them. Like J.K. Rowling did in Harry Potter. Death is death. Okay, people stay dead. Yet Harry came back from death. How did they do that? Well, he's a Horcrux. You bend the rule. They say it's a gray area, but you bent the rule in the right way, in my opinion.
You can't bend the rules until you've actually
Can you
established
explain
them first.
the fucking time travel in Prisoner of Azkaban?
Oh, that's the best. First off, can I just say that's the best time travel that I've ever seen because the rules are perfect and they're set in stone and they do not break it no matter what, even when they are breaking it. When they break the rules, they're not breaking the rules.
Well, I felt that way about X-Men Days of Future Past. That's why I always tell people Days of Future Past handled it better than Endgame because the rules are when Kitty explains very clearly what Wolverine has to do and how this works. It's straightforward, no back and forth, but it no in between. It's straightforward and everything makes sense. Whatever Wolverine does in the past affects the future, including the war that they were currently in. So whatever was going on, you saw what was happening between there. What
I was
was going
referring
on
to
in the past.
original though.
Go ahead, Fiona Wolf.
No, I'm just saying, okay, this is the reason why we hardly have corny aspirational characters that I enjoy, because do you really want to completely write someone that's just like you with all your warts and or even all your pluses too?
You might well write a diary then.
Yeah,
Well,
or
but-
memoir.
Yeah.
But this ties into the video that Leia Plusside shared with us, is that it's not so much a story of George Lucas, it's telling us who he is through the characters, not just Luke Skywalker, but everybody. I mean, Han Solo is the rogue that clearly is a bit of his roguish type, because he grew up in the 70s.
Yeah.
And, that whole youth and revolt. Luke Skywalker was the everyman. And yes, Mark Hamill has actually gone on record and stated that he tried to model his character, Luke Skywalker, off of the personality of George Lucas. But it's important to note this, because anybody who's defending the sequel series tries to use that as a condemning the original series. George Lucas never asked him to do that. He told him, you got to play Luke the way you see him. And he embraced that more everyman aspect. And George Lucas ran with that because he had faith in Mark Hamill. So, and,
I'm Luke Skywalker. I'm here to rescue you.
Exactly.
No, if anything, with this setup, when I'm writing stuff, I'll put a little bit of myself into all the characters, whether it's the heroes or the villains or whatever. Like a fair amount of my wrath and
I'll give you my process too. Go ahead, Fiona. Continue.
I'm just saying, like, my sheer amount of spite that comes from my retail stuff sometimes I'll put into the villains. My overall frustration I'll put into the villains. But every part of things that you write, you can't avoid it. You're always going to put a bit of yourself into everything you do.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
really what it, and that's really what art is. But that's the problem I have with this current postmodernism is that they're writing themselves and they want you to know it's them.
So
It's
I'll,
like
I'll show
Yeah.
you my I'll show you
I'm
my
not
character design
Starfire is a
process.
good example. That is
Oh,
the
yeah. That
I'm
made me
sorry,
like.
Wolf. I just want to
that
say
made
that
me-
is the writer talking. That is the writer talking. She didn't create a
It's the
character.
That's a
epitome of that
diary. I
phenomenon.
keep,
Actually,
I'm calling for what it is. It's a fucking diary. This is a woman
Gargoyles
that
kind of
hates
had
her
closed circle, by the way.
oh yeah,
Yep.
oh yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
You
I
said
love
it's a close circle.
Like closed circle time travel, where it's happened before, it'll happen again, but it's a closed circuit where it doesn't create like, oh, here's string theory where 10,000 Earths are created with 10,000 different decisions.
Bullshit.
That's what
Yeah.
destroyed DC.
Yeah, and the thing is, even my series does have multiple different dimensions of Earth, but only a handful of them are going to be mentioned because those ones will be pertinent to the story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and unlike the Dead 2, as I call them nowadays, because they're bereft of any kind of enjoyment in life.
Yeah. Look at who
You
they're
basically,
hiring.
if you're going to have a multiverse, unless you do like a travel of the week kind of like Sliders, then keep the
Oh, I love
multiverse even
Sliders.
simplified.
Oh, I love sliders.
I enjoyed
Yep.
that too.
But see, with Sliders, you had basically some stuff tied together, but you could easily make a different alternate Earth just based on a few different differences, or you could completely make it to where it's just like, what is this? That's the fun of having alternate Earths. It doesn't have to be a one-for-one of our Earth or our history.
Right.
Like my Earth for Uplift Protocol, because Demis were there from near beginning of mankind's ascension from caveman to now. There's some nations that never cropped up or existed because the Egyptian Empire, funneled by the Golden City there with Tamathan, luckily he was a good guy and part of the Arcane Council, he basically smited a whole lot of despots.
We're gonna get
You know,
you for elevator pitch so you can talk about your uplift protocol some more.
but I'm just saying, like, because of that Earth did not develop like ours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. Every time I'm hearing more and more about the Uplift
Oh,
Protocol, I'm like, I want to
I'm
read this.
definitely gonna be
Where
buying
is
this
it?
book.
Here,
Where is this book?
I can link it. I'll link it in the private chat, even, or even the
Yeah.
public chat. I would link it because
Link it
I'm
in the
already
pub-
on.
You the
book
master
5.
of linking. You link away.
Yep.
Promote your
Cool.
book through my stream too. You can promote my book, your book through your stream.
Well, here, I'll put it right here, but I have book 0 through 4 is completely finished. Book 5 is about halfway there, but I
This is a
update.
real woman, by the way, guys. This is a strong female right here. She
Right.
worked her butt off on her book. She put in the work. Okay, respect this.
And I even am
lioness
starting
right
to add the internal arts, and Old Khan's great at that stuff, man. He's been worth every penny, and some people on Twitter would have a heart attack if they knew how much I've already paid him. But you, the creator, if you don't invest in your own stuff first, who else will invest in you?
here.
Exactly.
Have faith in your stuff.
Yep, basically.
Quite a
But
lot
let's
there.
put it this way. A lot of the Middle East doesn't exist in the Earth that I made. Because their Debbies never got to take off properly because Egypt's like, oh no, you're not.
And see, that's why, guys, I'm sorry, Brian. And then I'll let you get in there. I do not have faith in this Flash movie from DC. I think it's going to be a dumpster fire. And What If is just going to be a cobbled garbage. It's going to be as bad as the animation. Because I believe What If is just going to be the Disney writers just writing their woke dreams and fantasies. And I heard they're trying, I also posted that in MeWe if you guys caught that. And they want to pass it off. The rumor is they want to pass What If off as canon. I had posted there about, what they want to do with Peggy Carter and say, that the shield was hers all along.
Mm-hmm.
So these projects, writing wise, even this Flash movie, because I've been reading about it and it seems like it's all over the place. I have to tell people 1,000 times to tell me, what is the story again? Nobody just say, well, the Flash is going to go back and do this and this because that's not the Flash. And then the Batman from the Tim Burton did not do that. And this goes connected. Guys, I can't figure it out for nothing. I just sit there looking at them like they're speaking a Klingon because I don't have faith in that.
I do have some other aspects for the time travel that where you can fix it to where people can't really mess with the timeline of the primary universe.
Right.
Have it set up. I only have a couple of artifacts where people can look back through time, but they cannot affect time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can see what happened,
Okay.
but they cannot see into the future. That is the province of literally the two demigods that are under the command of the highest level god in my universe. Those guys can see bits of the future and help populate things to get the party started. But very few people can see into the future, and only the most powerful weeb speakers can get glimpses of even alternate realities to give them an inkling.
So Fiona, going by Brianna Lee's comment there real quick. I want to share how I constructed some of my characters and bouncers. If you guys will have me, pretty sure you guys know who they look like. I'm pretty sure you guys remember most of their names. I try to put their names in there as best I can. I'm lazy sometimes though, but you guys know who probably who I'm talking about. I'll just call them the wolf girl and the goat girl, and the Dalmatian and the beaver.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Just so that y'all know who I'm talking about. Fiona, you know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, even though if I'm terrible with names, I've seen pictures.
Okay,
But
so you know who Sybil is, right?
yeah, you said so, and I also mentioned that you wanted to do kind of like a Gabrielle and Xena dynamic.
Yeah, that's how that's how I'm trying to write their friendship is Gabrielle and Xena, not the lesbian at the end.
No. But I totally get it. I totally get it. Like, because they did have a very solid friendship. I mean, and you know what? Most healthy couples, they're also friends. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're gonna be friends forever anyway. So they have each other in that world. So in the case of Sybil, I put what I like to. Don't worry, guys. I'm not suffering from gender dysphoria,
Ooh.
but you're funny. But yeah. So she's muscular with big boobs and everything. I like to see myself as muscular with big pecs,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I trying to exercise or get back onto my routine of exercise. I'm doing a good job so far, you know.
Yeah.
But that, and I love fit women, so there's that. But she represents my sometimes abrasiveness and courage, and sometimes recklessness.
Yeah.
So I put that amount into her, but she does have a sense of honor and love and compassion, only to those who she care about, which is Shirley the goat.
Mm-hmm.
I put
Yeah.
my originally I was a timid person when I was a timid kid when I was young. So I put my timidness into Shirley, or what I used to be, timid, shy, and kind of reclusive in a way. But over time I began to branch out. So I'm going to be starting the story with Shirley arriving on the sovereign colony Braca. So that's her finally branching out from her colony Infra or Infram.
Yeah.
Call it whatever you want. Still working title. Anyways, in the case of the beaver, Camilla or Carmilla, she represents my arrogance. So she has this arrogance side, but I want to write her in the same vein as Derek Xanatos, which that's gonna be challenging. I know Fiona.
Well, he was a self-made man.
Yeah,
Yes, maybe that penny will be worth something in the future, my son.
Exactly.
Which, you know what, it could have been. I mean, but sadly, nowadays, we probably wouldn't get decent stuff out of Greg Wiseman because he's kind of gone off the deep end. But some of the stuff he had planned was pretty good.
Yeah.
I even thought he was brilliant in Young Justice. I mean, my seasons 1 and 2, well, season 1 more, but the first 2 seasons were incredible. The season 3 just was oh my god.
I avoid that when I saw Caldor kissing Garth, even though they were pining for the same girl in season 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
at
just,
this point.
and that was just diversity. That was just diversity points.
Look, I'm okay if Cowler is bisexual, but
Yeah,
Garth,
exactly.
really,
Mhm.
Garth is fucking gay.
Sounds
That
like
is-
one of those last minute sexuality swaps, like Scooney said, for points.
But but yeah,
Like they did
Carmela
Iceman.
represents my arrogance. I can be arrogant. Y'all hear it oozing every single time when we're on stream. My arrogance.
my hubris.
But
Char-
yeah,
Charlene represents my undying loyalty. So she works she and Carmela has a different type of friendship dynamic than Sybil and Shirley. So I'm basically just trying to put into light why we need friendships in this story too. But the thing is, in their arc, or at least what you'll get in their backstory of how Carmela treats Shirley as opposed to the other beaver houses that treat their dog guards, or the mercen regulars, as I'm calling them, which is this elite force of dog soldiers, if you will. Don't take that term literal.
Hmm.
I'm looking at this other comment Miss Lee made about how they prefer to relate to villains and they can't relate to heroes, and about struggles. And the thing is, with the hero, you are more confined to certain things because the hero has to maintain a certain level of politeness, but politeness doesn't mean that they're gullible. I think sometimes some of these people think like, oh, a hero like that is too gullible. It's like, no, you can make heroes that are generally corny and wholesome, but not gullible.
Yeah, I mean, not all of them are Goku.
Yeah, I mean, Goku's a certain kind of case, but there's also other characters within that setting that are even more, I guess, how would you say, not quite naive, because Goku does genuinely know things, but there's characters where stuff like that will fly over their head. Like, I even made it to where certain things will go over Eliza's head, but everybody around her kind of knows what's being inferred, and then her mom will go into glare mode. It's like, don't you dare tell my baby what's happening! I like that she's not oblivious. Stop it! And this is mostly with regards to like certain kinds of more intimate scenarios.
I get it when they're getting a little more explicit in their comments, and innuendo.
I've been
Yeah,
very,
because in real life, like especially when I was growing up, like all that sort of stuff flew over my head, even into my 20s. Even
yeah.
now, sometimes I have to have friends explain to me, like, well, here's the dirty aspect of the joke. I'm like, oh, because my mind really doesn't go there, like, instantaneously.
same here.
But that was also
And
what I
even then,
found.
I'm literal-minded too sometimes.
But that was when also
Oh, I
during.
like Drax.
But that's probably why I think it's great when you put the innuendo in the story, because it shows how clever you can disguise things.
Yep.
Forces you to be a little more creative. I think it's funny.
Getting crap past the radar, as they say.
Yes.
Yep.
And they did that a lot with Looney Tunes, like the original Looney Tunes I used to watch as a kid. Mom and Dad would watch it with me, and they'd understand all the more adult jokes, and I'd be like, "Ha! Bugs Bunny is having fun with Elmer Fudd."
Yeah.
And no,
Or
and
Pepe
no
Le
Bugs.
Pew.
Exactly. Yeah. And now they've just completely destroyed Looney Tunes.
Which I hate.
Oh, yeah.
I watched the classic Looney Tunes, not like you said.
Yeah,
not
just
the
go to
garbage
Cracker
they got
Barrel
now.
and buy like the classic collection of old cartoons.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
you may as well just buy the platinum editions, all the old school stuff.
Because
Yeah.
Cracker Barrel
Oh,
has
yeah.
all the old stuff, bar none.
Oh yeah. They got
Yeah,
some good chicken fingers too.
And I personally like their
Yes, they do, Brian.
apple dumplings.
I like their fish Fridays when they have fish. Where I'm at here in Michigan, Fridays is fish day, and their cod and catfish is pretty tasty.
I still can't get over the pie. I still love the pie.
Pie.
We
Yeah,
ain't no Food Network, motherfuckers. What y'all talking about food for? Y'all trying to make me hungry?
Mhm.
Yes. Sorry.
Principles and oh, I like this
Y'all
comment
made me
about.
great character.
Oh,
Sorry, Wolf. It's
Kidding,
getting
kidding,
close to
kidding.
dinner time. It's getting
I
close to
know.
dinner time
I
for
think.
me, and I'm hungry.
Yeah, you know what? This will be probably a good time to start wrapping things up. But I will leave.
all right.
Mhm.
I mean, usually we'll go at least like to 4 hours. If you're not aware, Fiona, we usually stop at 4 hours.
Yeah, no, it's fine. But here's an example of innuendo from my own story here. All right, so basically, Doc, who is romantically involved with Eliza, is basically testing out this weapons rack. It's an old weapon of ISIS, one of the Golden City defenders, and she's testing its weight. She hits Eliza on the stomach, and the suit responds with a "Please be advised, major magical artifact detected, shielding down 25%," because I make her weak to actual human magic. And then Isis is reacting. She winces. Her image is fading as she ducked behind Dad. The glint of her gem indicating she had withdrawn for now. And then it's basically this staff helped her get it on with death. And everybody else knows this except for Eliza now.
Oh wow.
Nice.
Because Thomas, in his bracers, he has Isis, Tomathon, Ra, Anubis, you know.
Hey, I don't know what y'all saying by the damn chat. I'm just saying it might be a good time to wrap it up. I didn't hear nothing from anybody who's saying that they're okay with this.
but
Everybody, look, you see in the chat, everybody all about, like, I ain't in the damn chat yet. I haven't said, bro, y'all know how I end these streams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They say they just hungry.
Yep. But since Eliza's an empath, she's picking up sheer embarrassment from ISIS, and then Egyptian curses and everything. Like, and then Sir Avalon took the weapon as Lorraine's face turned an interesting shade of pink. I was missing the point. I asked, "So what was that staff made for?" Sir Avalon rubbed his chin. It was said that ISIS defeated death itself with this staff. Dad choked back suppressed laughter because he knows more about these guys because they're part of like the gauntlets. So they're consciousness.
Oh yes. She air quote defeated death.
Yes.
I get it.
Because see, his magic was so powerful. In order to kind of like basically get past certain barriers, she had to tap him a few times with this thing so she could have some fun.
I would basically. Well, I have to admit, I'm not completely surprised. Have you no shame?
Yes. And then then it goes into basically based on Lorraine's elevated heartbeat. She's picking up on subtext that flew over my head. I just shrugged. It's pretty effective. I'd probably feel it without the suit of mine, the magic that is. And then you have Eddie's wife. Basically, Nola's hand thudded against Eddie's chest. Hush you, because even Eddie's picking up on what it's about. In retrospect, I'm both horrified and glad I didn't pick up on the undercurrent. Mom glowered at people for days.
That's good.
Because again, Eliza's based off of Superman, so she's not going to pick up on the more broady kind of humor. You know?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Funny. Yes,
That is funny.
That is.
I'm just saying that that's the sort of carefree things I want to put. I don't want to go into bedroom antics. You'll know what people do. I make it pretty blatant, but I don't go X-rated. You know,
You don't go inside the bedroom, in other words.
You're doing that.
No reason to go inside the bedroom. Heck, you know, Thomas and Gino are very active because by the time this part of the story is happening, they already have 6 children. You know,
Yeah.
so it's like
They
You're
already
doing
had
that.
6. They already had 6 children, and they were already shooting for 7.
Oh no! But by the end of the series, it's a joke I have with people. There's going to be a super team called the Protectorate. It's made up of nothing but the Murphy kids.
That's
my
good.
setting
I like
has-
that.
My setting has prolong, so people can live up to like 1,400 years. Okay, so some people have big families, some people don't. But I want to
Miracles
do
of
it that
modern
way.
medicine there.
Yeah, but the thing is, I wanted to do it that way, so in case I want to have more adventures later or little side stories, I can do that. But
Fiona, will you be attending with us for elevator pitch on the 17th?
I could try to make it.
It's the 17th, so if you message me ahead of time on what's gonna happen, all the same, you know, if you can come, come. If you don't come, then don't come. Wait, that can be taken out of context. If you don't
I was saying,
arrive,
it's 'cause
that's
work.
fine. If you do arrive, yeah, we're not on your time. Is what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
I know, but I'll try. I really will. I'll try.
I'm just saying you just man, you like we get you talking about your stuff and you just
Oh
we
no,
let
and
you go
I
and we
enjoy
let you
like
go.
having like examples because I legitimately have examples for my own writing. That's the thing with writing. Just keep going, guys. You won't really learn the finer points of it until you just start doing it. It's okay because the first draft of Upload Protocol had me having Eliza wake up from a dream. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, exactly. That's just keep going, keep writing, and if
Keep
not
doing it.
for anybody, for
Just keep
yourself.
writing.
I had to
Just
change.
That's what it is. Like I was going to be happy as a clam if I had 5 readers follow me along with this. I wanted something for myself because the mainstream and everything else wasn't giving it to me.
No.
Yeah.
you took
Yeah.
the bull
I've
by
had
the
to change
horns.
my own story like several times already because I wasn't very happy with the pacing.
That's
I'm writing a
basically what
story.
that's based. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I said but I guess I don't know if I'm going to be professional, but I'm writing my story based on the idea I had about bringing what do I do if I bring the X-Men into the MCU? So I'm going off of those ideas that we talked about. That's what your session is very good, Wolf, and I've just been sitting here putting it together about where I said that Ross would be executed and how this leads
Mm-hmm.
into the X-Men. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing that. I don't know. I have to. Everything
Oh.
else in the MCU is just gone to garbage, trash, Beal. So I thought, well,
I
where to
will
find the
also
right stuff?
suggest that even if you got that idea in mind, you can turn that into something else.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Like some of my stories that I'm picking up on are actually rewrites of what I would have done if I was handling Star Wars or Star Trek or even the MCU at large. But I'm like, what, I'm gonna take these and I'm gonna use these as my original stories at this point.
Yeah.
But I will
Did
say this, man.
did
For the
you?
Go ahead, Leia.
Yeah.
Well, it's late, Commander. I just thought the Rising Man chat was there. Did you want us to all be quiet in silence and give you respect as you speak?
I was, but
Oh,
I
let
was
me
like,
do it. I'll do it.
okay.
Okay, Scooby, go for it.
The brilliant star that shines through the night, the hot meal that fills your guts. Riser Man stands before you.
Rise up,
Rise a
man.
man,
Done.
rise
Rise
a
a
man.
man.
Hi-ya, he's the rise a man. Rise a man, rise a man. Ha, chi, wu, cha. He's the riser man.
He should kick. Pow!
Kick ball. I'm gonna have to remember that.
Yes,
It's a
that's great,
tradition
guys.
here,
Yes,
Fiona.
yes, Fiona, that's a tradition. When Neil Star puts
Yeah.
that up, we all must take silent and let Wolf have the floor.
And
But you guys
give
did
it a
great.
theme
Yes,
song.
yes.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, that is our signal. Yes.
We go full tokusatsu for at least 5 minutes.
Right.
Mhm.
That is our signal to be silent, and the Wolf Commander must now speak. And then when he is done, we commence again.
Which is funny because Vienna, you were talking about
Don't make me
characters.
out to be a dictator now,
No,
Leia.
I don't. No, I don't mean it like that. Maybe I expressed
I
it
know.
wrong. It's more like
I'm
it's
just giving
more
you
like
grief.
it's more like a spiritual moment. Take it like
Yeah,
that.
it's a like I said, it's a tradition. Like Neil
Yeah.
Star pops in, it's like we gotta do it. We gotta do it
Yeah.
because it's
Yes.
fun.
Yes, it's
And the,
fun.
Oh,
That's-
and another side note, even if you make a character empath, unless they understand the context of the emotions, some stuff will still fly over their head.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh, and also, and I'm actually pushing this. Even in Ishi's stream, I push this. Don't be afraid to make a prejudiced character.
No
No,
way.
in fact, somebody even once asked a question: can a racist be a hero? And I said yes. I mean, look no further than Eddie Valiant.
Mhm.
Oh,
There
yeah.
was a
Yeah.
particular, God, what was it? It was I'm trying to remember which tabletop campaign it was, but they had a Nazi super doctor genuinely be a hero. What was it in the Cthulhu tabletop? Maybe.
You could even have
But he
people.
took off.
I wouldn't know.
Took
I
out
don't
a
know.
whole
You
lot
you
of
had to ask the dungeon
devilish
delver on that one.
things. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
that's one way you can make somebody that was the worst of the worst into a hero.
I mean,
Of
the
course,
medic.
don't
You
you
kind of
know anything
come
about
from a team.
science?
Yeah.
Wow.
And what's
Huh?
what's funnier, actually, in some ways, in that particular setup, I'm trying to remember where I remember reading it. It might have been from like like the outrageous tabletop kind of story setup, but they made that particular Nazi doctor black.
That's
Well, I'm not
ironic.
surprised by that since I saw Samuel Jackson as a Nazi in the spirit.
Oh, the
Yes.
spirit. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
I don't appreciate egg in my face.
Well, even Kong Skull Island,
Mm-hmm.
he was not a very nice guy because he felt he was more powerful than the animal.
He was
Well,
Man.
Captain Ahab. He was Captain Ahab.
he became
Yeah.
Captain Ahab once he arrived and saw nature being as gargantuan as it is, and he's already lost one war, so he's going to try to win a new war.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I agree.
That's how most
That's
Vietnam veterans felt during that time. They lost one. They lost not only did they lost a war, they were losing another war at home, which is they
mm-hmm.
come back and of course in the words of John Rambo, I come home and they come in with their picket signs, spin all that kind of vile crap, call me baby killer. Who in their right to judge me?
Yep.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
and his general didn't give him, and his general didn't sugarcoat it for him. He just gave him the answer, not the answer to solve everything. It was an answer. He says it was a difficult time for everybody, Rambo. Nobody knew what to do.
You know, when I was
Mhm.
in college,
Yeah.
I took a writing course, and we actually watched Rambo and used that example because the teacher said the person who wrote Rambo wrote a good script. And he said,
Oh
maybe
yeah.
that's one reason. It wasn't just a hit because it was Stallone being, a badass. A lot of men or from Vietnam got Rambo's emotions and feelings, and that's why I
Mm-hmm.
think the movie was such a big hit the year it came out, because the teacher said the writer understood what that war did to the men, and how they were treated when they returned back here to the United States
Mhm.
when the war was over. Just little tips
And
about writing.
and when Desert Storm ended, those Vietnam veterans were like on the front line with all of them screaming, like, welcoming these soldiers home.
Right.
They were the ones saying, "You guys are heroes."
Exactly. Yes.
Anyway, nice little history right there.
But yeah, again, like I said, don't be afraid to. And as a matter of fact, don't even be afraid of writing a racist villain too. The thing is, what the reason why I bring up this topic, or these or at least a topic that we can dig into another time, is the fact that a lot of people are kind of afraid of writing these type of characters because they're racist, of course.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
The only advice I can give you is don't be heavy-handed with it, with the prejudice or racism. If you don't want to make them racist, you can still make them prejudiced. Prejudice is different from racist. Racist,
hmm
you full on hate someone,
Yep.
and you could be racist for hating someone for a certain reason too. You have an understandable reason why you are the way you are too, mind you.
Exactly. Just building off of this. Sorry to cut in.
Go ahead.
But
Yeah.
it depends entirely on the context of how you write, where that prejudice and that racism comes from. Okay, you can, in the case of, like I said, Eddie Valiant, he hates Toons because his brother was killed by a Toon. Or
Mhm.
in the case of Archie Bunker from All in the Family, the man was just, he wasn't just a racist. The man was just angry about everything. He spoke his mind, and just like Mr. Jefferson from the Jeffersons,
Yes.
he was just speaking it. He just spoke his mind.
Same with
And
Fred Sanford to some extent.
oh
Uh,
yeah,
For
Mhm.
those of
oh,
you back in the day, Sanford.
Da-da-da-da-da.
dun dun dun
Da-da-da-da-da.
dun 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 dun.
Funny, all those
Now,
characters came in the early 70s, late
Mhm.
70s. Those
Actually,
same
now that I think
character
about it,
types.
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
the darn Shield Hero anime is a decent example of characters being really biased or prejudiced against the actual protagonist because of his
Yep.
actual class.
Mm-hmm. Rise of the Shield Hero. Oh yeah.
mhm.
Oh yeah. In fact, I even love that because all that hate that he got was from a lie. That's how you.
Mhm.
That's where you can, man. If you ever wanted to
Gimli
make
and
any,
Legolas.
yep. Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah. Yeah.
It depends on the context in which you write the character and where that prejudice stems from.
Vigilante and Shira
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
from
Yep.
Justice League
Oh
Unlimited.
yeah. Yep.
What I get about, just aside, I won't hold you up. What I get about Gimli is he talked about how he didn't want to be with the dwarf, but then he laid eyes on Galandria. Yes, remember he saw.
She gave me 3 hairs from her head.
Yeah, he saw Galandria. Yeah, and he was in love, but she handled it well too. She wasn't she did not berate him. So of course she knew that he carried a deep prejudice towards him, but he softened when he changed his mind when he saw Galandria. That's the thing that.
Well, he's not going to he's not going to deny beauty that stands before him.
Right.
And
right.
Galadriel was always known to be the personification of that.
Right. Right.
Well, that, and he even thought to himself that he wouldn't consider anything else fair unless he looked at those, hairs she gave him.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So I always thought that was cute. Very interesting how Gimli was. But I said in the book, but even when it was sold on screen, his sort of change of heart when he saw, like you said, she was the epitome of elven beauty, and even he couldn't resist that. So,
well, that, and she was being legit generous, giving them all things that would help them out.
Yeah, she did. She even gave him a gift. She didn't skip over him. Not the dwarf, no, but even you, Gimli, deserved a gift as well. So, yeah.
Besides, it's even implied in the books later on that Gimli and Legolas pretty much have other adventures after everything's done.
Yeah, they did. They had other adventures when the War of the Ring was over.
You know what, Elf? You ain't so bad. And you dwarf for an inch high person, you're not bad yourself.
No,
Don't tell the elf.
Just the way all the mainstream is reacting to IPs and making skin suits out of them showcases just how deranged and prejudged they are.
Yep.
Well, and and when I see stuff like this, it just makes me realize it's all the more important why we need to do what we do.
That's why I'm going to finish the protocol. Because if all these idiots aren't going to give me what I want, I'm going to make what I want.
Different
Precisely.
folks.
Or
everyday people. I do that sometimes, Fiona. I'm sorry.
respect is earned. It's not given to you. It's not. You can't demand it. You can't bully people out of it. I don't care who you are.
Just a little bit respect. Just a little bit.
Well, it's
What
just
you want, baby, I got it. What you need, I got it.
Yep.
All I'm asking for the respect. For the respect, motherfucker.
Well, she said
R-E-S-C-E-C-T. Find out what me. R-E-S-C-E-C. Motherfucker, you know how to spell it.
Well, you see, she asked for respect. She didn't say, "I'm going to beat you."
She didn't demand it.
Yeah, she didn't demand it. These SJWs want to walk in the room and say, "Okay, I'm the non-binary LBGT
They expect you to pull a seat
backslash."
on them.
Yeah, backslash reverse draw 4.
And
So you're going to give me that respect, and that's not how you get it.
all you gotta say, and don't be afraid to call them out on it. Like we said in the last stream, don't be afraid. When they say, "I demand your respect," no, you demand my attention, and I'm not going to give it to you.
Yeah.
That's called sexual harassment, and I don't have to put up with it.
Twitter, a writer I follow got kicked off initially. Well, he left because these harpies, these bunch of side-shaved, blue-haired harpies were like, "Oh, we're going to report you to your work. Wouldn't it be a bad thing for your children not to have a father with a job anymore?" And I went after them. I'm like, I screenshotted all that stuff. I don't care if I'm on Birdside anymore, if I get banned. I got the receipts, you harpies.
Well,
And that's the thing.
I'm
You
saying,
cannot
yeah.
back down from these people.
I'm
They
saying,
want to see
don't-
blood in the water. Punch them right back. Because you know what? They're not going to have kids anyway. Punch them right back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
That's the best advice I've heard all night.
Don't be afraid to stand up to them, but also don't just remember you don't know how vindictive some of them can be. So, like Fiona Wolf said, keep the receipts.
Yep.
Yeah, because I'm like, because the one lady was like, "Oh, I bet you're proud that you're not vaxxed at all." Talking about the coof coof, and I'm like, "Yep, come over to Florida. I'll give you a kiss." It's like, because I put the city I live in, it's right in my profile. It's like, go ahead, report me to my work. Super couponers say uglier things about me at my retail job for comments than you ever will.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
baby.
And they basically locked their account, went protective, got deleted, and then I think they came back after a ban of about 2 days. But still, you keep the receipts and you flash it in front of their face. Oh, you mean like this tweet you made?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I said,
No,
keep
if
the
anything,
receipts.
yeah, yeah, because that and you know what, don't back down. Just keep the receipts. And be like, I don't care. Go ahead, report me to my
You
job.
know, they always talk about some realism and stuff like that, right? To
Yeah.
most of the people. I got something that's realistic for you motherfuckers. The men called them the ghost and the darkness. There were two of them, and that had never happened before because man eaters are always alone. They own the night, but they also attack in daylight, alone or together, without fear or reason. Some thought they were not lions at all, but spirits of dead medicine men come back to spread madness, or they were the devil sent to stop the white man from owning the world. I believe this, that they were evil. What better ground for evil to walk than Savo? Because that's what the word Savo means, a place of slaughter. With that being
Yep.
said, enjoy deliciously evil villains or villains of any kind. You do not need to relate to them just to like them. Like them for their villainy, like them for how they exercise their villainy. But ultimately, you need to come back and say, that was the villain. I do not abide by what they do, and I will never emulate what they do. As
Right.
a decent, if you believe yourself to be a decent human being or a mild citizen of any kind, if you say that to me, you better damn well demonstrate that. Because
Mm-hmm.
if you come into me in the exact same workspace or any other space or whatever non-safe space that I create for you, and you're coming to me talking about some, you definitely would do exactly what Thanos did if you had the Infinity Gauntlet. I'm gonna look at you dead in your face and I'm gonna ask you, I thought you were a mild citizen. I thought you were a citizen of the people. I thought you were a humanitarian. You said all of that. Those were your words, not mine.
Mm-hmm.
Those were your words, not mine. And yet somehow you would do the exact same thing that Thanos did. Well, humans are flawed. Well, that makes you a flawed person, right? That makes me a flawed person, right? My flaw is that I'm too good for my own good, right? But your flaw is that at any given point, your weakness will come to light and it will crumble you. Under pressure, you will crumble because that's what
And
a
that.
villain does.
Mm-hmm. Precisely. And
Yep.
that's probably what made getting back to Leia Plus Size's video again. I know I'm coming back here, but that just made an impact. I saved
Me
that.
too.
That is in that's in my favorites now. Um,
You're welcome. I did
Mhm.
too. That really blew me away. That video. That guy's
how
interpretation.
what is the difference between a hero and a villain? A hero can look at the worst part of themselves and accept that's always going to be there with them. The villain will always deny. The
Yes,
hero accepts, the
Yes.
villain denies.
Pretty
exactly.
much.
Perfect. Yeah, that's a good way. That guy's interpretation of. I even passed it to the professor. That guy's, and that's a brand new video, by the way, too. I never seen it interpreted the way that guy did it. I mean, he really, really got to the core
Once
of
again,
it. He has
I'm
others
still
too,
waiting
Scooney.
for. I might have to send the email to get in contact with Professor about my inspirational heroes.
Yeah, you're ready for your yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we'd
a
love
good
to
Where's
hear
way.
my
something.
dude, motherfucker? No, I'm kidding.
Here's a good way to fight against postmodernism. Support the superversive movement, which superversive is the inverse of subvert. Superversive wants to come in from above and inspire hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember that word.
I also do. I call it deconstruction vindication, where if the characters are being broken down to their basic form, you just see, and then at the very end, they just realize, "Holy crap!" So I've, this whole sense of goodness and righteousness. It didn't come from somewhere on the outside. It was always within me.
I was going to talk about how you will. I was going to again re-explain what why we can still have villain-centric movies or stories, and I was going to bring up how most no most all postmodernist writers don't know how to write villain-centric movies either, or stories for that matter.
Mm-mm.
But I'll give it a brief synopsis of what makes a good villain story. And for those who clicked on to this stream in the beginning, you notice that there was a specific character in the thumbnail,
Mhm.
right?
Griffith.
Griffith.
Yep.
By the way, Griffith did everything wrong.
Yes, he did.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I will say this: Griffith's story is how you write a villain-centric story,
Mhm.
or at
Hmm.
least it checks the boxes of what makes a good, well-written villain story. You
Right.
write them either as a victim of circumstance, or you
Mhm.
write them as good leading up to villainy, where they're sacrificing their morals to do what they think it's need to be done to get the job done.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate betrayal. He betrayed everyone to get what he wanted.
Mhm.
Villains
Yep.
are very
Yep.
self-centered. There's
Mhm.
Mhm.
nothing redeemable about them because they always will make the worst choices to better themselves.
Hedonism.
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's what a
Among
lot
other
of
things.
postmodernism people hate to see because that's part of what being a villain is.
And
You
what does
cater
let
to
me
your
list off
hedonism.
They hate their
Mhm.
hedonism being called out,
Yep.
essentially.
let me list off everything that Griffith does that the reason why he checks off my list of what makes a good villain centric story and why you should write this way if you're going to write a story about a villain or a villain's rise to power. That's the stories I like is a villain's rise to power, a villain that's a victim of circumstance, or a hero that lived long enough to be the villain. In the case of Dark Knight, since we brought up Dark Knight a few times, that's a good line from Harvey Dent himself. You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself as the villain, which is they took that line out of context too. These postmodern writers, these postmodernists,
They
Yep.
say
but
it's basically inevitable that the hero will just turn bad. That is not what it's about.
No,
mm-mm.
No.
no.
Yeah, and that's why they can't make a Superman story because they always assume Superman, somebody with that kind of powers, would always turn evil. It's like
Yeah, yeah. That's right.
Well, they're
that's if
projecting
you
as
were
well.
Superman.
That is all. See, that's the thing. When he says you either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, but then in The Dark Knight Rises, which I love, there is also the third part of that. You die a hero, live long enough to see yourself become the villain, or you rise up and become a legend. You get the confidence back. Because
Hmm.
that's what happened. Batman lost the confidence of the people. And that was something that was always that even superheroes have a problem with. And they always think if we've lost the confidence and the will of the people, then that's
Why
it.
bother?
Why bother? No, you try again. You keep going and you don't stop. That's why I love Superman versus the Elite. When he is at his lowest point where everybody is basically saying the elite are right and Superman is wrong, what does he do? He stands his ground and he's ready to face off against them. And when the elite finally do come to basically say we're coming here to end you, he fights them and then he terrifies everybody by showing,
Hmm.
hey, all right, you want me to cut loose? Here I am. I'm cutting loose.
You want me
Is
to
this
get nuts? Fine, let's get nuts.
and that's
You
what I
want
love that
some?
scene.
Come get some.
I mean, that's why he had to reassure Lois, like, "Hey, just trust me on this, okay? I
Yep.
got
And when
this."
he and this is what I love more than anything is that when he is in that super terrified Superman look, he's actually saying, "Is this what you want? Is this what you want?" And then he calms down and says, "Well, you're not going to get it."
Yeah.
Yeah, Griffith is one of my
Psychs them
favorite
out.
villains. By the way, he's definitely one of my
Yep.
favorite villains.
Yeah, going back to Griffin, sorry.
Yeah, one thing. Here's another thing that you need to make sure you have for, and this is for those who want to try to write a villain story but not devolve into what they did with Corella and Maleficent.
Right,
Hmm.
right.
You in the case of Griffith, he has to be charismatic, or she has to be charismatic
Hmm.
first and foremost. Or
Right.
at least she would have to be that he or she would have to be that protagonist that you won't want to follow
Right.
Hmm.
until you start seeing the layers, like the curtain gets tearing off and tearing off, the more they start making morally questionable decisions.
Yes.
Hmm.
Griffith started out as this very courageous leader, as leader of the Band of the Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like this is why people prefer Golden Age arc. And if anything, a lot of people would have loved to see where Griffith would have went had he not did what he did.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but starting from the bottom, he was a very charismatic leader, leading a mercenary band, the Band of the Hawks or the Band of the Falcon. Take your pick. He's already winning favors for Midland already by showing his military tactics and leadership. He
Mm-hmm.
manages
Right.
to rope in one of many great swordsmen in the world of Midland, Guts.
Yep.
Even though Guts was steadfastly not willing to join his group. And what makes Guts even interesting, he's that anomaly to Griffith's plan. I don't even know how long his plan would come into fruition had not Guts joined the Band of the Hawk. Because even then, he used Guts for his tool of political movements.
Right.
Julius, anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Lord
Mm-hmm.
Julius,
Yep.
and, even better, out of causality, Guts kills the heir.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And like I remember that
And not only that, and that was the thing that really bugged me is that Guts kills the heir,
mhm.
and
At least
that
the next succession, in
yeah,
case if Charlotte doesn't produce any children or if they were
and
wedded off, because you know
and he
how Midland is. Go
yeah,
ahead.
and he essentially used Guts. He basically put blood on. I mean, this is the first time I think, and that's what I love about that scene. Is that this is the first time Guts feels the blood on his hands.
Yep. And even then, like he's able to figure out how to get to Doldry, but then again, that was happenstance when in the from my perspective that was happenstance because he had dealings with Doldry before with the
Right.
Duke of Doldry. Like that Duke was the reason why he was able to get that large due to what he had to do to get there. That conversation between him and Casca when he's watching the Duke off himself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I'm saying that vaguely, but y'all can put the two together.
Mm-hmm.
And to that degree, Guts, you could kind of almost say Guts could have related to Griffith right there because Guts was in that position, but by force, mind
Mm-hmm.
you, whereas Griffith did it willingly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Mm-hmm.
even when Guts heard that, he was very very horrified, if you will, because he went through that experience, and again,
Mm-hmm.
not by choice. Whereas Griffith went by choice. He's like, how could he have done that? That's not the Griffith I know. Even Casca couldn't believe that he would do something like that. And of course, given the context of the whole
The Eclipse arc.
no, not that one. The same sex situation
Yep.
in Berserk.
Yep.
The times, the timeline, the period that is taking place in.
Mm-hmm.
That's unheard of, if you will. Very
Right.
quite unheard of, and you see it all over the place. Now we can talk about the eclipse. Past the eclipse, you see a lot of that happening now, like homosexuality and stuff. Back, of course, when homosexuality in fiction was told through a very how would you say that?
Euphemistic lens.
That too, but a very hardcore Christian gay hating lens.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, homophobia.
I try to be fancy with it, but thank you, Schooner.
Well,
So
but
yeah,
here's the thing. Those who were strongly, but what I see in Berserk, I get what you're saying. It's on the fringes of the society where it's all quiet and in the back. While in the public, they were saying one thing, and in these certain circles or behind closed doors, they were saying something else.
here's
Mm-hmm.
another thing that checks my bucks with Griffith, because fuck me, Miura made a fucking villain story that had everything I wanted in a villain story,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the final one that I admire the most. You would want to root for this guy anyways, regardless of him being a villain, because somebody else out there is way worse than he is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Case in
That
point,
isn't.
again, the Duke of Doldry.
Yep.
What do we see in his castle? At his
Yep.
throne,
Yep.
mind you.
Mm-hmm.
And worse, look at what he does to them boys. Well, not only that, Brian.
Yeah.
He made the boys look like Griffith.
Oh, that's hardcore.
Yeah, like he's basically Baron Harkonnen in that regard,
Oh yeah.
and it's hedonism, if you will.
Which basically, that, just speaking of which, I knew I was going to get to this at some point. That's the only real movie I'm looking forward to this year, because they're actually we're gonna get a straight up bad guy with Baron Harkonnen. With Baron Harkonnen.
Good, enjoy the scientist from Thor being a hardcore villain, because that's who's playing them. That's who's playing them. Thor's best friend is playing Baron Harkonnen.
And you know what? I think he's gonna do amazing, because he's a great actor.
He's gonna nail it. Yeah. If not him, then I would pick who'd be a good fit for that person. I'll think about it later.
Yeah, Baron Hancock is very much a villain.
I'd say John Goodman.
Yep, he could have done it too.
Who?
And
John Goodman.
Ooh, but he's too old right now. He's showing his age.
Yeah, but Baron Harkonnen, it would be a perfect role for him, because Baron Harkonnen is not as mobile in the books.
Yeah, that's right. He don't need to do a damn thing. Just sit on his ass.
Yeah, that's pretty much. He says mobile.
Oh, did you like how he floated in that new trailer?
Yes, I think it's really cool how it has a cloak that literally goes all the way down to the floor, making him look like he's some kind of omnipotent being.
That, or he's trying to show up. He's trying to size some people up with his penis. Yes, I went there. Yes, I went there.
Oh, man.
I had to, guys. I had to go there. I mean, come on now. You gotta admit that did kind of look phallic. Let's just admit.
Well, that
least give me that.
That could be for another discussion.
Yes, because the Baron is how can I put this the way in the novel? He does some things.
I know he does some things.
How about you don't
need to put kid gloves on me.
I won't.
Okay.
I heard some stuff.
I won't sugarcoat it. He's a pervert.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yes, very much.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
it starts with a P and ends with O.
And doesn't care who it is.
Pedo.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, Brian, you have to be very blatant. I love you for it. Fiona, before we start wrapping up, Fiona, do you want to say anything about the Doom movie? I already know. You already know your decision. Yeah.
I do not trust Hollywood. I do not trust skin suits, and I'm not going to watch it.
Okay. But speaking of not seeing it, do you at least like the aesthetic that they're going with it, at least to some degree, or do you just outright hate it?
I'm just gonna outright ignore it, because they've basically just proven that no matter what it is, Brian Herbert is going to add in things that weren't present in the original books, and going to let basically the director add in.
I already voiced it on Ishii's stream. I'm gonna take the bullet and see what goes on in there, and if Ishii has another stream, or at least if Ishii would have me, you everybody else, Janelle, I'll tell you guys what happened. Just like what Unqualified did with Janelle talking about New Mutants.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do something like that.
Oh, also, the movie Old is not bad. It's actually pretty good.
You seen it?
Yeah, I saw it. It's good.
That's what I've heard from people.
But I'll admit it. I got a weak spot. It's a guilty. M. Night Shyamalan's a guilty pleasure for me.
Okay.
That's not saying much, Schooner.
No.
You didn't look here. You didn't convince me to get off my M. Night hate boner.
Yeah, I did. Because at
this point, I said no more M. Night Shyamalan movies after Glass. Glass disappointed me. I'm like, I'm so done with M. Night at this point. I ain't even seen his other shit before he decided to make Glass, and I'm not about to either. Even if it is before Glass. I watched Glass because I watched Split. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even see Unbreakable. I'm damn sure I ain't gonna watch it now because I know what happened in Glass. What's the point now? After I seen Glass, I'm not gonna watch Unbreakable now. Screw it. And I damn sure not gonna watch Old now.
Well,
You're not gonna break my confidence now. Now that you bring it up that you're it's a guilty pleasure.
I'm gonna say it. At the very least, he's trying something original.
Always, I will give him that. He's always doing something original. Which I'm only gonna give that man. That's all the niceties I'm gonna give that man. But everything else he fucks. He fucks up on.
I will forever.
Does he have a twist? Just tell me. Does he have a twist?
Yes.
Not gonna see it then.
Oh, for crying out loud!
I'm sorry. I will give Shyamalan's movies this though. Definitely give them this. They do a good job hiding the premise of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I really wish Hollywood would take a page off whoever works on those trailers for Shyamalan. You know what I'm saying? Even though you think you saw the whole movie in that old trailer, you haven't.
Yeah.
Yep.
Same thing with Glass. You haven't.
I think they need to start giving out awards for best trailers.
Because
Yeah,
old had me curious.
Yeah.
But I reminded myself, this is Shyamalan. Pass. Pass. Not watching it. The wife will watch it. I know if my theory gets it, she'll probably go in and watch it herself. But like I'd already told her we're not watching this movie. You got to solo this one.
The reason why I'm going to go see though the Dune movie is because I am a fan of Villeneuve, and every movie that I've seen of his, Prisoners, Enemy, Blade Runner 2049, very good.
Arrival.
Oh, Arrival too. I keep forgetting.
So all three of those except for Prisoners.
Yeah.
And Sicario. I heard he did Sicario. Okay. That's sorry, Fiona. I'm gonna have to take the bullet. He's got a good pedigree. I'm just saying.
I'm still not.
I know. You're a hardcore Herbert fan. I get it. But
Well,
me,
to that, and I'm just tired of all these, where they're like, oh, we're gonna change this to modernize it. It's like that's not the point.
no, it's not.
No, it's not the point. The point is it's about integrity, keeping the integrity of what came.
It's very few movies I've seen this year. The only two movies I've seen recently was Quiet Place 2 and Kong vs. Godzilla, or Godzilla vs. Kong. Take your pick.
And both were really good movies. They did not disappoint.
Shane, yep. Love it. With that being said, guys, I'd like to thank everybody for being here, and thank you for today was a monumentous day. We had a guest star here with Fiona Wolf, and of all people that joined us in the chat, Brianna Lee joined us today. That was out of nowhere. She's been an avid watcher of a Professor Geek here and there, for those who are not in the know. And she has visited Sound Engraver's stream, but some people have also I think it was Sound Engraver that recommended her to me, of all people. Or it was either I think Sound Engraver recommended her via Professor stream in the chats.
She was in my Heroes Inspiration stream. I think it was there.
Yeah, she was. She's been here
I remember
and there.
that one.
Yeah.
I think she was in a few of Troy's streams and down Heron maybe. But yeah, definitely
Let's see.
Oh, Victoria.
Oh wow. So
yeah, that actually shocked me too.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can all agree Godzilla vs. Kong is awesome. I just might rewatch it tonight. So again, that being said, first and foremost, let me starting by thanking Fiona for joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. I'm not usually always available, but I try.
Yeah. When you do, you show up. You you and your witty dialogue. You're amazing. But yeah, thank you. If you again, if you want to be on here a few times here and there as a guest spot, as always, or you being the writer, of course, I definitely want to get some writers onto this panel here and there, so that we have some experienced people on here, because usually we're the idea people except for Schooner, he's a practicing writer, and Brian Gilmartin.
You know what? No. Fiona Wolf put it best. I am not aspiring. I am not practicing. I am the writer.
There you go.
Yes,
There you go.
just write. That's it. Once you start
Yep.
writing, you're pretty much a writer. There you
Just
go.
keep writing, and I'll just keep drawing until
It's
I finally write.
basically, I don't care what anybody says. You don't need any special fancy little degrees of paper. I mean, granted, they do help, but you're a writer or an artist the moment you decide to become one.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'd like to thank definitely you, Fiona, for joining us today. I'd like to thank Schooner Tuna.
Hey, coming at you live from a secret government facility buried deep underground. This is Schooner Tuna signing off. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. And if you have any recommendations or suggestions, let us know in the comments section. And I hope to see you all again. Signing out. Bloop, 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 bloop.
Thank you, the lovely Leia Valor, Leia Plus Size.
Hello, everyone. This is Leia Plus Size, your lovely Lady of Valor. Thanking you for joining us here today. And I hope you had as much fun as we did. And as Schooner says, if you love what you heard or listened to, please like, share, and also leave us comments. We always love to hear from you about what you want us to talk about or gab about or whatever we do, just let us know. And whatever topic that you'd like to see us cover, we'll be more than happy to read those. And I wish everyone a good evening and hope to see you again on Thursday. Oh, Gamer doesn't.
Yep.
Brian, did we get Brian to close out?
Leia, why are you jumping ahead?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it's my turn to sign off. So thanks everybody for stopping in, and special thanks to Brianna Lee. We're glad you stopped in and joined us for this evening. And I'll be taking off soon myself. So this has been Brian Gilmartin. No damage to report. Moving to next area.
Awesome. See, Leia, you gotta be patient. I was getting there. You lost your train of thought when you're talking. I get it. You're hungry. I get it. You're hungry. So I'll forgive that.
All right, I
Guys,
know next time.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know next time I shall leave it that. I will leave that in your hands.
Exactly. That's right. Jumped ahead of me. But special announcement, guys. My email at my risk is in the description. So for those of you who are still interested in the elevator pitch, definitely email me. Or if you know my Twitter handle, my MeWe handle, or my Minds handle, you know where to contact me. Either Twitter, Minds, or MeWe. Definitely. Or if you guys know specifically the crew that I run with, you can contact those guys too. And by those guys, I mean the people who are sharing the panel with me. Schooner, Leia, Brian, even Fiona.
Just to say, the side note, my MeWe is dead. It says I'm not registered, even though it says my email's already in use, and it won't let me reset the password.
Twitter, then.
Oh no, Fiona, how are we ever going to get back in contact with you?
That's crazy.
The bird site and mines, it's actually all linked in my YouTube. I also have, YouTube. And I do talk about things on the YouTubes.
Oh, yeah, definitely subscribe to Fiona.
And I tried BitChute, but half the time it doesn't want to upload what I want it to.
I tried BitChute. It's a no-go until I feel like doing that. Or at least until Odyssey starts calling my name, and we'll migrate over to Odyssey from now on. We'll see.
I mean, mine can still do one video a day, though, from the looks of it. So
yeah, but thank you, everybody. Please check out my email. Email me your idea. Please let it just be an idea. Don't send me no dick pics or anything like that, or no tit pics. I will ban you, and I will report you if you do. And please, no long paragraphs, mind you. Just be brief on what you want to talk about. And no bullshit.
Just picture yourself in an elevator. You only got like 1 minute.
That's when we get you on here, by the way.
Yep.
But I'm saying, as far as emailing me, you don't need to go on a long paragraph explaining your concept. That right there, you need to prepare that for when you come here, when we get you on here. And those who are in the chat as well, if you guys catch this in the backwatch and you get to this tail end, if you guys got an idea, get your mic and get your ass on here so we can talk to you about your idea. Again, the mission of elevator pitch is that I want you guys to feel comfortable talking about your work and getting the feedback that you so been asking for. We are hard, but we are fair. We're willing to to go ham on you when we need to, but we also pull back and show you where you can improve. Fiona, I would love to have you on here too for that, but
I already
again,
know what my weaknesses is.
yeah,
More
exactly.
drawn out
No, no, no,
battle.
no, 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 no. No,
Yes.
as a feedback person.
No, but no, I still know where I need to improve though.
Yeah,
Yes.
same here for me. Same here for me. I need to make sure that I have a concrete design for the world I want. But other than that, yeah, I would love to have you as a spectator too, or quote unquote a judge, to really give feedback and everything to get, and especially you being the writer, I would like for you to be there as well to show where we need to improve on, especially if it's one of us that's going to put ourselves on the chopping block, myself included. That's speaking to the panel now. Like if you guys got anything to pitch, or at least if you want to make it where we can pitch the dumbest ideas to commit to that anybody will eat up, and we'll still make it good. Please do that too, guys. If I haven't found nobody to contact me up or anything, that's what we'll do as elevator pitch. You know, aside from what I said about the mandate, which is getting people to feel comfortable talking about their ideas, we can make it a fun thing too, where we pretend to be studio execs, and one of us will do the pitch, and it's like Schooner, for example. He say, I got the most dumbest idea, and I'll come in, well, how are we gonna make it even dumber? So yeah, like I said, I'm steering for this whole series, Wolf Command Rambles. I'm really trying to push towards the fun side instead of just always complain. I want people to have fun here too. I want to be the inspirational shit talker, if you will. But yeah, just let everybody know that there are people like us still out there in this world of hedonism and lack of morals and lack of God, if you will. So that being said, guys,
there are those out here still willing to carry on the fight.
Carry that torch too, and there's still people out there on the ground guerrillaing this shit. So be supportive of them, and never compromise on your morals too. So that being said, you guys are the UN Spacey. Welcome to the Wolf Fleet. Ow!